Konoha 47th year, the border between the land of fire and the land of lightning. The mountains are surrounded by mist. In this land shrouded by the clouds of war, there are temporary tents hidden, and ninjas dressed similarly shuttle between the tents. Under a tree, Qian stood quietly, with a long sword on his waist, short blue hair, and a childish face, but he showed a coldness that did not belong to this age. His eyes swept over the wailing ninjas nearby, without a ripple in his eyes. This coldness naturally caused dissatisfaction among other non-Uchiha Konoha ninjas. This wild Uchiha is just like the Uchiha in the village. They are all people without any feelings. I really don't know why the third generation wants to keep him. That's right, this guy doesn't care about his injured compatriots. He is really unworthy of being a ninja of my Konoha village. Humph. I heard that he was brought back from the land of lightning. He must be a spy. Shut up. You can't say that. This is agreed by the third generation. An older ninja hurriedly stopped him. After hearing this, the surrounding Konoha ninjas left indignantly. Qian didn't react to what they said. He was not originally a person in Naruto, but a blue star from the 21st century. He traveled to a newborn baby. In the third year after his mother gave birth to him, he was beaten by gang thugs and died. So he also awakened the double Magatama Sharingan and killed the thugs. According to the script, he would be offered to the Kirigakage village, but when he awakened, he attracted the attention of the Uchiha clan members who entered the land of lightning to perform a mission. So he was taken back to Konoha by a clan member. It was confirmed that he was indeed of Uchiha blood, but he didn't know why he was stranded outside. However, he was not accepted by the Uchiha, but was only given a surname, and the third Hokage arranged all his life. His life was not very related to the Uchiha. Later, the third Hokage arranged him to enter the ninja school, and he began to go to school, graduate, and go to the battlefield step by step. After learning about the existence of Qian, Kumogakure regretted it and tried to contact Uchiha Qian many times, but they were interrupted by Konoha ninjas. After graduation, Qian became a cannon fodder in the Third War and was sent to the battlefields of the land of lightning and the land of fire. Although he opened his eyes early, his body and mind were relatively weak, so he could not exert the full power of the Sharingan, and he was very stable and didn't like to show off. Therefore, he's just an ordinary chunin until now. This is the time when the war is fierce. Konoha fights against the 4 major ninja villages with the strength of one village. Their team encountered a surprise attack from the Hidden Cloud village today. Fortunately, the support was timely and did not cause too many casualties. However, there were many wounded in the team, so the whole team retreated from the front line. Qian felt a little hungry and then came to a small pond. He made seals with both hands and extracted chakra, and his eyes suddenly changed. I saw that the pupils of both eyes shrank, and 2 Magatama appeared around them. The main function of the double Magatama Sharingan is to enhance dynamic vision, which can capture the opponent's movements and attack trajectories more clearly. It can also improve visual insight and can more keenly perceive subtle changes in the surrounding environment and see through some simple illusions and disguises. There's also a preliminary copying ability, and it begins to have a certain ability to copy ninjutsu and physical skills. Qian looked at the pond, and the ripples on the water surface and the speed of flying insects became much slower, and the fish in the water, which were originally very slow, became even slower. Puff! A flash of sword light passed by. The fish in the water was pierced by Qian's sword and brought out of the pond. The splashing water droplets also became extremely slow, as if it was several times the slow-motion shot of short video. Although the Sharingan was already very powerful, Qian was not happy. Although he had not watched the anime Naruto in his previous life, he had read several fan fictions and knew that the characters that appeared later were more powerful than each other. The double Magatama was garbage in the later period. Although the Sharingan can evolve into 3 Magatama and Manjiki Sharingan, the evolution of a Sharingan requires strong emotional fluctuations. In this world, except for the mother who just crossed over, he had no other ties, and it was almost impossible to evolve again. Therefore, his eyes are likely to stop at double Magatama, and he is likely to not last until the later period, because there's a man named Uchiha Itachi who killed all the Uchiha, except his brother. Now he's also called Uchiha, and it is very likely that he will be killed. Qian shook his head to dispel distracting thoughts. Let's focus on the present and survive the 3 wars first. He was about to release the Sharingan state, but suddenly found something gradually floating up from the bottom of the pool. It looked like a spherical object. Qian frowned slightly, gripped the hilt of the sword, and looked at the underwater object vigilantly. It was a state of war at this time, and we couldn't relax our vigilance at any abnormality. As the underwater object floated up, Uchiha Qian's pupil shrank, and he immediately went into the water to pick up the spherical object. This is an oval fruit with spiral and irregular raised textures on the surface. The most eye-catching thing is that there are blue flame phoenix patterns engraved on the fruit, which are lifelike, as if they will fly out of the surface of the fruit at any time. Qian's fingers gently stroked those patterns. If it were someone else in the Naruto world, they might not know what it is at all, but he who has seen some One Piece knows it. This is a devil fruit. Qian felt a little absurd. Why did something from the One Piece world come to the Naruto world? He touched the uneven surface and sniffed it. Qian was a little doubtful whether this was a devil fruit. Could it be that it just looks like a devil fruit, but is actually a poisonous fruit? Qian thought carefully about what kind of fruit this devil fruit was. Unfortunately, his understanding of One Piece was limited to some fragments, and he could not determine the specific ability of this fruit at all. However, he only knew that once the devil fruit was eaten, it would gain some special abilities, but at the same time would be abandoned by the sea and become a landlubber. I don't know if this effect is still useful in the Naruto world. Forget it, it's okay as long as it can be eaten. I hope it's a useful fruit. After some entanglement, Uchiha Qian gritted his teeth and made a decision in his heart. In this war-torn world, strength is the foundation of survival. Whether this fruit brings blessings or disasters, he is willing to take a gamble. He opened his mouth and took a bite of the fruit without hesitation. The moment the fruit flesh entered his mouth, an indescribable taste burst out in his mouth. Bitter, sour, fishy. All kinds of disgusting tastes intertwined, as if challenging the limits of his taste buds. Qian's face instantly turned pale, and he almost spit out the fruit flesh in his mouth. This taste is really as bad as the rumors say. He resisted the nausea and swallowed the fruit flesh. Chapter 2. Uchiha, she makes her entrance. After consuming the fruit, Qian waited for a moment, yet felt no discernible change. What was going on? Could it be that this was not a devil fruit? Disappointment washed over him as he shook his head. Perhaps this was merely a substance that resembled a devil fruit, devoid of any extraordinary powers. He sighed, lifting the sword in his hand, preparing to roast the fish he had just caught. Suddenly, as he turned, an unusual sensation surged from within him. His body began to heat up, as if flames were igniting inside, and chakra began to circulate involuntarily, radiating a soft blue glow from his skin. What was this? Astonished, Qian looked down at his body, observing wisps of blue-white flames erupting from his skin, yet his clothes remained unscathed. He raised his hand to examine a small wound on his palm, a result of a previous battle. To his astonishment, blue flames emanated from the wound, healing it at an observable rate until it vanished entirely. Simultaneously, he sensed a slight drain on his physical stamina. He was momentarily stunned as a thought flashed through his mind. He had witnessed this scene in some memory before. The blue flames, rapid healing, and the consumption of stamina. Could it be? A hint of excitement finally crossed Qian's usually indifferent face. He understood what fruit he had consumed. The Tori no Mi model, Phoenix. The original wielder of this fruit was Marco, the first division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. During the Marineford War, Marco effortlessly countered Admiral Kizaru's powerful attack, exchanging blows with him, and even withstood Akainu's magma attacks, emerging from the battle nearly unscathed. From the narrative, it was evident that this fruit possessed formidable abilities. If injured, one merely needed to expend stamina, envelop the wound in resurrection flames, and regenerate, erasing any injury and returning to peak condition. Furthermore, the flames had both enveloping and burning capabilities, surpassing ordinary fire. It also granted the ability to fly, a rare skill in the shinobi world where few could soar through the skies. This was akin to being invincible. If one couldn't win, they could simply escape. A perfect ally for survival. However, upon its arrival in the Naruto universe, it seemed to have undergone some transformation. The energy consumed was not stamina, but chakra. This did not surprise Qian. Contemplating the healing prowess of the phoenix fruit, he suddenly realized which jutsu would suit him best. The 8 gates. Exchanging injury for combat power, followed by healing through the fruit's abilities. Was this not invincibility? He yearned to return to the village immediately, to beseech anyone for the means to acquire the 8 gates. His excitement was palpable, yet he quickly regained his composure. It was too perilous. If he showcased the abilities of this fruit, his situation could become dire. Danzo would likely seek to control him, and Orochimaru might view him as the perfect test subject. No, he needed to remain cautious. At the very least, he must secure the 8 gates before drawing attention to himself. However, with no one around, he could experiment with the fruit's abilities. Taking a deep breath, he summoned a ball of blue flames into his hand, which then spread to envelop his entire body. Flames manifested into large blue wings behind him, capable of encasing his form entirely. Thankfully, his arms did not transform into wings. Otherwise, he would have been unable to perform hand seals, significantly diminishing his combat effectiveness. Qian exhaled softly, feeling the chakra within him depleting as he waited for a moment. Gauging the rate of consumption, his chakra seemed to be approximately equivalent to 0. 8 of Kakashi's, likely consuming 1/30 of his chakra every 10 minutes. Not excessive at all. The advantages of consuming the devil fruit were apparent. It not only enhanced his reaction speed and attack power, but also permanently augmented his physical condition. To further test the fruit's capabilities, Qian unsheathed his sword and decisively inflicted a narrow wound on his arm. In mere moments, the wound rapidly healed beneath the protective blue flames, vanishing without a trace. Compared to his normal state, the chakra consumed was noticeably greater, roughly 1/10, but still acceptable, considering he had only just consumed the fruit and its healing effects were already so potent. As he grew stronger, with a greater reservoir of chakra, perhaps he could even regenerate lost limbs. Even if his chakra reserves fell short later on, he could still tap into the dragon veins and tailed beasts, the true monarchs of chakra. With a flutter of his wings, he lifted himself 10 centimeters off the ground, wary of flying too high lest he attract unwanted attention. As he reveled in this newfound ability, he suddenly heard faint footsteps and quickly extinguished the flames. A middle-aged ninja, wearing a ribbon around his neck, approached him. Uchiha Qian, assemble. The enemy has discovered our encampment. We must relocate immediately. With that, he vanished in a flash. Qian felt a jolt of urgency and swiftly followed suit back to the encampment. Upon arrival, he found the others tidying up. Qian, with only a small backpack to his name, had little else. Qian, are you all right? A girl clad in a vest adorned with a ping-pong paddle design approached him. Concern etched on her face. Uchiha, with her long black hair, charming features, and bright eyes, was 14 years old, the same age as Qian, a fellow classmate. And a chunin. She was also an orphan. Qian felt somewhat bewildered. I'm fine. Why would you think otherwise? Uchiha furrowed her brow slightly, her bright eyes locking onto Qian's. I saw you leave after you heard what they said, and I thought you. Qian waved his hand dismissively. You misunderstood. I was hungry and didn't want to eat soldier rations. I wanted to catch some fish. Oh, you want fish? Uchiha's eyes widened, and a cheerful smile broke across her face. After the war, let us go eat roasted fish together? Qian nodded, maintaining his indifferent tone. Sure, but I have no money. I'll treat you. Uchiha replied with a grin. My parents left some money before they passed. It's enough for us to get by. Qian paused, a strange sensation washing over him. What did she mean? Did she intend to support him? He shot Uchiha a glance before ignoring her, turning to rejoin the main group as they continued onward. Seeing Qian neither agree nor refuse, Uchiha felt a flicker of delight. Lowering her gaze, a glint of unhealthy greed flashed in her eyes as the 3-tomo Sharingan flickered in her pupils. Qian. You are mine. The main group, burdened with the injured, moved at a steady pace, while Qian gazed at the scenery around him in boredom. Suddenly, a series of explosions erupted from the center of the group. It was an explosive tag. Qian quickly darted to the sides of the path. In an instant, the spot where he had been standing erupted in a violent blast. The entire team was engulfed in the dust and debris, accompanied by groans and cries of anguish. As Qian felt a wave of relief for having narrowly escaped the attack, he suddenly sensed a fierce wind rushing past him from behind. He leaped instinctively, catching a glimpse of a masked cloud ninja. The cloud ninja stared at Qian in astonishment, bewildered by his swift evasion. Qian chuckled. The phoenix fruit had indeed heightened his senses and physical prowess, enhancing his hearing and speed significantly. His eyes glinted with the activation of his 2-tomo Sharingan. Jinjutsu. Hypnotic eye technique. The cloud-hidden ninja was momentarily taken aback, his movements hindered. Drawing the sword, utilizing the momentum of free fall, Qian's right hand flashed with the brilliance of his blade. With swifter speed than ever before, he unsheathed his long sword. A glimmer of cold light grazed the ninja's neck. With a sharp sound, his head was severed, and a fountain of blood erupted into the sky. Qian stood firm, a faint smile gracing his lips. In the realm of martial arts, only speed is invincible. The sword-drawing technique, practiced 100,000 times, proved its might. Qian assessed his custom-made long sword, 1.5 meters in length, a double-edged blade, inscribed with his name, Qian, and extraordinarily sharp. Suddenly, more enemies appeared on the battlefield. Chapter 3, The Calm Madman. A multitude of cloud ninjas surged forth from all directions, engaging in fierce combat with the ninjas of Konoha. Qian's gaze swept across the battlefield and caught sight of the 3-tomo Sharingan in Uchiha's eyes, stirring a sense of admiration within him. Uchiha and Appo's talent was truly formidable. Merely a few months after she and Qian became classmates, she awakened her single Tomo Sharingan, and upon entering the battlefield, she directly manifested her 3 Tomo Sharingan, showcasing her exceptional gifts. Alas, she was an orphan. Had her parents not perished, the Mangeki Sharingan would likely have been within her grasp as well. Shaking off these distracting thoughts, Qian turned his attention away from Uchiha. A young cloud ninja had set his sights on him. Qian tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. Suddenly, the cloud ninja charged towards him with a long blade, without uttering a word. Just as Qian prepared to counterattack, he heard a ninja from across the battlefield bellow, "Uchiha Qian, follow me." Qian hesitated, his mind racing with possibilities. Could it be another recruitment attempt? He unsheathed his sword and engaged in a fierce struggle with the young cloud ninja, retreating into the dense forest. The young cloud ninja, encouraged by Qian's actions, exclaimed, "Uchiha Qian, you are a citizen of the land of lightning. Why not return to the village hidden in the clouds with me?" Unmoved, Qian continued to fight. He refused to be easily swayed without any advantage. Realizing this, the young ninja clarified, "As long as you come back with me, we can provide you with anything you desire." Qian chuckled lightly. "Anything you can give me?" "Indeed, anything," the young ninja affirmed. "Then I wish to become the Raikage." Qian stated flatly. "Absolutely." The young ninja's expression faltered. "Really?" He explained. "In our village hidden in the clouds, strength is paramount. If you can command respect through your power, there is no reason you cannot be made Raikage." Though tempted, Qian resolved not to act hastily. He had yet to acquire the 8 gates. "I might consider it, but could I first receive some benefits?" The young ninja paused, nearly losing his head to Qian's blade. He quickly retreated, a cold sweat forming on his brow. "I currently lack any ninjutsu. How about you return to the village hidden in the clouds and choose your path?" Disappointed, Qian shook his head. "Then let us leave it for another time." Seeing Qian's disinterest, the young ninja reluctantly conceded. However, this encounter was not without its merits. He had at least learned that Qian was a potential ally. "Uchiha Qian, regardless of the circumstances, you are one of us in the village hidden in the clouds. You are welcome to return home." With that, he fired a signal flare into the sky and vanished into the forest. Qian pondered for a moment, considering the village hidden in the clouds as a potential refuge. If Uchiha Itachi were to instigate a massacre against the Uchiha clan, he could leverage his connection to escape Konoha. Suddenly, a voice filled with fear rang out from the distance. "Uchiha, what are you doing? Stop." Qian was taken aback. Uchiha, what had happened to her? In a flash, he returned to the battlefield, only to find that the cloud ninjas had retreated, leaving behind a sea of corpses. The small team of 30 to 40 from Konoha was also dwindling, with only 4 or 5 injured members remaining. Uchiha was still in pursuit of them. Indeed, Uchiha was relentless in her hunt for the Konoha ninjas. The 3 Tomo Sharingan in her eyes spun with fervor, her sweet smile contrasting with her pale, almost sickly complexion. Blood splattered across her delicate face, heightening her exhilaration. As she slit the throats of the Konoha ninjas with her kunai, she murmured, "You insulted Qian. You all must die." In mere moments, the last of the Konoha ninjas met a grim fate at her hands. Qian felt a chill run down his spine. Was she truly insane? Would she slaughter everyone and betray Konoha? He regretted not introducing her to the young cloud ninja earlier. Caught in indecision, he grappled with whether to join her in her massacre or put an end to her madness. Such a dilemma. Uchiha seemed to sense a gaze upon her and turned to see Qian. She transformed from a fierce predator to a frightened rabbit, discarding her bloodied kunai. In an instant, she was by Qian and Amp Oppo's side. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, ready to strike if necessary. "Qian," she said, lowering her head. "I accidentally killed them all. You won't blame me, will you?" My goodness, this girl is genuinely unhinged. Moments ago, she was a whirlwind of destruction. And now she appeared so pitiful. It was imperative to appease her, otherwise, her emotions might spiral out of control, unleashing a Mangeki that could spell disaster for him. Qian hastily shook his head, feigning calm. "It's all right, you did well. They deserve to die. Once we return to the village, I'll treat you to ramen." Upon hearing Qian's words of affirmation, Uchiha lifted her head, her eyes glistening with tears. The sight sent a shiver down Qian's spine. This girl possesses the potential for a Mangeki. To prevent her from losing control, Qian quickly urged, "Calm down and clean up the traces of our presence here, otherwise you'll be discovered." Uchiha took a deep breath, her demeanor shifting back to that of a sweet, innocent neighbor. Qian felt a renewed wave of apprehension. This girl. The two swiftly tidied the battlefield. As Qian surveyed their unscathed forms, he felt a headache coming on. We cannot return like this." Uchiha tilted her head in confusion. "Why not? The others in our team are dead, and we're unscathed. Surely that will raise suspicions." Upon hearing this, Uchiha drew a kunai and plunged it into her abdomen. A spray of blood erupted from her mouth, yet a smile remained on her face. "Qian, is this sufficient?" Qian was momentarily stunned. Why would you do that? I don't want to form a team with you anymore." Coughing, He retrieved a kunai, assessed his own body, and then pierced it through his thigh. Blood gushed forth. Qian restrained his immortal phoenix power, opting to retain the injury. Watching Qian harm himself, a flicker of concern crossed Uchiha's eyes. Qian-kun, does it hurt? Of course it hurts. Qian thought, though he dared not voice it for fear of inciting her wrath. Instead, he chuckled softly. It's just a minor injury. Yours is far worse. Allow me to bandage it for you. A blush crept onto Uchiha's cheeks as she silently permitted Qian to unwrap her clothing and bind her abdominal wound. Qian realized that she was not entirely insane. Her injury had not affected any vital organs, merely appearing gruesome. This revelation eased his mind. She wasn't mad. At least, as they tended to each other and Appo's wounds, a group of ninjas approached from afar. Qian cursed under his breath. Damn Cloud, why are you still coming? Suddenly, he focused and recognized that the newcomers were clad in Konoha's attire. He breathed a sigh of relief. Leading the group was a middle-ranked Uchiha ninja. Upon seeing Uchiha clutching her abdomen, he rushed over with concern. Are you alright? Chapter 4, Developing Ninjutsu. Uchiha smiled sweetly and said, Brother Tiehua, I'm fine. Qianchuan's leg is injured and he cannot walk. Please carry him. Uchiha Tiehua glanced at Qian, assessing his injury, and muttered, it's just a small cut. He won't die. Uchiha's sweet smile faltered slightly, revealing a hint of murderous intent in her eyes. Sensing this, Qian inwardly groaned, wondering what was wrong with Uchiha, whose mood seemed to shift so abruptly. He hastily replied, I'm fine. There's no need to trouble Brother Tiehua. Well, as long as you're alright. You bear the Uchiha name. You must not bring shame to us. Uchiha Tiehua nodded with reassurance. Qian felt somewhat speechless with his tutomo. How could he be the one to bring shame upon anyone? He chose to remain silent and seated himself quietly to the side. Soon, other leaf ninjas arrived at the battlefield. Upon witnessing the corpses of their fallen comrades scattered across the ground, the reinforcements were visibly distressed. Some bodies had even been obliterated by explosive tags, saturating the air with a heavy stench of blood. Newly graduated ninjas, barely accustomed to the idyllic life in the village, were confronted with a hellish scene, leaving them profoundly shaken. Among the group, some had seen battle numerous times and were accustomed to such sights, offering comfort to the newcomers. At that moment, a dark-skinned ninja rushed towards Qian and Uchiha, furiously demanding, why is it that everyone else is dead while the two of you Uchiha remain unharmed? He directed his ire at Qian, accusing, is it you, the spy returned from the land of lightning, who revealed our positions? Is it? Several leaf ninjas, already harboring resentment towards the Uchiha clan, echoed his sentiments. It must be him who leaked the information. We should report this to the village. Indeed, he must pay the price. Qian listened to their accusations with an impassive demeanor. When heaven bestows great responsibilities upon a person, it must first temper their resolve. He thought, you shall soon experience true suffering. Uchiha appeared frightened, yet she took note of those who had spoken out against them. Uchiha Tiehua observed the unfolding drama with keen interest, watching as the crowd turned their hostility towards Qian. Just then, a commanding voice cut through the clamor. Silence. A middle-aged man with short brown hair, accompanied by a ninja dog and clad in leaf ninja attire paired with a gray cloak, rushed forward. This was Inuzuka Kiba, who had teamed up with Namake's Minato and Akimichi CHG to confront the AB brothers from the Cloud Village. He glared at the assembled ninjas. In the face of a great enemy, we are all comrades of the same village. How can we indulge in baseless suspicion? Upon hearing this, the others reluctantly ceased their accusations and began to clean up the battlefield. Inuzuka Kiba approached Qian and instructed, Uchiha Qian, please detail the circumstances of your encounter. Qian hesitated momentarily before recounting the ambush by the Cloud Ninjas, omitting the part about their attempts at recruitment. After a brief silence, Kiba pondered why the Cloud Ninjas had ceased their assault midway, perhaps due to the awareness of approaching reinforcements. Unable to fathom it further, he concluded, in any case, rest and recover. Later, we shall move out together. Understood. After Kiba departed, Qian recalled who he was. Wasn't he supposed to be fighting alongside Minato and CHG against the AB duo? What was he doing here? Qian racked his brain, recalling the timeline of the Naruto series. It was the 47th year of Konoha, and soon would unfold Minato's renowned battle against the AB brothers. This meant he would be joining Kiba and CHG in support of Minato. Qian worried about encountering the AB duo, knowing they were at their peak strength, capable of dispatching opponents with a single blow. Moreover, his own abilities were limited to a two-tomo Sharingan, rudimentary sword skills, and a few basic ninjutsu techniques. Once on the battlefield, he would be nothing more than fodder. Though he possessed the power of the Phoenix, he dared not reveal it before others. For only by concealing his true strength would he evade perilous missions. Before long, the team completed the cleanup and advanced to the front lines. However, due to the injuries sustained by Qian and Uchiha, they did not embark on their mission immediately, but instead took refuge in a designated area to recuperate. This place was primarily occupied by the wounded and a few medical ninjas. Out of boredom, Qian began to explore the capabilities of the devil fruit. He recalled the powers displayed by Marco in One Piece. The healing ability of the phoenix fruit, which unleashed regenerative blue flames for extensive healing. The immortal thistle, which utilized these flames to create a circular shield for defense. The blue flame goose, allowing him to attach blue flames to his body for attacks, or even to weaponry, with the capability for ranged release. And the phoenix seal, which unleashed a powerful shockwave in half-beast form for long-range assault, among others. However, these abilities seemed rather ordinary to Qian. Having entered the Naruto realm, he resolved to combine them with chakra. He found a secluded valley and swiftly formed hand seals, exclaiming, "Blue flame, phoenix flower jutsu." Instantly, semi-transparent, emerald-hued fireballs enveloped in swirling blue auras erupted from his mouth, racing towards a large boulder. The air along their path warped from the searing heat. Boom, boom. The fireballs detonated upon impact, scattering into dozens of burning feather-like flames that rained down, remaining ablaze upon the ground. Qian gazed in delight at his creation. What he had just executed was his only mastered technique, the fire release, phoenix flower jutsu. As for the great fireball jutsu, it was too weak to be effective, and thus he had no desire to learn it. Enhanced by the blue flames, the phoenix flower jutsu not only accelerated in speed, but also significantly amplified in power. Originally a C-rank ninjutsu, he had elevated it to a level bordering on B rank. Suddenly, Qian froze. The blue flames that had fallen to the ground seemed unquenchable. Forest fire prevention is everyone's responsibility, he thought, scooping water to douse the flames. Hiss! A cloud of steam rose, but the blue flames only diminished slightly, remaining unextinguished. Could these blue flames be akin to Itachi's Amaterasu? Qian pondered, forming hand seals again. Water release, water chaos wave. A robust column of water erupted from his mouth, crashing into the blue flames. Sizzle. After a mist of water enveloped the area, the blue flames were reduced to less than half their original intensity. Qian employed the water chaos wave once more, finally extinguishing the blue flames. He stroked his chin in contemplation. The fruit seemed to have undergone significant mutations. It appeared he would need to continue exploring its potential. Clearing his mind of distractions, Qian resumed his development. Gripping the hilt of his sword, he summoned the blue flames, allowing them to envelop the blade and scabbard. Sword drawing technique. A surge of blue sword energy shot skyward, targeting the distant forest. Creak. Boom. A white line materialized along the trunk of a tree, and a vast swath of the forest came crashing down. This power, while perhaps not reaching A-rank ninjutsu, was certainly formidable. Qian composed himself and continued to test how much his learned ninjutsu had been enhanced by the power of the phoenix fruit. After a morning of experimentation that drained his chakra reserves, Qian concluded that his strength had likely reached the level of AJ Nin. Moreover, as long as his chakra was sufficient, he could fight for 3 days and nights without sustaining injury. He was, quite literally, a born laborer. The only limitation to Qian's strength was the amount of chakra he possessed. He resolved that once he recovered from his injuries, he would begin physical training and meditation to enhance his chakra reserves. Chapter 5. Encounter Battle. Time flowed slowly as Qian recuperated from his injuries for a month. During this period, he engaged in physical training while honing the skills of Qin Yan. However, he faced a source of distress. Uchiha she often lingered by his side, which significantly disrupted his training. He noticed her emotional fluctuations were exceedingly intense. Sometimes she was elated, other times melancholic, and occasionally, she would isolate herself in shadowy corners, scribbling what seemed to be a list. Before long, this phase came to an end. A team of ninjas received a mission to assist at the front lines, and Qian was included among them along with Uchiha Shi and Uchiha Taihua. As they drew closer to the front, the likelihood of encountering cloud-hidden ninjas increased. Suddenly, boom, whoosh, explosive tags and shurikens hurtled towards the leaf ninjas. Body flicker technique. In an instant, Qian vanished, leaving behind a blue afterimage. Materializing beside a cloud-hidden ninja, under Qian's mastery, the D-rank body flicker technique had become swifter. With his enhanced physique and understanding, he was now 3 times faster than before he had consumed the fruit. Sword technique. A flash of blue sword light sliced through the air. Clang. The cloud-hidden ninja barely managed to parry Qian's blade with his kunai. Qian was taken aback, although he had restrained a great deal of his strength. He had expected to be unable to dispatch a mere lackey. However, he quickly grasped the situation. This was the front line, where every individual could grow rapidly, and their combat experience was exceptionally rich. He had been careless. Nevertheless, it was not too late. Qian flickered again, appearing behind the cloud-hidden ninja, and struck downwards. The ninja's pupils dilated. Such speed. The other ninjas witnessed Qian's velocity and were equally astonished. Who is that guy? I have never heard of him. No matter. Let us attack together. Kill him. Thud. Just as Qian eliminated the cloud-hidden ninja before him, 3 more rushed towards him. Qian smiled faintly, sheathing his sword and forming hand seals. Fire release. Qin Yin. Phoenix fire technique. A barrage of blue fireballs twisted through space, hurtling towards the trio. The cloud-hidden ninjas. Confronted by the heart-stopping azure flames, widened their eyes in shock. Boom. The three ninjas were instantly enveloped in blue flames, uttering anguished screams. Within mere moments, their life forces extinguished. Yet, the azure flames still clung to their bodies. What is this jutsu? So terrifying. It must possess the strength of a B-rank technique. Who is this person? Uchiha Taihua gazed at Qian Xian in disbelief. When did you acquire such power? Noticing the reactions of those around him, Qian Xian felt a chill in his heart. This is bad. I have overdone it and neglected the repercussions. He promptly feigned exhaustion, retreating swiftly. The cloud-hidden ninja's eyes lit up. He has exhausted his chakra. Quickly, kill him. Before the leaf ninjas could intervene, Uchiha she flashed in front of Qian Xian. Qian Xian-kun, I'm here to protect you. Before she finished speaking, the three-tomo Sharingan in her eyes erupted with brilliance. The cloud-hidden ninjas were taken aback. Oh no. It's the Sharingan. Everyone, don't look into her eyes. Clash. The sound of weapons colliding echoed across the battlefield. Soon, reinforcements from both sides arrived. What began as a skirmish of 20 or so transformed into a battlefield of over 100 combatants. Kunai, shurikens, ninjutsu, and severed limbs flew about, painting a scene of bloody carnage. Qian Xian observed as a leaf ninja who had just slain a cloud-hidden ninja was cut down by another, stronger cloud-hidden warrior. His resolve to survive strengthened. Suddenly, a voice of delight rang out from behind Qian Xian, accompanied by the glint of a long blade. Clang. Without turning, Qian Xian steadied his sword with one hand, successfully deflecting the attack. Repelling the cloud-hidden ninja, he activated his Sharingan, revealing the double tomo. The cloud-hidden ninja, startled, quickly averted his gaze from Qian Xian's eyes, yet his body continued to advance. Whoosh. With a swift step, he lunged at Qian Xian, renowned for their taijutsu. The cloud-hidden ninja was also formidable with a sword, launching a series of fierce and aggressive strikes aimed at exploiting Qian Xian and Appo's weaknesses. Clang, clang, clang. Qian Xian maintained a calm demeanor. His Sharingan was no mere decoration. The cloud-hidden ninja's movements appeared agonizingly slow in his sight, allowing him a single strike to defeat him. Yet, he refrained from doing so, instead engaging in a playful exchange, occasionally feigning a weakness. I've got him. Damn it. I've got him. Damn it. The cloud-hidden ninja seemed to realize that Qian Xian was toying with him, his face turning ashen, teeth grinding. You scoundrel. While fighting, Qian Xian was also using his Sharingan to replicate the ninja's taijutsu, with the abilities granted by the immortal bird fruit. He needed to develop it rapidly through training in taijutsu to maximize its potential. The previous ninjutsu and sword techniques were mere trivialities. Once he mastered the 8 gates, he would secure his place in the ninja world. Meanwhile, Uchiha's performance instilled fear in both sides. Her methods were quite ordinary, utilizing the Sharingan to ensnare enemies in genjutsu, followed by close-quarters combat to deliver lethal strikes. Yet, she had a peculiar habit of giggling maniacally while killing, occasionally speaking to the deceased, coupled with her sweet countenance. Everyone assumed she was mentally unstable. One cloud-hidden ninja, suppressing his fear, muttered, "Damn leaf." They actually brought a lunatic to the battlefield. The leaf ninjas, especially Uchiha Taihua, trembled in terror. She hasn't gone mad, has she? Qian Xian also wondered if the battlefield's intense pressure had driven Uchiha to madness. He contemplated suggesting she withdraw from the fight. But upon seeing her gentle smile directed at him, he hesitated to approach her. The battle raged on. Qian Xian observed that whenever leaf ninjas attempted to aid their struggling comrades, Uchiha would impede their opponents, preventing the reinforcements from reaching them, resulting in the demise of the weaker ninja. Yet, although he recognized her tactics, the other leaf ninjas found no fault in her actions. The battlefield was ever-changing, making it impossible to cover every angle. Lightning release, lightning ball technique. A head-sized ball of crackling electricity soared toward Qian Xian. How audacious! How dare you launch a sneak attack? A flicker of anger flashed in Qian Xian's eyes as he repelled the armed cloud-hidden ninja before leaping toward another in the corner. Sword technique. A 2-meter-long azure blade of energy shot toward the cloud-hidden ninja. Boom. The cloud-hidden warrior was instantly reduced to a mist of blood, scattering into the air. Qian Xian returned to the armed cloud-hidden ninja, chuckling lightly. Come, let us continue. The armed ninja stared at Qian Xian in disbelief. This guy is concealing his strength. Gritting his teeth, he gripped the hilt of his sword, chakra surging through him. Zzz. Lightning crackled along the blade's surface. Qian Xian was taken aback. This lackey possessed such a technique? He too became serious. Damn leaf ninja, receive my technique. Before he finished speaking, the armed cloud-hidden ninja swung his arms, unleashing a blade of lightning toward Qian Xian. Qian Xian stood still, seemingly paralyzed by the terror of the attack. A glimmer of surprise crossed the eyes of the armed cloud-hidden ninja. Got him. Chapter 6, Kaleidoscope and AI Boom. The moment the blade's energy struck Qian Xian's body, a violent explosion erupted. A cloud of dust enveloped a radius of 5 meters, within which flickers of lightning and azure flames could be seen. Uchiha caught a glimpse of Qian Xian vanishing amidst the haze. her Sharingan rapidly revolving as she thrust a kunai forcefully into the chest of a cloud ninja. Splatter. Blood sprayed across her rigid smile. Qianxian, how could this be? Her expression darkened in an instant, a surge of intense negative emotion welling up within her. Under the weight of this ferocious feeling, the three tomos in her eyes suddenly aligned, forming a fiery ring around her pupils, just as she was about to unleash her Susanoo in a fit of rage. Qianxian's figure materialized behind the armed cloud ninja. Not so fast. The grin on the armed cloud ninja froze, his hair standing on end. Damn it. It's a substitution technique. Suddenly, he felt the world spin, catching sight of his own body. That my body? He fell into utter darkness. Seeing that Qianxian was unharmed, Uchiha blinked, her eyes transforming back into the three-tomo Sharingan. She rushed to Qianchuan's side, exclaiming in joy, Qianchuan-kun. I'm so glad you're okay. Just as Qianxian was about to respond, a signal flare exploded in the sky. The cloud ninja, as if receiving an order, swiftly retreated, leaving behind a sea of corpses. Someone's coming. Everyone be on guard. Just as the group began to relax slightly, a figure appeared on the horizon, moving with the swiftness of lightning. Qianxian's Sharingan slowly rotated, recognizing the newcomer. It was Nagai Mei Minato Namikaze. Although Minato had yet to engage the Cloud's AI duo, he had already gained considerable renown on the battlefield. His speed was unmatched, save for that of AI's team, making him a terrifying presence that struck fear into the hearts of the Cloud Ninja. Only then did everyone understand why the Cloud had retreated. In the blink of an eye, Minato stood before the group. Qianxian watched in awe at his speed, which exceeded even that of an ordinary ninja using the body flicker technique. This guy is astonishingly fast, even without using the flying thunder god technique. The yellow flash truly lives up to its name. Minato looked gravely at the crowd. Is everyone all right? The group exchanged glances, amused. Could the comrades lying lifeless on the ground appear to be unharmed? Minato quickly realized the situation. Ahem. Let us clean up the battlefield first. Then we'll regroup at the meeting point. Yes. After tidying up, the group continued their journey. This time, things went much more smoothly, with no Cloud Ninja ambushes. Those they encountered were swiftly dispatched by Minato. Qianxian nodded inwardly, feeling a profound sense of security. The presence of the yellow flash instilled a comforting assurance. Sensing Qianxian's gaze, Minato turned and smiled gently. Qianxian was momentarily taken aback, returning the smile. Whoosh. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Qianxian, glaring at Minato. Minato blinked in confusion, scratching his head, then returned his attention elsewhere. Uchiha walked alongside Qianxian, quietly saying, Qianchuan-kun, if we encounter danger, remember to stay behind me. I'll protect you. Qianxian chuckled softly. He may often be clumsy, but he was not a weakling. All right, you'd better protect me. Upon hearing this, Uchiha's face lit up with excitement. I want to protect you too. Suddenly, Uchiha sidled up to Uchiha, muttering. Although Uchiha maintained her smile, a torrent of murderous intent surged within her. Finally, I can have a moment to chat with Qianchuan-kun, and this ugly brute dares to intrude. You're dead. With Qianxian present, Uchiha refrained from showing her true feelings, instead saying, Brother Tiahua is a genius of our Uchiha clan. Shouldn't you be the one protecting me? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Tiahua was instantly elated. I'm a genius? That's right. I'm a genius. She acknowledged it. Upon arriving at the meeting point, the uninjured members began assigning tasks. Qianxian, Uchiha and Uchiha Tiahua formed a team to patrol the borders. This task left Qianxian feeling apprehensive. After all, Minato was stationed nearby, single-handedly deterring the entire Cloud army from advancing. In such circumstances, it was only a matter of time before the Cloud sent someone to entangle Minato. Most likely, it would be the AI duo. Patrolling the borders in this situation felt like courting death. If he encountered any member of AI, he would surely be overwhelmed. Hopefully, that won't happen. But if it does, Qianxian glanced at Uchiha Tiahua, who was vying for Uchiha's attention. Brother Tiahua, you're a genius of the Uchiha. I believe you can hold them off. During his time patrolling the borders, Qianxian had gathered some intelligence. Currently, Konoha was engaged in battle with the Cloud, Rock, and Sand villages. The fiercest clashes were occurring on the battlefield between Rock and Cloud. At this time, the Water Country did not seem to be making any moves. Though it appeared that the third Mizukage was planning to send a ninja named Ao to lead an attack, only to be thwarted later by Uchiha Shursui. As time passed, tensions escalated. Qianxian's trio was scattered, and he now found himself in a small team of 9 other Konoha ninjas. Among them was a member of the Hyuga clan, which eased Qianxian's nerves. Observing the Hyuga clan member, Hinata Hong, Qianxian occasionally envied him. Had he returned to the village, that Byakugan would be far more useful than the third Hokage's telescope technique. However, upon noticing the caged bird seal on Hinata Hong's forehead, Qianxian's envy dissipated. For ordinary individuals, the caged bird seal was a form of protection, but for those with ambition, it represented shackles. He had no desire to become a dog of the main family. Lost in thought, Hinata Hong suddenly shouted, Someone's coming. A burly ninja, his expression grave, inquired. Who is it? He was the captain of this small team. Hinata Hung furrowed his brows, suddenly revealing a hint of fear. It's the Cloud's AI duo. What? The others were taken aback. Don't panic. The captain snorted coldly. Hinata Hung, go back and relay the message. The rest of you stay with me to block them. We cannot let them breach our base. The others calmed down. Hinata Hung then swiftly departed. The group focused intently on one direction. Qianxian activated his Sharingan, gripping the hilt of his sword, bracing himself for what was to come. Though he appeared calm and collected, the turmoil within him was known only to himself. Why am I so unlucky? With so many patrol teams, why do they have to come my way? Rumble. A cloud of dust surged toward Qianxian and the others, beneath which emerged the Cloud's AI duo, accompanied by a multitude of cloud ninjas. Qianxian felt even more distressed. One AI duo was already overwhelming, but how could there be so many cloud ninjas? Would they not allow anyone to live? Yet, the situation had reached a critical point. All he could do was give his all. Konoha ninjas. Charge. The captain raised his kunai and shouted, leading the charge. Charge. Reluctantly, Qianxian followed suit. Just as he sought a weaker opponent, he saw AI charging directly at him. Qianxian cursed inwardly, what are you doing? You're the big boss now. Why are you targeting a mere foot soldier like me? Seeing the thrill in AI's eyes, Qianxian could only brace himself and step forward. The moment they clashed. Sword draw technique. Clang. Qianxian's sword struck AI's fist, and he immediately felt an immense force, propelling him backward. Haha, you're Uchiha Qianxian. AI approached Qianxian. Recognizing him, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. Is there a flaw in the minds of the 3 generations of Hokage to have placed you upon the battlefield? Qianxian discreetly utilized blue flames to mend the internal shock and the numbness in his arm, chuckling softly. I share your sentiment. AI paused momentarily, then replied with a grin. Young man, return with me to the hidden cloud. You shall acquire far greater rewards, be it wealth, status, or even the position of rakeage. Qianxian tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, assuming a stance directed at AI, and exhaled slowly. I appreciate your kind offer, but I have no desire to leave Konoha at this time. If that is the case, then we shall be adversaries. Before his words had fully dissipated, AI surged forward, enveloped in lightning, dashing towards Qianxian with astonishing speed, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. Chapter 7. No more hiding. It's time to act. Boom. Ziz. Qianxian held his sword firmly before him. Rumble. Qianxian gritted his teeth as he felt the ground beneath him give way. Though he barely managed to hold his ground, he knew that AI had deliberately restrained himself. That casual strike had already forced him back so far. One executed with true intent would be far more devastating. The double tomo in Qianxian's eyes spun rapidly. Illusion technique. Illusionary eye technique. AI lowered his head, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. How dare he use illusion techniques against me? This is truly a display of folly. Kid, the game is over. Since you refused to join Yunin, prepare to meet your end. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, an overwhelming chakra aura erupted from him. Lightning release. Armor. A torrent of lightning chakra surged forth, even extending to Qianxian's body at the point of contact. Body replacement technique. Instantaneous technique. Suddenly, Qianxian transformed into a piece of wood, reappearing behind AI in an instant. AI's pupils constricted in surprise. This speed. How infuriating. Is this another instance of the yellow flash? Qianxian retracted his longsword, forming hand seals with both hands. Fire release. Blue flame. Phoenix fire technique. Whoosh. A series of translucent, emerald-colored fireballs soared towards AI. They streaked through the air at a breathtaking speed, scorching the surrounding space into a distorted haze. AI narrowed his eyes, observing the stunning fireballs with a sense of trepidation. This flame has an unusual quality to it. In that case, I shall respond with this technique. Lightning release. Lightning devastation. Chidori dance. Crackle. AI gathered lightning chakra in his arm, which suddenly radiated a blinding light. Whoosh. With remarkable speed, AI dodged the fireballs and charged toward Qianxian. As he neared, his arm spun rapidly like a windmill. Ziz. A surge of electricity enveloped Qianxian. He instantly felt a numbing sensation coursing through his body. Although the power of the phoenix was mending his wounds, its healing speed could not keep pace with the paralysis. Just as he prepared to unleash the full force of the phoenix's power, a figure suddenly appeared behind him, lifting him away. Boom. AI's electrified arm struck the ground, creating a massive crater that billowed with black smoke. Only then did Qianxian realize that reinforcements had arrived, and it was none other than the young son, Minato Namikaze. Minato smiled gently. Uchiha clan member, reckless as you may be, you possess considerable skill. Qianxian was momentarily taken aback before rising to his feet. Thank you, elder. We can discuss gratitude later. I must return swiftly. Before he could finish speaking, Minato vanished in a flash, darting toward AI. AI's expression turned grave. A yellow flash. Is it? Let me see your strength. The two soon clashed. Just as AI and Appo's electrified punch was about to connect with Minato, whoosh. Minato vanished from his position. Reappearing behind AI, kunai poised to strike. Boom. Suddenly, a gigantic octopus tentacle slammed into AI, sending him flying. The newcomer was none other than Killer Bee, the other half of the duo. He mocked AI with his peculiar speech. Yo, big brother, you're too weak, you still need to watch me. Enough of this chatter, let us join forces. AI was already furious for not having eliminated Qian, and now faced with the stronger Minato, his anger escalated. The three soon became embroiled in battle, their figures a blur of electricity and flames, captivating the onlookers. The ninjas from Yun-in and Konoha watched intently. This was a rare encounter between top-tier warriors. Even if they couldn't and oppose TC clearly, the spectacle was mesmerizing, and perhaps they could glean some knowledge from it. Meanwhile, Qian silently utilized the blue flame to heal his injuries, the double tomo in his eyes spinning rapidly, slowing down his surroundings as he observed the combat between Minato and Killer Bee. His Sharingan absorbed their movements and chakra trails as he diligently attempted to replicate any techniques he could master. The Phoenix Fruit not only enhanced his physique and chakra, but also significantly improved his cognitive processing, enabling him to internalize what he had learned. Minato's Flying Thunder God technique and AI's lightning release were both astonishingly swift. Even Killer Bee exhibited remarkable reflexes, adeptly preparing for the next move. Qian understood that this was the result of their extensive battle experience, allowing them to keep pace with the speedster Minato and AI. At that moment, Uchiha Shi and Uchiha Tiewa arrived by Qian and Amp, Oppo's side. Uchiha Shi expressed concern. Are you alright, Qian? Qian shook his head, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the battlefield. Uchiha Tiewa, noticing this, scoffed. What an Amp, Oppo's so fascinating about a battle? Qian softly replied, there is much to learn from combat. It may very well aid in preserving the lives of oneself and those around them. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shi's eyes sparkled. Yes, Qian is right. Tiewa, you should pay close attention too. You'll need to protect those around you in the future. Uchiha Tiewa, invigorated by her words, replied enthusiastically, oh, Shi, don't worry. I will definitely protect you. Uchiha Shi turned away, a flicker of disdain crossing her face. Uchiha Tiewa activated his Sharingan, straining to observe the battlefield. Although he possessed the Sharingan, his level was too low, rendering him less capable of perceiving the dynamic actions compared to Qian. Whoosh. Ziz. AI swung his lightning-imbued arm, charging at Minato, while Killer Bee entangled him. Minato narrowly avoided a kunai aimed at Killer Bee's head, sensing the gust of wind rushing from behind. With a resigned smile, he swiftly distanced himself from the clash between AI and Killer Bee. Whoosh. Boom. AI's fist smashed into the spot where Minato had just stood, creating a deep crater crackling with electricity. Witnessing how easily Minato evaded his attack, AI's expression turned grave. You. As they engaged, the Uni ninjas began to stir restlessly. An upper ninja, unable to contain himself, rushed toward Qian. He had witnessed Qian and Oppo's earlier clash with AI and attributed AI and Oppo's inability to finish Qian to his restraint. He intended to eliminate a significant threat for Yunin. Uchiha brat, your time is up. Others quickly followed suit. Qian, seeing the scarred-faced ninja approaching, felt a jolt of alertness, yet he met the challenge head-on. With others arriving, it was time to confront him. Uchiha Shi and others intercepted the upper ninja's companions, while Qian engaged the scarred-faced ninja. The double tomo in Qian's eyes rotated slowly, while the scarred ninja averted his gaze and charged at Qian. Qian, undeterred, gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. The moment their weapons met, he unleashed the sword draw technique. The blade shot towards the scarred ninja's neck, causing the hairs on his nape to stand on end, but his expression remained unchanged. The large blade behind the scarred ninja swiftly unsheathed. Clang. The sound of their clash resonated in the air. Qian felt a tremendous force reverberate through his sword, causing his hands to tingle. However, thanks to the enhancements from the Phoenix Fruit, his physical attributes had been significantly elevated, allowing for rapid healing and recovery. Before long, he returned to normal. Meanwhile, the scarred ninja silently lamented as his hands bled from the force of the clash. He had not anticipated the Uchiha strength to be so formidable, making it challenging for him, even as an upper ninja, to withstand it. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Qian and Amp, Oppo's eyes. If you wish to cause trouble, then I shall put an end to you. With that thought, he activated the instantaneous technique, appearing before the scarred ninja. The scarred ninja's heart raced in alarm as he raised his blade in defense. Clang. Qian's speed escalated, while the scarred ninja, relying on his extensive combat experience, managed to block each strike, though his torn hands bore witness to his discomfort. How infuriating. This individual truly lives up to the reputation of having engaged with Lord AI. However, he remains unperturbed, despite Qian's astonishing speed and attack. His combat experience is rather scant, revealing weaknesses on several occasions. Once his stamina wanes, he can be effortlessly subdued. Chapter 8. Your regret, my fiery name seen however. His aspirations were destined to be thwarted. Qian, endowed with an enhanced physique, possessed a stamina comparable to those from the world of One Piece. far exceeding the frail beings of the Naruto realm. As long as he had chakra, he could engage in combat for 300 rounds without respite. After a while, the scarred-faced shinobi observed that Qianquan's offensive showed no signs of abating. Rather, it intensified, while his own energy was rapidly depleting, filling him with urgency. This stalemate could not persist. His strength was waning. With this thought, the scarred ninja repelled Qianquan with a strike of his blade, sheathing it with a slow exhale as his body surged with lightning chakra. Lightning release, lightning whip, crackled. A 2-meter-long whip of crackling electricity materialized in his grasp. Hissing ominously, a flicker of pride crossed his eyes, but it was swiftly replaced by alarm as he swung his arm fiercely. Crack! The lightning whip sliced through the air with astonishing speed, emanating a wave of paralysis in its wake. Qianquan's chakra surged within him. He evaded the strike with a swift motion. The ground where he had stood was marked by a charred whip scar. When Qianquan reappeared, he was already behind the scarred ninja. Fire release, green flame, phoenix fire technique. The scarred ninja, unable to match Qianquan's velocity, only realized the imminent danger as the searing emerald fireballs approached. His eyes widened in horror, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Damn it, too fast. Boom. Multiple fireballs detonated upon his back, delivering a violent impact that sent him sprawling far away, crashing into the battlefield where AI and Minato Namikaze fought. AI, witnessing this scene, looked down to find one of his village's Nin with wide eyes, his back a gruesome mess, flickering with strands of azure flames. Azure flames. A transformation of chakra properties? AI's gaze snapped to Qianquan, an overwhelming killing intent emanating from him. You dare to slay my subordinate? Even if Lord Raikage chastises me, I shall take your life. He understood that Qianquan was a descendant of the Uchiha clan, previously left in the Land of Lightning, and he was aware of his father and Appo's intentions to recruit Qianquan. Though he had previously held back, seeing his subordinate and Appo's tragic demise before him ignited an uncontrollable urge for vengeance. Just as he prepared to act, a yellow figure obstructed his line of sight, cheerfully declaring, "Hey senpai, your opponent is right here." AI's eyes narrowed with caution. He had experienced Minato's speed firsthand during their earlier skirmish. Without the aid of Killer Bee, he could have sustained serious injuries. Drawing a deep breath, he buried his murderous intent. This ends here. Next time, I will claim the life of that Uchiha brat. Minato exhaled in relief. His earlier exchanges with AI and Killer Bee had been perilous, nearly resulting in his defeat on several occasions. His defenses were thin. Any misstep could lead to the demise of all Konoha shinobi on the battlefield, a burden of immense pressure weighing on him. Everyone retreat. AI commanded. Cease combat. Minato echoed. The two exchanged glances. AI remarked, Yellow Flash, your strength is indeed formidable, but one day, I shall surpass you. Minato offered a slight smile, though you are my rival. You are not without merit. AI scoffed, then surveyed the Konoha shinobi, spotting Qianquan. He called out, that boy, your speed is commendable. I hope that when we meet again, your strength will not disappoint me. Upon hearing this, the Konoha shinobi turned to Qianquan, their gazes filled with admiration and respect. Their earlier encounter had been fraught with danger, yet Qianquan had emerged unscathed. Furthermore, his recent victory over Akimogakure Nin showcased his exceptional prowess. Uchiha Tiehu praised. You have indeed upheld the honor of our Uchiha clan. When we return, the clan head and elders will surely commend you. Qianquan offered a faint smile, remaining silent. Yet within him lingered a bittersweet sentiment. He merely wished to remain inconspicuous, avoiding drawing attention. Excessive prowess would surely incite the wariness of certain individuals. After all, the fate of the late Konoha White Fang served as a cautionary tale. All he desired was to live peacefully. However, at present, his strength was not overly remarkable, especially with Minato, a prominent figure, in the fray. AI subsequently led the majority of the Kumogakure forces away. Only then did Qianquan finally relax. Sensing the dwindling chakra within him, he felt a flicker of relief. Fortunately, a full-scale conflict had not erupted. Otherwise, he would have been unable to sustain himself. Contemplating AI's formidable strength and the even more terrifying third Raikage, Qianquan felt a chill of dread. He hoped fervently to avoid crossing paths with the third Raikage in the future. Reflecting on his recent confrontations, he recognized that his offensive tactics were rather singular. He needed to diversify his skills, particularly in taijutsu. After all, the healing properties of his phoenix fruit would allow him to enhance his physical prowess rapidly. In the ensuing time, the atmosphere settled into a tranquil state. Minato's reputation soared following his encounter with AI. Yet, curiously, Qianquan's status remained stagnant. Despite his clash with AI and the slaying of Akimogakure Nin, discussions surrounding him were notably absent, and his renown did not rise. Though Uchiha Shi and Uchiha Tiehu were puzzled, Qianquan understood that this was likely a decision made by Konoha and Appo's, as higher-ups. They had suppressed the Uchiha clan for so long. It was improbable that they would allow one of their own to gain a favorable reputation. Yet, this suited him well, for he was contemplating hiding his light under a bushel. His current objective was to build a fortified wall around himself, waiting for the time when he could fully develop the phoenix fruit, even awaken its potential. Perhaps then, the entire shinobi world would become his own backyard. With this thought, Qianxian felt a surge of excitement and resolved to train even more diligently. Meanwhile, in Konoha, the third Hokage was engaged with a crystal ball, observing matters unknown to others. Bang! A formidable force smashed open the door. A man, his eyes bound in bandages and bearing a scar across his chin, stormed in, seething with anger. Hiruzen, why have you not handed over Uchiha Qianxian, whom you brought back from the land of lightning? While he is still distanced from the Uchiha clan, it would be prudent to cultivate him under my guidance. Hiruzen Saratobi replied coolly, he is our comrade. We cannot hand him over to you. Danzo and Appo's face twisted in discontent. Hiruzen, his strength has already manifested. The Uchiha will undoubtedly seek him out. We cannot allow him to engage with them. Hiruzen remained unperturbed. I have my own plans for him. You need not worry. At this, Danzo's fury reached a boiling point. You will regret this, Hiruzen. I am the Hokage. Listening to Hiruzen and Appo's unassailable tone, Danzo and Appo's expression darkened as he exited the room. Bang! After Danzo and Appo's departure, Hiruzen fell into contemplation. How should he proceed? Reflecting on Qianxuan's unique identity, he pondered the possibility of allowing Qianxian to engage with the Uchiha clan, monitoring their movements. Yes, this could work. Chapter 9. The Divine Inscription in a Modest Training Ground. Qianxian was developing ninjutsu, while Uchiha Shi and Uchiha Tiehua observed nearby. Qianxian formed hand seals, took a deep breath, and suddenly exhaled. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Sun scorching the sky. A fireball, larger than Qianxian himself, surged towards the adjacent river. Before the fireball made contact with the water, it evaporated a vast amount of moisture, creating a towering curtain of mist that shot skyward, eventually transforming into a gentle drizzle. The azure flames that fell to the ground gradually extinguished under the rain's impact. Uchiha Tiehua gazed at this formidable display, murmuring, we are both nin. Why is he so much stronger? Uchiha Shi's eyes sparkled with delight as she clasped her hands over her heart, expressing, Qianxuan-kun is truly remarkable. At that moment, Uchiha Tiehua, puzzled, inquired, Qianxian, why is your flame azure? Qianxian was taken aback, about to respond when Uchiha Shi interjected, Brother Tiehua, you weren't paying attention in class, were you? The blue flame signifies that Qianxuan-kun is a ninja with a highly fused wind and fire chakra. The wind's properties intensify the flame's form, ensuring a more vigorous combustion at a higher temperature. This is the transformation of chakra properties. Upon hearing this, Qianxian promptly fell silent. Indeed, she was correct. It seemed this little sister had paid quite a bit of attention in class. Uchiha Tiehua, unwilling to admit he had dozed off, pretended to have understood, saying, I see. That explains why Qianxuan's flames are so hot. It's the transformation of chakra properties. With the matter of the flame's color resolved, Qianxian returned to his task of developing ninjutsu. He unsheathed his long sword, raising it before him, and with a focused thought, azure flames spread from his palm to the blade. The entire sword glowed with azure fire, scorching the surrounding air, causing it to ripple and tousle Qianxuan's hair, revealing his determined yet delicate features. Feeling the harmless azure flames, Qianxian nodded slightly. The nature of the azure flames was at his command. In battle, they could incinerate souls, while in peace, they served as a healing flame, embodying versatility. Observing Qianxuan's captivating stance, Uchiha Shi and Uchiha Tiehua's eyes gleamed with admiration. A flicker of jealousy crossed Uchiha Tiehua's gaze. This guy, how can he be so handsome, stealing my spotlight? I too shall develop such ninjutsu. Uchiha Shi's eyes glimmered with greed. Qianxuan-kun, how dashing. I wish to elope with him. Fire release, flame dragon sky slash. A colossal azure dragon, approximately 10 meters long, erupted from Qianxuan's sword. Roar. The searing dragon charged toward the distant hillside. Boom. A violent explosion resonated through the forest, sending rocks tumbling and debris flying, raising a massive cloud of dust. Uchiha Tiehua's eyes widened in awe, his admiration for Qianxian deepening. This guy. His talent seems to surpass mine. Appo's truly enviable. Suddenly, a golden flash streaked across the sky, and a figure perched on a tree gazed in astonishment at the crater on the rock face. It was none other than Namake's Minato. Qianxuan-kun, that technique is terrifying. Qianxian was taken aback, wondering how he had drawn Minato's attention. Upon seeing the nearly 10-meter-wide crater, he realized his actions had indeed created quite a commotion. My apologies, Minato-senpai, for disturbing you. Not at all. Namake's Minato replied with a calm smile. His interest peaked as he observed the distant remnants. Such a formidable technique. I wonder if Qianxuan-kun has named it. If not, I shall call it Super-Dimensional Instant Flash Sky-Tearing Azure Dragon. Upon hearing this, Qianxuan's eyelids twitched as he quickly responded, Minato-senpai. I have already named it, and Appo's, Flame Dragon Sky Slash, and Appo's, thank you for your kind suggestion. Minato and Appo's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment, but he quickly gave a thumbs up, praising. Not bad, Qianxian. Your naming talent is on par with mine. Qianxian awkwardly smiled, refraining from challenging Minato's naming prowess. Since Qianquan is engrossed in developing ninjutsu, I shall not intrude further. Farewell. As soon as the words left his mouth, Namake's Minato formed seals and vanished. Uchiha she watched Minato and Appo's disappearing figure with a wary expression. That blonde. He hugged Qianquan earlier, and I did not. With that, Qianxian resumed his training, focusing on enhancing his physical strength and meditation to increase his chakra reserves. Squats, long-distance running, swimming, push-ups. He attempted every conceivable exercise in search of a method to swiftly improve his physical capabilities. Uchiha Tiehua, feeling bored, yawned and expressed his desire to leave. He glanced at Uchiha Shi and said, Shi, since Qianxian is training, let us not disturb him. Shall we take our leave? Uchiha Shi shot him a glance, replying coolly, You may go back. I wish to observe Qianquan's training methods. Uchiha Tiehua's expression fell, mumbling quietly, What is so special about Qianxian? He is not as handsome as I am. Seeing Uchiha Shi sit beside Qianxian, Tiehua reluctantly decided to stay. He continued to watch while whistling. As Uchiha Shi listened to the incessant noise beside her, her expression grew darker. This guy is as annoying as that blonde. He is driving me insane. Brother Tiehua. Uchiha Tiehua turned to see the swirling, flame-like tomo of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, and he was utterly entranced. Uchiha Shi smirked slightly, nodding in satisfaction. The divine inscription. Splendid. It can completely turn a person into my puppet, releasing their mind at will without them noticing anything amiss. Only during control does it consume ocular power. The stronger the individual, the weaker the control effect. What a pity. She addressed Uchiha Tiehua. Uchiha Tiehua, go back to the camp and rest. Yes. Uchiha Tiehua. His expression vacant, immediately complied, rolling away from the training ground. Qianxian, observing Uchiha Shi's sweet smile as she commanded Uchiha Tiehua to leave, was astonished that he actually followed her orders. Qianxian incredulously regarded the two. Uchiha Shi seemed like a deranged lunatic, while Uchiha Tiehua appeared to be a sycophant. Their personalities indeed seemed destined to create a peculiar dynamic. Imagining Uchiha Shi wielding a whip to chastise Uchiha Tiehua caused Qianxian to chuckle. However, he was unprepared for Uchiha Shi's gaze, which brightened as she watched Uchiha Tiehua obediently follow her commands. Qianquan, hee. Uchiha Shi's face revealed a morbid greed, her throat swallowing as she contemplated. Qianquan, you belong to me. She was about to showcase her kaleidoscope Sharingan again to employ her ocular technique, when suddenly she regained her senses. No, I cannot do this. Qianquan would not appreciate such behavior. He would despise me. Reflecting on the potential consequences, she felt a deep sorrow, her countenance filled with despair. Meanwhile, Qianxian, observing Uchiha Shi from the corner of his eye, felt a chill run down his spine. One moment she laughs, the next she cries, What a lunatic! Fearing solitude with her, Qianxian hastily gathered his belongings. I've finished training. I'm leaving first. With that, he departed down the narrow path without looking back. Uchiha Shi, finally regaining her senses, hurriedly followed. Qianquan, wait for me. I'm afraid to be alone. You, a lunatic who has harmed so many, are afraid? I'm the one who should be terrified. Qianxian did not wait for her, quickening his pace. Along the way, he spotted Uchiha Tiehua tumbling about. What a lunatic! Qianxian muttered silently, breaking into a light jog. Chapter 10, You're finished. Upon arriving, Uchiha Shi gazed at the vanishing silhouette of Qianxian, then turned her attention to the writhing Uchiha Tiehua, her anger palpable. With a swift kick to his rear, she exclaimed, Get up, you good for nothing. Uchiha Tiehua sprang to his feet, standing erect. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Shi gradually quelled her inner fury, subsequently revealing a sweet smile. Release. Uchiha Tiehua's eyes gradually regained their luster as he looked at Uchiha Shi, asking, Shi, shall we return? Indeed. Let us go. No need to wait for that brat Qianxian. Uchiha Tiehua cheered, under the impression that Uchiha Shi had lost interest in Qianxian. Uchiha Shi's expression darkened, and she suppressed the urge to activate her divine power once more. The precious ocular energy should not be wasted on this fool. It would be better utilized to safeguard young Master Qianxian in the future. As she planned Uchiha Tiehua's future, Uchiha Shi's mood brightened, and she chuckled. Brother Tiehua, let us hasten our return. Oh, of course. Uchiha Tiehua, beaming with excitement, began to jog energetically like a foolish deer. While the surrounding situation had stabilized, routine patrols were still essential. The trio composed of Qianxian, Uchiha Shi, and Uchiha Tiehua commenced their patrol along the predetermined route. With the war ongoing, everyone remained vigilant, executing their duties with utmost diligence. Although Qianxian was also on a mission, he combined training with patrolling. Qingyan, instant body technique. In an instant, Qianxian vanished from his position, leaving behind a swirling blue flame. Witnessing this, Uchiha Tiehua formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Boom. The moment the crimson fireball collided with the blue flame, it erupted violently, scattering embers in all directions. Alarmed, Uchiha Taihua hurriedly dodged. Qian Xian, your flames are too perilous. I'm out. Without uttering a word, Qian Xian turned to Uchiha Shi. Since Uchiha Taihua was infatuated with her, it would be easy to command him as long as he cultivated a good rapport with Uchiha Shi. Although there was considerable risk in dealing with her, they were already a team, and the potential danger was already present, so he might as well exploit it further. As anticipated, upon seeing Qian Xian seek her assistance, Uchiha Shi felt a surge of delight. Suppressing her shivers, she feigned a pleading demeanor. Brother Taihua, please, you're so powerful, and Qian Xian is so weak. If he encounters an enemy, he'll surely be harmed. Have mercy on him, won't you? Gazing at Uchiha Shi's endearing expression, Uchiha Taihua's lingering fears dissipated, and he responded with exuberance. No problem. Leave it to me. Thank you, Brother Taihua. Qian Xian looked at Uchiha Taihua with pity. Poor Taihua, so easily manipulated. Shaking off his thoughts, Qian Xian continued his training, with Uchiha Taihua cooperating beside him. Just as they were engrossed in their practice, a small squad suddenly appeared in the distance. The trio quickly halted, watching warily. Qian Xian's eyes spun with the double tomo, swiftly discerning the identities of the newcomers. It's the hidden cloud ninjas. A surge of excitement coursed through him. Having developed his ninjutsu for half a month with little real combat, encountering the hidden cloud was the perfect opportunity to test his skills. He turned to his companions and said, Brother Taihua, Shi, keep an eye on me while I test my ninjutsu on them. Uchiha Shi had no objections, but Uchiha Taihua felt apprehensive. Isn't that a squad of Chunin? Can you defeat them? Before Qian Xian could respond, Uchiha Shi interjected, Qian Xian has slain Jonin. Mere Chunin cannot harm a hair on his head. Qian Xian smiled faintly, reassuring them, don't worry, I'll be fine. Just watch out for any ambush. All right, Qian Xian, you go ahead. Uchiha Taihua nodded in agreement. Without delay, Qian Xian formed hand seals and vanished. Basic instant body technique. The hidden cloud ninjas spotted a Konoha youth charging toward them, erupting in laughter. The Konoha brat has come to his doom. Haha, that little one is mine. No, let me have a go. My great blade is eager for action. A ninja from the hidden cloud, unable to contain himself, rushed toward Qian Xian with a wicked grin. The others cursed him under their breath. What a reckless fool, charging in without a word. Lightning release, thunderstrike, crackle. The rogue ninja approached Qian Xian, who appeared paralyzed with fear and stood motionless. The ninja envisioned tearing apart this Konoha brat, laughing even more maniacally. Crackle. As lightning crackled around him, he swung a powerful fist aimed at Qian Xian's face. Crack. A fierce gust of wind sliced through the air with a deafening explosion. Brat, I claim your head. Boom. However, to his shock, as his punch made contact with Qian Xian, he suddenly transformed into a mass of blue flames. The instant they collided, the blue flames erupted, splattering all over him. What is this flame? A searing heat that seemed to scorch his very soul surged into his mind, causing him to wail in agony. Uft. Qian Xian appeared behind him, his eyes gleaming coldly as he softly uttered, Qin Yan, blade technique. A blade of azure light surged forth, striking the rogue ninja with a heat comparable to molten lava. Pfft. A line of blood appeared on his neck, and his head was severed from his body. Damn Konoha brat. The arriving hidden cloud ninjas surrounded Qian Xian, their faces twisted with rage, as if they wished to devour him whole. A stout middle-aged ninja growled, Brat, I will tear you apart. Qian Xian slowly sheathed his sword at his waist, unfazed, and declared, Come forth, you ants. The hidden cloud ninjas were instantly incensed. You little brat, don't get too arrogant. Kill him. Avenge Su Ren. Kill. In the distance, Uchiha Taihua observed Qian Xian's graceful movements, fire igniting in his eyes. This kid is even more handsome than me. If Uchiha Taihua admitted to being outshone, Uchiha Shi was undoubtedly captivated as well. Her eyes glistened with moisture, her gaze dreamy, her cheeks flushed, and her lips parted slightly. Qian Xian, so handsome. Mine? Qian Xian's blue flame instant body technique and blue flame clone technique had made these hidden cloud ninjas suffer greatly. Once touched by the blue flames, they felt an excruciating pain that seared their very souls. Damn it, this hurts. Water release, water chaos wave. The stout Chunin unleashed the water technique once more, extinguishing the blue flames on his teammate, just as he came to the aid of his ally. Whoosh. Qian Xian appeared to his right, smiling as he softly remarked, Let us put an end to this game. Thank you for helping me test my ninjutsu. To allow you a dignified death, I shall unleash my strongest technique. The hidden cloud ninjas felt a chill run down their spines, cold sweat pouring down their backs. After their earlier encounter, they realized that Qian Xian was not someone to be trifled with. His methods were ruthless, his strikes swift and decisive, and his speed was staggering. This sensation was reminiscent only of the deceased Konoha White Fang. Terrifying. You scoundrel, die! The stout Chunin hurled a kunai imbued with lightning at Qian Xian. Yet Qian Xian easily deflected it with a single sword strike. Raising his sword with both hands in front of him, Chakra surged within him as he focused his gaze. A wave of searing energy, imbued with a suffocating aura of lethal intent, is beginning to manifest. The Flame Dragon and Amp, Appos, S. Sky-Splitting Slash. Chapter 11. The Azure Flame Swordsman. A 10-meter-long azure sword aura, infused with boundless killing intent, surged towards the position of the Yunin ninjas. Within their line of sight, they felt as though their entire bodies were enveloped by blades, scraping against their skin with agonizing intensity. The azure flames seeped beneath their skin, scorching their very souls. Kill. The Yunin ninjas did not yield. Despite the fear etched upon their faces, they charged forward with indomitable spirit towards Qianxian. Boom. Sizzle. In an instant of contact, the Yunin warriors were engulfed by the azure flames, vanishing without a trace. Not even a single scream escaping their lips before they were reduced to cinders. Thank you for your hospitality. Qianxian slowly sheathed his sword, gazing calmly at the azure inferno. Whoosh. Whoosh. Uchiha Shi and Uchiha Tiehu swiftly approached Qianxian's side. Uchiha Tiehu, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Qianxian, could you teach me that move? Qianxian paused. Which move? The one you just executed. Uchiha Tiehu mimicked a sword stance with a kunai. You won and Appos, be able to. How do you know I can if you haven't taught me? Then you must practice swinging a sword 100,000 times. What? 100,000 times. Uchiha Tiehu stared blankly at Qianxian's retreating figure. Uchiha Shi reminded him. Tiehu, let us go. Be cautious of Yunin reinforcements. Uchiha Tiehu snapped back to reality, hastily following. Oh right. Do you really mean 100,000 times? Indeed. Humph. Just wait. I will swing that sword 100,000 times. The silhouettes of the three gradually faded into the distance. Before long, more Yunin ninjas arrived for reinforcements. Observing the unyielding azure flames, someone quickly recognized Qianxian as the Uchiha who had previously slain a Yunin Jonin before AI. It's Uchiha Qianxian, that little demon with azure flames. Damn Uchiha, how dare he kill our comrades? A Jonin, after observing for a moment, remarked gravely. Uchiha Qianxian has engaged with our comrades for a brief time, yet it seems his strength has significantly increased. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. Damn Konoha, another genius ninja has emerged. They say Uchiha Qianxian is only 14. Suddenly, the Jonin added, Uchiha Qianxian is not from Konoha. He hails from our land of thunder. He was once one of our citizens, only later taken by Konoha. This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd, deepening their astonishment. Our citizen? A traitor? We must report to Lord Raikage and classify him as a rogue ninja. The Jonin waved his hand, silencing the uproar. Uchiha Qianxian was taken to Konoha at a very young age, and Lord Raikage is aware of his existence but has been unable to make contact. When the time comes, Lord Raikage will surely bring him back, and at that time, we Yunin will possess the Sharingan as well. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded fervently, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Though they loathed Qianxian, they welcomed the prospect of the Sharingan. After all, they had suffered greatly at the hands of its power on the battlefield. They had witnessed its might firsthand. How they wished that day would arrive sooner. Meanwhile, on Qianxian's side, he reported the encounter with the Yunin squad to Minato Namikaze, who dismissed it as a minor skirmish and instructed Qianxian to rest. Qianxian returned to his tent, silently meditating to enhance his chakra. Though the amount of chakra generated through training and meditation was minimal, it was better than nothing. After all, he had no other means to boost his chakra at the moment. Taming a tailed beast was beyond his current capabilities. Moreover, after days of rigorous training, his chakra had significantly increased, rising from 0.8 to 1.0, a remarkable improvement. While Qianxian was immersed in meditation, Uchiha Tiehu was not idle, enthusiastically swinging a great sword. 1-2. Others in the camp watched Uchiha Tiehu's swordplay with curiosity. Aren't Uchihas known for their Sharingan and fire techniques? When did he start practicing swordsmanship? After observing for a while, they realized Uchiha Tiehu only knew a single sword strike and soon lost interest, dismissing him as a fool. Indeed, Uchihas were anything but ordinary. As time gradually passed, a month quickly slipped away. Qianxian frequently patrolled in teams, and his reputation soared after numerous battles. The tales of the Azure Flame swordsman spread through Yunin, and it was even said that no two Jonin could contend with him. Qianxian and Appos' status on the battlefield began to rise. However, the Yunin side grew increasingly wary of him. Whenever he appeared, they signaled for collective assaults. Qianxian, left with no choice, had to retreat. This rendered him a notable figure in the conflict between the land of fire and the land of thunder, second only to the powerful duo of AI and Minato Namikaze. Yet, Qianxian remained oblivious to all of this. He was solely focused on battle and presented a demeanor as cold as ice to outsiders. Apart from Uchiha Shi and Uchiha Tiehu, no one dared to approach him. Uchiha Shi's gaze was fixated solely on him, disinterested in the external circumstances, while Uchiha Tiehu was so engrossed in his swordsmanship that he remained oblivious to the world around him. The trio had become an existence detached from the flow of information. One day, as Qianxian was about to head out on patrol, a young ninja called out to him. Uchiha Qianxian, Lord Minato has summoned you. Qianxian halted and turned to the newcomer. What is it? The youth felt the chilling gaze of Qianxian, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. Is this the aura of a swordsman? Terrifying. Having trained in swordsmanship for an extended period, coupled with years of killing, Qianxian's presence and mindset had undergone a dramatic transformation since a month prior. Standing still, he resembled a blade sheathed in its scabbard. The eyes are the windows to the soul. Gazing into Qianxian's eyes, the youth sensed his indifference towards life, a profound apathy that treated all beings as equals. The longer he stared, the more anxious he became, hastily lowering his head. Lord Minato did not specify. You'll need to inquire further. Qianxian nodded and proceeded towards the central tent. Upon entering, he saw Minato Namikaze examining a letter. Upon noticing Qianxian's arrival, Minato smiled. Qianxian, the village has issued a command for you to escort a group of wounded back to the village. You must depart immediately. Understood. Minato approached Qianxian, speaking gently. Don and Amp, Oppos, TB so cold. You sound just like Kakashi. Qianxian was taken aback. Like Kakashi? He had known Kakashi since childhood. Kakashi was quite cheerful and gentle. He graduated from the Ninja Academy at 5 and became a Chunin at 6, so different from Qianxian, who had struggled. Kakashi was exceptionally gifted. However, after the death of Tsukumo Hatake, Kakashi had suddenly become withdrawn, allowing no one to approach him. He must be on a mission with the Umbu now, right? How could someone as dashing as him be likened to that reclusive child Kakashi? A forced, grim smile surfaced on Qianxian's face. Senior Minato, I am not like Kakashi. Minato chuckled, exasperated by Qianxian's expression. It seems you've spent too long on the battlefield. You've forgotten how to smile. Use this opportunity to rediscover your smile upon returning to the village. Qianxian's expression returned to normal. He too realized that he seemed to have lost the ability to smile. Could it be that the tension of the battlefield had rendered him expressionless? No. I'm too handsome. It would be a pity if no one ever saw my smile. Well then, Senior Minato, I take my leave. Go ahead. Chapter 12. Have you lost control? After Qianxian departed, Guofeng Shuimin pondered thoughtfully as he gazed at the letter in his hand. The return of the Qinyan Swordmaster to the village, it seemed that the title of Qinyan Swordmaster had a more melodious ring than that of the Yellow Flash. What name could possibly surpass that? Upon returning to the tent, Qianxian began to pack his belongings and approached the caravan. A middle-aged Jainin stood before him, saying earnestly, Qianxian, I look forward to your guidance on this journey. Taken aback, Qianxian wondered why a Jainin would seek the assistance of a Nin. Yet, seeing the sincerity in the Jainin's expression, he reluctantly agreed, reasoning that the journey home would be safe, requiring no intervention on his part. Rest assured, I shall ensure everyone's safety. At these words, the Jainin breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that with Qianxian, the security of the team was significantly bolstered. Qianchuankun, please take care of us. Suddenly, a clear and melodious voice rang out from the side. It was Uchiha Shi, her face alight with surprise upon seeing Qianxian, seemingly not expecting his return to the village. You're returning to the village too? Qianxian asked, astonished. He scanned Uchiha Shi's form. She appeared unscathed. Uchiha Shi, noticing Qianxian's gaze, instinctively straightened her posture for inspection. Hastily, Qianxian averted his eyes, reminding himself to be cautious, for one misstep could lead to trouble. Looking around, Qianxian inquired, where's Tiahua? Why isn't he here? Uchiha Tiahua was Uchiha Shi's loyal follower. It was inconceivable for her to depart without him. Brother Tiahua hasn't he received any orders and is still at the camp, she replied. Nodding, Qianxian said, Ah, I see. Everyone, prepare to set off. The Jainin called out. Qianxian leaped onto the last cart, with Uchiha Shi following closely. Just then, a weary Uchiha Tiahua dashed out from the camp. As he ran, he called out to the vanishing caravan. Shi, be careful. Make sure to eat well when you return. Don't be stingy. There is plenty of money in the box under my bed, saved by my brother. Take care of yourself. Sitting in the cart, Qianxian listened to the fading shouts, puzzled. Who was calling out? Uchiha Shi turned her head. It seems like a dog ran out barking its nothing. A dog? Qianxian wondered, perplexed. Could Inuzuka Aki's management be so poor that he couldn't even control a single dog? Shaking off his thoughts, Qianxian leaned against the cart's railing, relishing the rare moment of relaxation. Since arriving in this world, he had been on high alert, fearing he might be slain at any moment. Fortunately, consuming the phoenix fruit 2 months prior had dramatically altered his fate, significantly enhancing his strength. By his own assessment, he had already reached the level of a Jainin. With sufficient chakra, he could swiftly advance to elite Jainin or even the rank of Hokage. Moreover, the amount of chakra was intricately linked to the fruit's development. The greater the chakra, the stronger the recovery capabilities and elemental powers, possibly even awakening the fruit's true potential, rendering him virtually invincible. At that moment, Qianxian spotted a caravan approaching from the opposite direction. It was a team come for a handover, seeing several young shinobi among them. A shadow of unease crept into Qianxian's heart. Sandame, why aren't you on the battlefield? A young boy suddenly exclaimed upon spotting Qianxian, his eyes lighting up. The Qingyan Swordmaster. This declaration drew the attention of others in the team. It's true. I've seen his portrait. The Swordmaster is so cool. Qianxian was left utterly bewildered. When did he become a Swordmaster? This title sounded rather unflattering and even pretentious. The legendary Konoha White Fang never claimed to be a Swordmaster. How could he, who was not even an elite Genin, dare to adopt such a title? Turning to Uchiha Shi, Qianxian asked, "Are they referring to me?" Uchiha Shi, with a dazed expression, nodded. "It seems so. They are indeed looking at you." Qianxian felt equally confused. How could these youngsters know about him while he was oblivious at the front lines? The leading Genin turned back to Qianxian, chuckling. "What's the matter? Don't you know your own reputation?" Qianxian shook his head, realizing that Qianxian genuinely had no idea. The Genin proceeded to relay the title assigned to him by the hidden cloud. Upon hearing it, Qianxian felt a wave of despair wash over him. Wasn't this a case of being overpraised? He now understood why he had been summoned back to the village. It was due to the fear of his burgeoning fame. With a resigned expression, he anticipated that his return to the village would not be peaceful, especially with Danzo's malicious intent towards the Uchiha clan looming over him. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, Danzo was engaged in conversation with Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Hiruzen, once Qianxian returns, hand him over to me. I can surely make him loyal to the village." But Danzo, Qianxian has little interaction with the Uchiha. There's no need to be wary of him. Nevertheless, he is an Uchiha. That was forced upon him by Fugaku and the others. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen continually find reasons to counter him, Danzo's anger boiled over. "You will regret this, Hiruzen. I am the Hokage." Crash. In the land of fire, on a narrow path, the caravan advanced slowly. As they approached the village, the spirits of the group lifted. For none wished to linger on the battlefield. Home was where their hearts lay. Uchiha, she gazed gently at Qianxian. "Qianquan, what do you plan to do once we return?" After a moment of contemplation, Qianxian replied, "I intend to train." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shi's expression stiffened, and she lowered her head, murmuring. It seems Qianquan has forgotten, sensing the surge of resentment emanating from Uchiha Shi. Qianxian felt a chill run down his spine. Oh no, not again. Suddenly, he recalled the words spoken by the hidden cloud and hastily added, "Wait, I haven't finished. I also want to eat grilled fish, grilled meat, and spend time with you." She. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shi's head shot up, their eyes locking. She inched closer, while Qianxian felt an increasing sense of trepidation. "What are you doing? We're all minors." Ah! Out of nowhere, a wild boar burst from the nearby thicket, startling everyone. Seizing the moment, Qianxian declared, "She, stay put. I'll handle this." "No need, I'll do it." Before Qianxian could act, Uchiha Shi vanished from his side, reappearing atop the boar's carcass. Such speed. She nearly matched my own. Qianxian was astounded by Uchiha Shi's prowess. Although she often displayed a penchant for violence, she had never showcased such strength before. Could it be that she, like him, was concealing her true abilities? Is she perhaps planning something sinister? "Qianquan, what are you muttering about?" Uchiha Shi reappeared beside him, speaking softly. Qianxian quickly shook his head, forcing a calm demeanor. "Nothing, just surprised by your strength." Uchiha Shi leaned closer, her fragrant presence enveloping him as she whispered, "Qianquan, do you wish to know all my secrets?" "Every single one." "Not at all," Qianxian replied without hesitation. Seeing Uchiha Shi's expression darken, he quickly added, "Your secrets must be of great importance. They shouldn't be divulged lightly." Uchiha Shi's demeanor softened, and she smiled, wrapping her arms around Qianxian's neck. "But what if I insist on telling you, Qianquan?" Feeling the intensity of Uchiha Shi's chakra and emotional fluctuations, Qianxian stiffened. "What should I do? The situation seems off. Is she about to lose control?" Chapter 13. Summoned by the Daybreaker and by the undercover agent? Qianxian swallowed hard, feigning calmness as he said, "If that is the case, then do enlighten me. I shall keep your secret well." Uchiha Shi and Amp. Appo's eyes sparkled mischievously as she cupped Qianxian and Amp. Appo's face, her expression alluring. "Really? If you uncover my secret, you'll have to take responsibility for it." Responsibility? That was out of the question. His affections lay with mature women, not young girls. He resolutely refused to take on any obligations. Qianxian's hand subtly inched toward the hilt of his sword as he replied coolly, "Then I no longer wish to know." The aloofness in Qianxian and Amp. Appo's tone startled Uchiha Shi. She had overstepped. Her intention was merely to convey her feelings. But the outcome was unexpectedly contrary. Confused, she pondered, wasn't I following the script from the Queen of Whips Falls in Love with Me? That was how the male lead was ensnared. Noticing Uchiha Shi lost in thought, Qianxian assumed she was still unwell and gently removed her hand. "She, sit properly. We are about to enter the village." "Oh." Uchiha Shi complied, staring blankly ahead. Qianxian sighed in relief at her demeanor. The burden of war had evidently taken its toll, transforming a blossoming young girl into a bundle of nerves. "Third Hokage, you are beyond redemption." Soon, the group caught sight of the village. The injured veterans' faces lit up with joy. Oh yeah, we're home. Time for a hearty meal. I want ramen. I wish to take a bath. Upon reaching the entrance, a team of umbu stood guard. In times of peace, only a few lower-ranking ninjas would watch the gates. But now a full squad of umbu was stationed there, indicating that the war was still ongoing. The leading jonin approached an umbu member, forming hand signs as a signal. Without the correct sign, entry was forbidden and one could be mistaken for an enemy. With the signal confirmed, the umbu registered the group's information and allowed them to proceed. Qian returned to his home, nestled beside a forest and quite secluded. Initially, the Uchiha clan had intended to place him in a modest house on the outskirts of their territory, but Sarutobi Hiruzen intervened, assigning him to this remote location. It is worth noting that the current Uchiha territory was no longer on the outskirts, but at the heart of the village, having been pushed back only after the Ninetales incident. Homes in the center were exorbitantly priced. Ordinary folk would require many years to afford such properties. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen had deprived him of a residence of considerable value. However, Qian felt no sorrow, as the house was merely a temporary shelter. Living on the village and Appo's periphery also afforded him the convenience of training in peace, free from interruptions, except, of course, for Uchiha. The house was small yet fully equipped, albeit covered in a thick layer of dust from neglect. Qian took up a broom and cloth, embarking on a thorough cleaning. After fetching water from the river to mop the floors and wipe away the grime, he had barely rested from a long day's work when someone came looking for him. An umbu member stood in the courtyard, calling out loudly, "Uchiha Qian. The third Hokage summons you." Qian stepped out of the house, responding, "Understood." With a whoosh, the umbu member vanished. Qian furrowed his brow, pondering what Sarutobi Hiruzen could want with him. Could it be that his reputation had grown outside, and the Hokage sought to suppress his rising prominence? Perplexed, he changed into a clean outfit and made his way toward the Hokage building in the village. Due to the war, many shops along the street had shuttered, leaving only a few food stalls open. Qian leisurely purchased a skewer of grilled meat. There was no time limit imposed by the third Hokage, so he felt no need to rush. After subsisting on military rations for so long, the grilled meat tasted delectable, prompting him to buy a few more skewers. Having saved a fair amount of money from completing missions and benefiting from village subsidies, his life was relatively manageable. At least he didn't have to endure expired food like Naruto. In the Konoha office, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed Qian, who was savoring his meal with gusto through a crystal ball, nodding slightly. It seemed Qian genuinely cherished the village. Although reclusive, he had formed bonds with it. His relationship with the Uchiha clan was rather neutral. Perhaps it was time to encourage him to engage more with his clan members. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Sarutobi Hiruzen dispelled the crystal ball technique, calling out, "Come in." Qian entered and saluted. "Hokage-sama, you summoned me?" "Indeed. I wish to inquire about the situation on the battlefield." Qian was somewhat puzzled. Hadn't he, the leading jonin, already reported on the battlefield affairs? Why did the Hokage need him to elaborate? Nonetheless, he complied and recounted the circumstances of the battlefield in detail. Once he finished speaking, Qian felt parched. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly asked, "What are your thoughts on your Uchiha teammates?" Qian paused, recalling Uchiha and Uchiha, perceiving them both as rather unconventional. One was a spirited girl, while the other was a sycophant. However, he surmised that Sarutobi Hiruzen was not seeking such a response. "Well, I believe that Uchiha and Uchiha are passionate individuals, willing to shoulder responsibilities, selflessly dedicated to the village. Their adherence to the will of fire reflects a profound reverence for our community." Qian rambled on with a stream of esoteric rhetoric. Yet, with each word he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes gleamed brighter. From Qian's words, he discerned a deep understanding of the will of fire, which Qian had effectively embodied, inspiring his fellow Uchiha to embrace the same ideals. It seemed that placing Qian with the Uchiha had unexpected benefits, enabling the clan members to embody the will of fire as well. Excellent. Very spirited. Sarutobi Hiruzen formulated a plan in his mind. He smiled warmly. "You have earned the title of Azure Flame's swordmaster on the battlefield, which has surprised both me and the villagers." Qian quickly feigned gratitude. "It is all due to the village's nurturing. Had the village not allowed me to enroll and provided for my needs, I would never have attained such strength." "Nonsense. If I had been taken by the land of lightning, I might have fared even better. Perhaps the only downside would be a beautiful girl each day. I simply cannot endure it." Hearing Qian's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt even more pleased. What a child who understood gratitude. "Danzo, you misjudged him. This Uchiha is as devoted to the village as Mirror." Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke meaningfully. "Qian, although you have returned from outside, you cannot deny your Uchiha bloodline. It would be beneficial for you to engage more with your clan members." Qian's thoughts raced, unsure of Sarutobi Hiruzen's true intentions. Was he suggesting that he act as a spy within the Uchiha, or was it a test to see if he could bond with them? With thoughts swirling in his mind, Qian hesitated. "Hokage-sama, I do not have much connection with the Uchiha clan. Our ties are limited to our shared surname. I regret that I cannot fulfill your request. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen struggled to contain his amusement. Good, good. After years of nurturing, we have finally produced another Uchiha akin to Mirror. Now that Qian had expressed his thoughts, Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer held back. Qian, do not speak so definitively. Qian raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Hokage-sama, do you have any instructions? Sarutobi Hiruzen opened the topic further. I need you to infiltrate the core of the Uchiha and assist me in monitoring them. Qian feigned astonishment and inquired, why must we monitor them? Are we not all inhabitants of the same village? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in agreement and replied, indeed, we are members of this village. However, a small faction within the Uchiha clan has succumbed to external temptations, poised to betray our community at any moment, and they are actively enticing others. Their actions could inflict tremendous harm upon the village, and I must extinguish this nascent threat before it flourishes. With that, he cast a penetrating gaze towards Qian. Qian, can I truly trust you? Qian inhaled deeply, seemingly inspired by Sarutobi Hiruzen's fervor, his spirit ignited. I shall defend the village to the death. Yet, inwardly he mused. Defend a mere carrot? At the very least, I want to end Oppos, flee when the time comes. Chapter 14, The Double Agent Program. Initiate. Excellent. You seem quite spirited. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed. Followed by, from now on, focus on that girl named Uchiha Su. Exercise caution. Yes, thank you for your concern, Hokage-sama, Qian replied, his face brimming with gratitude. Almost wishing to lay down his life for Sarutobi Hiruzen. With a slight nod, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. All right, you may take your leave to rest. There is no rush with this matter. It requires a gradual approach. There are still tasks awaiting you. And I will do my best to assign you to work alongside Uchiha Su. Understood. Qian inwardly cursed, realizing he would be paired with that eccentric Uchiha Su. Just wait, Sarutobi, you won't have it easy. As Qian exited the office, Danzo emerged from behind a nearby screen. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a somewhat triumphant glance at Danzo. Danzo, what do you think? Are you reassured now? You will come to regret this. Danzo retorted. Without further ado, he stormed out, leaving the third Hokage puffing on his pipe. Upon departing the Hokage's office, Qian strode down the street, seething with rage. Damn Sarutobi Hiruzen. He fears Uchiha will avoid him, yet he insists I delve deeper. Does he wish for my demise to come swifter? He muttered incessantly. Qian. Suddenly, a cheerful voice called out. Turning around, he found Uchiha Su beaming at him. Su, weren't you supposed to be resting? Why are you out again? Qian inquired. Curiosity piqued. I came to find you. The clan leader wishes to meet you. Do you have time? Uchiha Su replied with a smile. After pondering for a moment, Qian thought it wouldn't hurt to visit. He had only been to the Uchiha clan's territory once, when he was first brought back. Now, he had the chance to learn more about them. I have time. I wonder what they want with me. Uchiha Su spoke earnestly. Of course, it's a reward. You've brought quite a bit of prestige to the Uchiha name, and even the clan leader has expressed his admiration. Qian nodded thoughtfully, perhaps sensing his worth rising. The Uchiha clan was beginning to court him, unlike before when they seemed indifferent. In that case, let us proceed. Yes, once we finish our discussion, we can enjoy a relaxing bath together. I want to give you a massage, Qian. Uchiha Su said with anticipation. Qian sighed in resignation, choosing not to respond. The two arrived at the Uchiha clan's territory, primarily managed by the Uchiha clan members, with many clad in attire adorned with a ping-pong paddle pattern. As they approached the entrance, an Uchiha guard spotted them. A young man with brown hair suddenly shouted at Qian, Jinhao, I challenge you. Caught off guard, Qian was left bewildered. Are all Uchiha members insane? Challenging me out of the blue. And that name is so embarrassing. Can you not call me that? Uchiha Su intervened. Inaho, Qian is a guest of the clan leader. Do not be rude. However, Uchiha Inaho was unfazed. No. You must accept my challenge to meet the clan leader, otherwise, you cannot enter. Uchiha Su's expression darkened, and she brandished a kunai. Would you like me to spar with you? Uchiha Inaho immediately grew cautious. Su, there and amp, Oppos. No need, I am not your match. Uchiha Su was a prodigy, having awakened her 3 Tomo Sharingan at a young age, while Inaho, with his 2 Tomo, knew he could not compete. At that moment, Qian recognized who Uchiha Inaho was. He was the elder brother of Uchiha Iron Fire, for years his junior. Qian recalled from the Naruto series that the eternal Mangeki Sharingan was formed by merging the Mangeki Sharingan of close kin. If both awakened their Mangeki Sharingan and one contributed theirs to the other, could they not create an eternal Mangeki Sharingan? However, upon further reflection, he deemed it impossible. After all, Uchiha Iron Fire was still a 1-tomo failure. Awakening the Mangeki would undoubtedly come at a cost. Uchiha Su spoke again, and Inaho, unable to oppose her, reluctantly let Qian pass, although his wary gaze betrayed his thoughts. Jinhao, I shall defeat you. During this time, Qian and Oppos, exploits on the battlefield had invigorated the Uchiha clan members, sparking curiosity among those who previously knew little about him. Now that they encountered him in person, they found he was merely a child younger than themselves and would not easily concede. Inside the Uchiha Fugaku's residence, Qian sat cross-legged on a tatami mat. Facing him was a middle-aged man with shoulder-length hair and a square face, Uchiha Fugaku. Beside him was a young child, Uchiha Itachi. It was only now that Qian became aware of Uchiha Itachi's presence, suspecting this individual would one day annihilate the Uchiha clan. According to fan fiction he had read, Uchiha Itachi had killed others, including his own parents, to ensure his younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke, could live peacefully in the village. This man was merciless and should not be spared. Qian calmly assessed Uchiha Itachi while contemplating whether he should correct him or eliminate him. Uchiha Itachi curiously regarded Qian. Is this the Qing Yin Jianhao? What an impressive aura. Seeing Qian's unwavering gaze on Itachi, Uchiha Fugaku assumed Qian was interested in his son and introduced, Qian-kun, you seldom visit the clan. Allow me to present my son, Itachi. He is 3 years old this year. Qian nodded, affirming, this child, Itachi. I have a premonition that he will achieve something remarkable that will resonate throughout the ninja world. He is destined to be remembered in history. Uchiha Fugaku, misinterpreting Qian and Appo's words as praise for Itachi, humbly replied, though Itachi possesses some talent, he is still far from what you describe, Qian-kun. There is much he must learn. Qian forced a smile, shifting his focus away from Itachi and inquiring, clan leader, may I ask the purpose of your summons? Uchiha Fugaku pondered briefly before responding, since your return from the land of lightning, the clan has not shown you sufficient attention. After discussions with the elders, we have decided to provide you with ample support to make up for our past neglect. I hope you will not refuse this belated gesture of goodwill. One should never refuse a gift. Qian thought, ready to feign modesty. He quickly nodded. There is no need for formalities, clan leader. The clan and Appo's kindness in rescuing me from the dire circumstances of the land of lightning is already a tremendous favor. The clan owes me nothing. Uchiha Fugaku, relieved to see Qian and Appo's sincerity, felt a weight lift from his heart. Previously, Qian had merely been a Tsutomu, with decent talent, but not particularly outstanding compared to some clan members. The involvement of the third Hokage and others had made it even more challenging to secure Qian's allegiance. Now that Qian's reputation and strength had risen, Fugaku and the elders convened overnight to devise a plan to draw him closer to the clan. Moreover, with Uchiha Su's favorable relationship with Qian, they might leverage that connection. Once Qian fully aligned himself with the Uchiha, he might even be able to relay intelligence back to the third Hokage. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but admire his own cleverness. What a brilliant strategy. Chapter 15, Evolution. Kingswanjin later. Xia will take you to the family and Appo's library. You may browse through everything except the forbidden techniques, the clan leader stated. Upon hearing this, Qian quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed clan leader. I vow to protect the Uchiha. The Uchiha clan leader nodded slightly and allowed Qian to leave. Upon exiting the house, Qian found Uchiha Xia waiting for him. Come, I shall escort you to the library, where many useful ninjutsu await you. Qian felt a surge of anticipation. His current plan was to cultivate techniques that would enhance his chakra and physique. After all, a greater chakra capacity would bolster his physical prowess, thereby amplifying the power of the devil fruit he had consumed. They ventured to the back of the clan grounds, entering an ancient building. The flickering candlelight illuminated shelves laden with scrolls. Qian casually picked up one scroll. C-rank ninjutsu, great fireball technique. He quickly set it down and began to examine others. Uchiha Xia also entered the library to peruse the scrolls, being a prodigy of the Uchiha. She had already received permission. However, she had visited this place before and was mainly here to accompany Qian. He confided in her his objectives and requested her assistance in searching. Qian soon spotted some familiar Uchiha fire techniques, such as the Phoenix Flower Jutsu and the Great Fire Dragon technique. The library was predominantly filled with fire techniques. Kingswanjin, I believe I have found a technique that meets your requirements, Uchiha Xia suddenly announced, lifting a slightly worn scroll. Qian hurriedly set down the scroll he was holding and approached her to take it. Upon closer inspection, Uchiha Xia explained, this technique has no rank, and its creator is unknown. However, after searching thoroughly, this is the only technique that seems suitable for you. I wonder if it piques your interest. After reviewing the scroll, Qian and Appo's heart soared with excitement. The technique was called Reverse Meridian Technique, a method designed to enhance chakra capacity. It involved training the body and utilizing chakra to damage one's own meridians, thereby increasing their capacity. The defining characteristic of this technique was the continuous reversal and reconstruction of the meridians. The meridians are crucial for a ninja, second only to the heart. Any damage to them would impact a ninja and Appo's potential. However, this posed no challenge for Qian, who had consumed the invincible healing phoenix fruit. Reconstructing his meridians was merely a trivial matter. This is the one, Qianxian declared decisively. Uchiha Xie expressed concern. King Xuanjin, you must consider this carefully. The side effects of this technique are severe. While reversing meridians is relatively easy, reconstructing them is quite difficult and time-consuming. Fear not, I have my ways, Qianxian replied. What I need you to do is keep my acquisition of this technique a secret. Though somewhat puzzled by his request, Uchiha Xie agreed. Rest assured, King Xuanjin, I will safeguard your secret. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. King Xuanjin, since I now know your secret, why not share one of mine in return? Qianxian quickly waved his hands. Stop right there. As I mentioned before, your secrets are yours to keep. He had not forgotten that Uchiha Xie had previously said she would hold him accountable if he learned her secret. Upon hearing Qianxuan's refusal, Uchiha Xie lowered her head in disappointment, but her expression soon brightened. I have already discovered one of your secrets, and that is progress. Qianxian selected the reverse meridian technique, along with a few ordinary ninjutsu and copies of sword techniques, before departing the Uchiha clan grounds alone, declining Uchiha Xie's farewell. Meanwhile, at Uchiha Fugaku's residence, Uchiha Xie approached him. Clan leader, Uchiha Qianxian has selected some ordinary fire ninjutsu. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow. Qianxian had only chosen ordinary fire techniques, suggesting he did not hold Uchiha and Appo's goodwill in high regard. It seemed he would need to win Qianxian over in other aspects. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Fugaku slowly stated, as his teammate, you must gather more information about him. Yes, clan leader, she replied. Qianxian returned to his courtyard with the reverse meridian technique and began his training. Maintaining a half-squat position, his spine arched like a dragon's bow. He formed the Wei seal with both hands against his dantian. Qianxian softly recited the incantation, gradually spreading his legs shoulder-width apart, knees slightly bent in a horse stance. His back tightened like a taut bowstring, and his long fingers formed intricate seals at his dantian. Leaves in the courtyard began to swirl around him, seemingly animated by an invisible force. By inducing high-frequency micro-vibrations in his leg muscles, Qianxian gritted his teeth as his calf muscles trembled at an imperceptible rate. Suddenly, a sharp, burning sensation surged from the Yongquan point beneath his feet, and a spiraling chakra burst forth like a dragon emerging from the water, coursing upward through his meridians. Ugh! Qianxian groaned as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Wherever the chakra passed, it felt as though his meridians were being seared by a scorching iron. As the energy surged to his waist, his Sharingan involuntarily activated, two tomos spinning wildly in his crimson pupils, hinting at a transformation. A heart-wrenching cry startled the birds in the forest. Qianxian collapsed to the ground, his fingers digging deep into the earth. The raging chakra manifested as a tangible azure flame, shredding the surrounding leaves into powder. He felt his entire network of meridians twisting and convulsing, as if thousands of venomous ants were gnawing at his marrow. It was agonizing. However, just as his meridians were on the brink of collapse, the azure flames quietly emerged. The flames slithered like a spirit snake through his damaged meridians, slowly mending the scorched fissures, only to be torn apart again by the violent surge of chakra. Damage, reconstruction, then damage again, and yet again reconstruction. His meridians endured this almost brutal cycle of refinement, each healing making them stronger. Time passed, and Qianxian gradually adapted to this near self-inflicted torturous training method. The pain remained ever present. Each surge of chakra against his meridians felt like countless fine blades scraping through his body. Yet, in contrast to the initial excruciating agony, he could now at least grit his teeth and endure. Moreover, he was pleasantly surprised to find that through the continuous cycle of damage and reconstruction, the strength of his meridians was increasing at an astonishing rate. The formerly fragile vessels had transformed into resilient vines that could withstand more violent chakra surges, while also accommodating greater amounts of chakra. Suddenly, Qianxian perceived a different vista before him. The distant stream appeared to slow to a crawl, with each droplet of water splashing visible in exquisite detail, and the trajectory of falling leaves was dissected into slow-motion frames before his eyes. This newfound insight was far more acute than during his two-tomo phase, even bestowing upon him a fleeting illusion of time standing still. Could it be? A startling hypothesis flashed through his mind. He rushed to the stream's edge and leaned down to gaze at the water's surface. Reflected in the clear stream was a slightly pale, yet handsome face. And in those scarlet eyes, 3 pitch-black tomo gleamed unmistakably. 3 tomo had truly evolved. Qianxian was momentarily stunned before he could not help but burst into laughter. He had initially believed that the evolution of the Sharingan could only be triggered by extreme emotional stimuli, such as witnessing the death of a loved one. Wasn't it amp, Appo's, that how it was depicted in countless fanfictions? Who could have imagined that pure physical suffering could also break the shackles of the Sharingan? It seems those fanfiction authors may not have been entirely correct. Chapter 16. Evolution once more? Qianxian retracted his Sharingan and silently utilized the blue flames to mend his internal injuries. During this process, he sensed that the healing properties of the blue flames had become astonishingly effective, seemingly linked to the increase in chakra. Indeed, the enhancement of chakra could elevate the capabilities of the immortal phoenix fruit. Qian pondered deeply, clenching his fists. A flicker of fervent light flashed in his eyes. If I continue this training, perhaps one day, I shall truly become an immortal being. Even if there remains but a drop of blood or a fragment of flesh, I shall be reborn from the ashes. By then, no shadow-level warrior, tailed beast, or even the legendary sage of 6 paths could contend with me. Once his injuries were healed, Qian retrieved the long sword that lay beside him. This sword, named after himself, was crafted at the cost of 200,000 ryo, modeled after the Long Quan's sword from his past life memories. Its blade was long and glimmered with a cold light, having accompanied him in countless battles. However, after enduring the ravages of war, the edge was now riddled with numerous fine nicks. A few more intense battles, and it might very well be rendered useless. I must strive to earn more money. Qian sighed helplessly. Uchiha Dawa, I shall challenge you. Just as he was about to immerse himself in the sword techniques he had borrowed from the Uchiha library, a voice filled with combat intent suddenly rang out. Looking up, he saw Uchiha Dawa standing at the gate, glaring at him with an arrogant expression. Qian initially intended to decline, but suddenly remembered. This fellow is quite wealthy. As an elite of the Uchiha clan, with no special expenses, he must have saved a considerable sum over the years. A fat sheep has come to my door. Qian and Appo's eyes sparkled with delight. Ahem. He feigned hesitation, saying, challenging me is not out of the question, but what? Daohua and Appo's eyes brightened at Qian and Appo's apparent willingness to accept the challenge, eagerly approaching him with a piercing gaze. Recently, I have been a bit short on cash, so I was hoping to borrow some from you. Qian flashed an innocent smile. Daohua waved his hand nonchalantly. No problem. How much do you need? Qian replied expectantly. How much do you have? Well, Daohua scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. Only 500,000 ryo. Hearing this, Qian nearly burst into laughter. This orphan, relying on low-level missions, had managed to save 300,000 ryo, yet this fellow claimed to have only 500,000? He must have squandered his money on the pleasure district. I disdain you. Noticing Qian and Appo's slightly disdainful gaze, Daohua quickly changed the subject. How much do you want to borrow? All of it, Qian exclaimed. For in crafting a fine sword, more money was certainly better. No way, Daohua outright refused, adding, I can only lend you 200,000. The rest I need to save. Save for what? Qian retorted impatiently. Money is meant to be spent. If not, it's merely waste paper. However, Daohua remained unmoved, asking, do you want it or not? Yes. When will you repay me? When I have money, Qian replied casually. Daohua stared blankly at him. What if you never get any money? Interrupting his thoughts, Qian insisted, go get the money, and we'll begin the match. Imagining the prospect of stepping on the blue flame swordsman, Daohua's blood surged, and he hurriedly dashed home to retrieve the funds. What blue flame swordsman? Prepare to be my defeated opponent. Qian continued to practice with the sword technique manual. The Uchiha's predecessors possessed remarkable skills. These manuals were indeed commendable, and he gleaned much from them. Coupled with his developed blue flame ninjutsu, Qian also endeavored to learn and innovate sword techniques suited to him. Seizing the opportunity while Daohua fetched the money, he delved deeper into the sword technique manual. After half an hour, Daohua returned, panting heavily, slapping a stack of bills into Qian's hands. Let us begin. Qian lazily tucked the money away and drew his longsword. Noticing that his opponent hadn't even activated his Sharingan, Daohua's anger flared. How dare you underestimate me? Qian secretly chuckled. He was not being arrogant. Rather, he intentionally concealed the power of his 3-tomo Sharingan. After all, in this sensitive time, revealing his trump card too soon would only attract unnecessary trouble. Furthermore, even without using the Sharingan, with his swordsmanship and the power of blue flames, he was confident in defeating Daohua. Enough chatter, bring it on. Qian provocatively flicked the tip of his sword. Fire release, great fireball technique. Daohua shouted angrily, his double tomo Sharingan spinning rapidly, forming seals before unleashing a fireball the size of a human head. Qian smirked, swiftly sheathing his sword and forming hand seals. Fire release, blue flame, great fireball technique, scorching sun. In an instant, a blue fireball the size of a small room surged forth, twisting the air and creating waves of heat. Daohua's fireball collided with it, akin to a cow plunging into the sea, instantly engulfed. How is this possible? Daohua's eyes widened in terror as he beheld the oncoming blue fireball, the aura of death looming. His pupils contracted sharply, and despite the frantic rotation of his double tomo Sharingan, he could not perceive any flaws. Am I to die here? The thought barely crossed his mind when an unprecedented surge of intense emotions erupted in his chest. Resentment, anger, fear. These emotions spewed forth like lava, scorching his nerves. In that moment of life and death, time seemed to stretch infinitely. What a joke. How can I die here? Boom. Accompanied by a roar from the depths of his soul, Daohua's double tomo suddenly warped violently, and a third tomo began to form in his crimson pupils. The world, at that moment, became exceedingly clear. The trajectory of the blue fireball unfolded before him as if deconstructed. I see it. The three-tomo Sharingan activated to its fullest. Daohua's body twisted at an astonishing angle, narrowly evading the fireball's edge. The scorching airwave instantly carbonized his sleeve, leaving his exposed arm marred with burn marks. Yet he ultimately dodged this lethal strike. Huff! Huff! Daohua knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, cold sweat beading on his forehead. But soon, a grin of wild joy spread across his face. Three-tomo. Qianxian was equally taken aback. His intention was merely to teach this arrogant clansman a lesson, yet he inadvertently catalyzed the evolution of Daohua's Sharingan. Observing the three-tomo spinning in Daohua's eyes, Qianxian couldn't help but chuckle wryly. I've truly messed up. Ha! Daohua suddenly laughed uproariously. Qianxian, I must thank you. As a reward, allow me to show you the true power of the three-tomo. Before his words had even faded, Daohua's figure vanished abruptly. Enhanced by the three-tomo, his body flickered with astonishing speed, appearing behind Qianxian in the blink of an eye, a kunai aimed directly at his back. Clang! Qianxian swiftly swung his sword to block, sending Daohua staggering back. He was inwardly astonished. The insight granted by the three-tomo was indeed extraordinary. Every movement Daohua made was now exponentially more precise than before. Chapter 17, Pua Daohua, The Art of Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique. Daohua swiftly formed seals, and dozens of fireballs surged from various angles. With the aid of the three-tomo Sharingan, each fireball's trajectory was exquisitely precise, completely obstructing Qianxuan's escape route. Qianxian, not daring to underestimate the situation, finally took it seriously. He traced an elegant arc with his sword, as azure flames flowed along the blade. Azure flame flow, waltz. This technique, gleaned from the recent swordsmanship manual, was perfectly suited for the moment. The whirling sword energy transformed into azure fire rings, extinguishing all incoming flames. Yet, Daohua's onslaught did not cease. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly formed seals with both hands. Jinjutsu, the technique of Naruto's vision. The three-tomo Sharingan locked onto Qianxuan's eyes, and the potent delusion instantly invaded his mind. Qianxian felt darkness envelop him, momentarily witnessing a terrifying vision of being pierced by countless sharp blades. Humph! Qianxian grunted softly, as the azure flames within him instinctively defended their master, incinerating the invading chakra. In the blink of an eye, the illusion was shattered. However, in that fleeting moment of disorientation, Daohua's shuriken had already pressed against his throat. You have lost, Daohua declared triumphantly. Yet, Qianxian suddenly smiled. Is that so? Daohua's heart tightened. In the next instant, the Qianxian before him transformed into a mass of azure flames, emanating a chilling aura, as if ready to explode at any moment. The real Qianxian, unbeknownst to Daohua, had appeared 10 paces away, his sword pointed menacingly. A substitution technique? When did? The moment you cast your illusion, Qianxian replied, gently caressing the sword's body. The three-tomo Sharingan is indeed formidable, but your battle experience is still lacking. Surrender now, or that fireball before you will not spare you. Daohua stared at the beautifully menacing azure fireball. Feeling the palpable danger, he swallowed hard and then forced a wry smile. I concede. Despite the evolution of his Sharingan, he understood well that Qianxian had not exerted his full strength from the beginning. The mysterious azure flames, the unfathomable swordsmanship, and the Sharingan that had remained dormant throughout. Qianxian sheathed his sword, a playful smile gracing his lips as he leisurely remarked, You truly have had a stroke of luck this time, evolving into three-tomo. As for the money I borrowed from you, consider it a congratulatory gift. Upon hearing this, Daohua's face flushed crimson, momentarily lost in the joy of his evolution. Why? That was my savings accumulated over half a year. Qianxian raised an eyebrow, an expression of naive incredulity on his face. If it weren't for me, would your Sharingan have evolved? Do you know how many people outside are yearning for such an opportunity and cannot attain it? So should I thank you? Daohua glared at Qianxian through gritted teeth. The newly acquired three-tomo allowed him to see the insufferable expression on Qianxian and Appo's face more clearly. Indeed, Qianxian nodded matter-of-factly, crossing his arms in a self-righteous manner. You must know the value of the three-tomo Sharingan, right? On the black market, it's worth at least several 100,000 ryo. Daohua was momentarily taken aback, the three-tomo gradually ceasing their rotation. After a moment's contemplation, he suddenly realized that Qianxian had a point. With the evolution to three-tomo, not only could he apply for promotion to a jonin, but his standing within the clan would also soar. More importantly, the power boost brought by the three-tomo was tangible, far exceeding a mere 200,000 ryo. As he pondered this, Daohua and Appo's face turned even redder, though this time from embarrassment. He scratched his head, his voice unconsciously lowering. Qianxian, thank you. Qianxian could hardly contain his laughter. Look at that, he nearly killed him. and yet he still has to express gratitude. This delightful irony truly uplifted his spirits. No need for thanks, Qianxian waved dismissively, feigning magnanimity. But you must promise me one thing. Do not tell others that it was I who enabled your evolution. Daohua furrowed his brow in confusion. Why not? If I share this method with the clan, Wuden and Amp, Oppos, it benefit everyone? You fool, Qianxian rolled his eyes. If everyone sought to evolve through this method, the success rate aside, who knows how many clan members would perish in the process? Besides, do you think the clan leader would allow such a dangerous method to circulate within the clan? In truth, Qianxian harbored another concern he did not voice. He certainly did not wish to be challenged daily. If those yearning for power within the Uchiha clan discovered this method, his humble abode would likely be besieged. Daohua nodded in a manner that suggested partial understanding. All right then, you can rest assured, I won and Oppos, tell anyone. I and Oppos, just say. I suddenly evolved after a nap. Good, a teachable child, Qianxian remarked with satisfaction, patting Daohua on the shoulder, resembling an elder bestowing wisdom. He looked up at the setting sun, waving his hand. Let us go, the day is waning. Hurry home for dinner, and remember to report to the police department tomorrow. The matter of your 3 tomo cannot remain concealed. Oh, Daohua obediently acknowledged, turning to leave, but hesitated and looked back. Qianxian. What now? Qianxian had already turned to return indoors. Next time, can I still seek you out for a spar? Daohua and Oppos' eyes shone with anticipation. With his back to Daohua, Qianxian wore a sly smile. Of course, just remember to bring enough money. Observing Daohua and Oppos' jubilant departure, Qianxian shook his head gently. He felt the weight of the 200,000 ryo in his pocket, realizing that the funds for his new sword materials were assured. Yet, what intrigued him more was that today's experience validated his suspicions. The paths to evolving the Sharingan were likely far richer than the clan members imagined. The image of Daohua awakening his 3 tomo before the azure fireball flashed in his mind. The agony and terror of near death could indeed awaken the potential within the Uchiha. But what else? Qianxian narrowed his eyes, a bold idea surfacing. Perhaps extreme emotional stimuli extend beyond sorrow and pain? Humiliation, mockery, the rage of betrayal, he murmured to himself. Even, NTR? The moment that thought emerged, Qianxian and Oppos' face flushed crimson. He shook his head vigorously, as if trying to dispel some unhealthy notion. Cough, cough. What am I thinking? Suddenly, the iron pot on the stove clanged, pulling him back to reality. It was only then that Qianxian realized he had unconsciously wandered into the kitchen, still holding the freshly washed rice. Forget it. I should fill my stomach first. He hurriedly kindled the fire. The sound of the spatula clanging resonating in the stillness of the night. The moonlight flowed like water, quietly illuminating the modest wooden table. Qianxian arranged the golden, crispy creek fish alongside the tender bird egg custard, pouring a cup of his homemade wild fruit wine. The fish, freshly caught from the creek that evening, was grilled with azure flames, its skin charred and crisp while retaining its succulent juices. The custard, steamed from bird eggs found in the forest, was garnished with a few sprigs of wild scallions, releasing a fragrant aroma. Ah, yet another familiar meal. Qianxian chuckled self-deprecatingly. Since arriving in Konoha, such dinners had become a norm. Though this meal was quite satisfactory, the repetition had started to dull its appeal. Before becoming a ninja, the village's meager subsidies for orphans barely sufficed. Merely filling one's belly was a luxury, thus he had to be self-sufficient. He took a sip of fruit wine, the moonlight casting dancing shadows on the table through the glass. The distant chirping of insects accentuated the tranquility of the courtyard. Once I have money, Qianxian bit into the fish, the grease melting between his lips and teeth. I must indulge at the barbecue shop. The night breeze brushed against his forehead, tousling his bangs. Chapter 18. Reversal of life and death. Time flows like a swift stream, and in the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. The news of Uchiha Ina's 3 tomo Sharingan spread among the Uchiha clan, prompting many to seek his insights. However, he deftly evaded their inquiries with the excuse that he merely fell asleep and experienced an evolution. Although doubts lingered in their hearts, they ultimately attributed it to Ina's stroke of good fortune. In a quaint courtyard, Uchiha Sanzen was diligently honing his swordsmanship, accompanied by 2 guests, Uchiha Ina and Uchiha Hai. Dressed in a flowing white robe, with cascading black hair, Hai gently proposed to Ina. Brother Ina, it has been quite some time since our last spar. Shall we engage in a match today? Ina's face paled at her words, and he swiftly waved his hands. No need for that. Ever since she caught him frequently seeking Sanzen for duels, this seemingly gentle girl had taken to challenging him under the guise of offering guidance. The unfortunate genius with the 3 tomos found himself utterly powerless against Hai, and after several bouts, his fighting spirit was nearly extinguished. As their conversation unfolded, a sudden, crisp sound of metal fracturing pierced the air. Both turned towards the source to see Sanzen standing there with a bare sword hilt, his expression etched with helplessness. The blade lay shattered in several pieces upon the ground. Hai hurriedly approached, concern evident in her voice. Senzen-kun, are you all right? Senzen shook his head. I am fine. It is merely that this sword could not withstand the new techniques I have devised. He bent down to pick up a fragment of the broken blade, realizing that even ordinary materials have their limits. Gazing at the shattered sword, Hai suddenly suggested, "What if I ask Granny Cat for assistance? She could forge you a new sword using chakra metal." At her words, a spark of excitement flickered in Sanzen and Appo's eyes. Granny Cat, the overseer of the Nico clan, held a revered status among the Uchiha. The Nico, as unique contractual ninja beasts of the Uchiha, excelled in intelligence gathering, business operations, and even combat, proving to be versatile allies. Alas, Sanzen, being an outsider to the Uchiha, had no contractual ties with the Nico clan. Yet, he hesitated, "But Hai, it is far too precious. I cannot afford it." He felt a twinge of embarrassment, as if he were a freeloader. Hai responded with graciousness, "No worries. I will gift it to you. Then I thank you." Sanzen accepted her offer with a hint of shamelessness. After all, chakra metal was a rare treasure, and he could not let pride stand in the way of acquiring it. He could always find a way to reciprocate Hai later on. Ina, witnessing this exchange, stood in astonishment, envy flickering in his eyes. Weapons crafted from chakra metal were few and far between in the ninja world. The only one he knew of was Kakashi Hataki's short sword. "I wish I could have one as well," Ina muttered softly, aware that he lacked the same privilege. Hai turned to him with her gentle smile and tact. "Brother Ina, if you desire one, you may." No need." Ina hastily waved his hands, fearing another challenge. With the prospect of further training thwarted and Hai and Appo's generous offer of a chakra metal sword in mind, Sanzen boldly proposed a feast at the village and Appo's barbecue restaurant. After all, he was spending money borrowed from Ina, and he felt no remorse in doing so. The other two had no reason to decline and readily agreed. The trio arrived at Konoha and Appo's most renowned barbecue establishment, Akimichi and Appo's and just as they placed their orders, a hurried Uchiha clan member burst into the room. "Brother Ina, you must hurry to the hospital." Tetsu, the Uchiha member, hesitated, his expression heavy with concern. Upon seeing his demeanor, the three paused, chopsticks suspended in midair. Ina sprang to his feet, rushing out without even a farewell. "What has happened?" Hai intercepted the clan member, pressing for details. It turned out that Uchiha Tetsu had been ambushed by an elite squad from the Cloud Village on the front lines, sustaining severe injuries, and was currently being rushed to Konoha Hospital for emergency treatment. Exchanging glances, Sanzen and Hai silently set down their chopsticks. "We should go and see." Hai nodded in agreement, and the two made their way to Konoha Hospital. Following the directions, they found the hospital room where Ina stood before the bed, a brown-haired girl meticulously tending to the patient. Sanzen was taken aback. It was Rin Noera, the girl whose actions altered Uchiha Obito's life in the original narrative. At this moment, she was still a genin, learning in the hospital. Tetsu lay on the bed, his complexion pale and breathing so faint it was nearly imperceptible. "What is the situation?" Sanzen inquired in a hushed tone. Ina clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening. "The doctor said, a kunai pierced his heart. Whether he survives is in the hands of fate." Sanzen was taken aback. To endure such a grievous wound and still be alive was a testament to the Uchiha's extraordinary constitution. His gaze fell upon the blood-soaked bandages on Tetsu and Appo's chest. If he were to intervene, perhaps, to avoid disturbing the patient, the two soon departed the room. In the empty corridor, Sanzen fell into contemplation. To save him might reveal his unique ability, Qing Yan. Moreover, the injury to the heart was exceedingly delicate, and even with Qing Yan, success was not guaranteed. Yet, to stand idly by and watch a fellow clansman perish tugged at his conscience, as he and Tetsu had shared a bond as comrades. However, he was not the only one grappling with turmoil. Hai too was in a state of inner conflict. Her gaze flickered, her thoughts a tangled mess. Her left eye bore a unique D-jutsu known as the reversal wheel, capable of reviving someone who had not been dead for more than 3 days. However, it required the body to be intact, could only be used once every 3 months, and could not be applied to oneself. Utilizing it on the same individual would diminish the success rate. The first time was guaranteed, the second time only 50%, and the third time merely 30%. But Hai's eyelashes fluttered as her mind wrestled with itself. This technique was meant for Senzen-kun. Did that mischievous troublemaker even deserve it? Senzen-kun. Hai. They both spoke simultaneously, then paused in surprise. "You go first," Sanzen smiled warmly. "I have a way to save Brother Tetsu." Hai took a deep breath, and when she looked up, the 3 tomos in her eye transformed into an intricate kaleidoscope pattern. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting peculiar shadows upon her enchanting gaze. For a moment, Sanzen was taken aback, but then he relaxed and extended his palm. A swirl of azure flames danced in his hand, illuminating the astonished faces of both. It appeared they were indeed on the same wavelength. The azure flames brightened the dim corridor, harmonizing with the kaleidoscopic patterns in Hai and Appo's eyes. Chapter 19, Astonishing. The iron fire is prepared to make the world feel pain. After a brief exchange, Qian Xian learned about Shi's two-eye techniques, leaving him internally astonished. The Yesheng technique possesses the terrifying ability to alter the cognition and behavior of others, rivaling even the legendary Bai Shinshin. Meanwhile, the reverse wheel shatters the boundaries of life and death, enabling the resurrection of the deceased from the underworld. Despite its limitations of usage intervals and diminishing success rates, the capacity to reverse life and death is nothing short of miraculous. Qianxian could not articulate the origins of the immortal bird fruit, only stating that his Qin Yin possessed healing properties. Let us first attempt with my Qin Yin, he proposed, casting a glance at Shi and Amp, Appo's mesmerizing kaleidoscope-like eyes. If that fails, she summoned Daohua, claiming she had something important to convey. Daohua, visibly impatient, was compelled to swallow his words upon witnessing the solemn expressions of Qianxian and Shi. The three returned to Qinshuan's courtyard, where Daohua paced restlessly, the sound of his wooden clogs echoing on the tatami mats. Iron fire may not survive the night. He suddenly halted, pondering the gravity of the situation. Qianxian and Shi exchanged glances before calmly speaking. I have a way to save him. What? Daohua leaped forward, gripping Qianxian and Amp, Appo's wrist tightly. The three tomo in his crimson pupils spun wildly. Are you certain? This is not a jest. Qianxian allowed the grip, shaking his head slowly. There is a condition. You must keep this a secret. Not a problem. Daohua assented without hesitation. The three tomo gradually ceased its frenetic rotation as he knelt on one knee, solemnly declaring, I swear by the Uchiha name that what I witnessed tonight shall never be disclosed. As long as you can save my brother, I would give my life for you. Qianxian placed a steadying hand on his trembling shoulder. Calm down and listen to my instructions. That night, Daohua discreetly transported the unconscious iron fire to Qinshuan's abode under the pretext of seeking treatment. As dawn broke, three figures encircled the sickbed. Iron fire's complexion was ashen, with dark red blood seeping from the bandages wrapped around his chest. It begins, Qianxian announced, summoning a blazing green flame in his palm and gently pressing it against iron fire and Appo's heart. As his chakra surged forth, the green flame erupted, enveloping the injured man in a cocoon of fire. Within the flames, iron fire's pallid skin gradually regained color, and the fatal wound began to heal at a discernible rate. Shi and Daohua watched in astonishment at Qinshuan's Qin Yin. To think Master Qinshuan's flames possess such capabilities. Is this a new bloodline limit? She pondered, recalling Qianxian and Appo's origins from the fallen Uchiha branch of the Land of Lightning. Perhaps one of his parents had inherited this unique ability. Daohua gazed with excitement at the recovering iron fire. Beside the bed, Qianxian and Amp, Appo's complexion was visibly waning, beads of sweat streaming down his chin as his chakra poured into his palm, sustaining the flame. Master Qianxian, you should take a break, she urged, stepping forward with concern. She could see that his chakra pathways were nearing exhaustion, and continuing this way could harm his foundation. Yet Qianxian shook his head, his voice weak but resolute. To halt now would render all efforts in vain. His arm trembled from overexertion, yet the brilliance of the green flame remained undiminished. After a protracted half-hour, Qianxian finally withdrew his hand. As the flame extinguished, he stumbled backward, only to be caught by Shi in the nick of time. Iron Fire's chest was now smooth and flat, his once pale cheeks flushed with color, though his tightly furrowed brows indicated lingering issues. How is he? Daohua asked eagerly, gripping Qinshuan's shoulders. Wiping his sweaty brow with the towel she had handed him, Qianxian replied, his external injuries have healed, but he seems to have experienced a traumatic shock to his psyche. The rest will depend on him to overcome. Daohua knelt beside Iron Fire, gently placing his fingers upon his pulse. Feeling the gradually strengthening rhythm, his tense shoulders finally relaxed. Although his brother remained in a state of unconsciousness, he was no longer in mortal peril. This was indeed a fortunate turn amidst misfortune. Standing, Daohua gazed at Qianxian with immense gratitude. Qianxian, this kindness shall remain etched in my memory for eternity. From this day forth, I vow to protect you with my life. Qianxian, leaning weakly against the wall, chuckled at the declaration. With your strength? Don't be surprised if you find yourself needing my protection instead. Daohua's face turned crimson, feeling both embarrassed and indignant. You, do not underestimate me. I possess the three-tomo Sharingan. Amused by Daohua and Appo's flustered demeanor, Qianxian laughed lightly. How endearing. All right, enough, she interjected wisely. Her gaze filled with concern as she regarded Qianxian and Appo's pale visage. Master Qianxian needs rest. We can discuss matters further once he has recovered. At that moment, Qianxian felt his consciousness wavering, his limbs growing weak, and he hastily retreated to his room. Upon entering, he barely touched the pillow before succumbing to a deep slumber. The overexertion of chakra and exhaustion of mental energy led his body to instinctively enter a profound state of rest. She gently pushed the door open, intending to discuss the chakra metal sword with him, only to find him already sound asleep. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a soft glow upon Qinshuan's weary face. She paused, closing the door quietly, a smile gracing her lips. Master Qianxian, must be fed. 3 days later. When Qianxian opened his eyes once more, It felt as though he had awoken from a century-long slumber. Gazing at the familiar ceiling and sensing the replenished chakra within him, he marveled. The regenerative Qinyan is indeed remarkable. A single nap has restored me completely, and it seems I've even enhanced a bit. Perhaps reaching 1.5 cards, such rapid progress. Suddenly, he sensed something unusually soft nestled within his blankets. Lifting the covers, he was taken aback to find she curled up beside him. Startled awake, she rubbed her eyes and beamed a bright smile. Master Qianxian, you and Appos, reawake. Qianxian was momentarily frozen. Stammering, why you? How did you end up in my bed? She's cheeks flushed, her tone unabashed as she retorted. You were the one who held my hand and wouldn't let me leave. She pointed to her left wrist, still clutched tightly by Qianxian. See, you and Appos, still holding on. Realizing he indeed had a firm grip on her wrist, Qianxian quickly released it, exclaiming, This must be a reflex from chakra exhaustion. Yet she leaned closer, her warm breath brushing against his ear. Then, was calling my name in your dreams also a reflex? I did not. Qinchuan's face turned as red as Daohua's, akin to a pig's liver. He fumbled backward, only to discover she had cornered him against the bed. A mischievous glint flickered in Shi's eyes as she lowered her lashes, her long eyelashes fluttering gently. Master Qianxian, I never imagined you were this kind of person. She raised her hand to wipe away non-existent tears, recalling how they had held hands just the night before. Wait. Qianchuan's temples throbbed as he desperately tried to recall the events of the previous night. He distinctly remembered treating Iron Fire and then feeling drowsy upon returning to his room, having no interaction with Shi at all. Could he have misremembered? Observing Shi's reddened eyes and slightly trembling shoulders, Qianxian ultimately surrendered, letting out a resigned sigh. All right, I will take responsibility for you. Really? Shi's eyes widened as a glimmer of triumph danced within them, though she feigned skepticism. Indeed, Qianxian affirmed, rubbing his aching temples. Yay. In an instant, Shi and Appos' tears transformed into laughter as she leapt forward, wrapping her arms tightly around Qianxian and Appos' neck, her entire being hanging from him. Qianxianjun, you are mine, and I am yours forever. It was only then that Qianxian realized he had been tricked, forcefully prying apart Shi's arms. Let go. You're suffocating me. Yet, she only intensified her antics, nuzzling against his cheek with a blushing countenance. No, Qianxianjun, you just promised to take responsibility. Come on, give me a kiss, Mua. No. Qianxian protested vehemently, but she, in a position of dominance, firmly restrained him. Suddenly, the door swung open with a creak, revealing Tai Hua in a hospital gown. Frozen in place. What are you two doing? Chapter 20, Promotion to Jonin. The Hokage summons Qianxian. You scoundrel. Tai Hua roared, his eyes ablaze with the frantic whirl of his three-tomo Sharingan. A turbulent surge of chakra coursed through him as he lunged at Qianxian, as if intent on devouring him whole. Qianxian's pupils constricted in shock. When had Tai Hua evolved to the three-tomo? Wasn't he just a novice with a single tomo? Moreover, he had distinctly sensed the powerful emotional upheaval erupting within Tai Hua. If this continued, he might even awaken the Manjiki Sharingan. Humph. She coldly snorted, abruptly turning around, her Manjiki Sharingan manifesting in an instant. The godly control technique activated. Tai Hua's gaze clashed with Shi's Manjiki, rendering him completely motionless, his three-tomo Sharingan frozen in place, his eyes becoming vacant and devoid of spirit. The evolution process was abruptly disrupted by Shi. Qianxian couldn't help but feel pity for Tai Hua. Such a rare opportunity had slipped away. Qianxian, how shall we deal with him? A glint of cold light flickered in Shi's eyes as she spoke icily. Shall we kill him? Qianxian's lips twitched in disbelief as he regarded her. To save him only to kill him afterward, what meaning would that hold? This woman truly had a peculiar mindset, her thoughts diverging from ordinary reasoning. Release your control. Qianxian sighed. The consumption of the Manjiki Sharingan's ocular technique was too great. Excessive use could lead to blindness. Hearing his concern, Shi's lips curled into a slight smile, her gaze softening a bit. It and Appos' fine. I merely restrained his movements. The consumption is minimal. Nevertheless, she released her hold on Tai Hua. As the ocular technique faded, Tai Hua regained consciousness, but his emotions were no longer as intense as before. It appeared that the opportunity for his Sharingan's evolution had truly been extinguished by Shi. Tai Hua. He gritted his teeth, glaring at Qianxian. How dare you treat Shi in such a manner? I will kill you. Brother Tai Hua, you misunderstand. She hurriedly interjected. Qianxian fainted because he saved you. I was merely taking care of him. What? Tai Hua's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Qianxian, who was cradling his beloved Shi. He saved me? Yet, Tai Hua still found it hard to accept. Shi. It must be that Qianxian has something on you, right? Don and Appos, worry. I will help you reclaim it. Just as he picked up a brick to confront Qianxian, a loud thud resounded. Bang. A massive fist thundered down upon his head, sending Tai Hua crashing to the ground. What the hell are you doing? Behind him stood Uchiha Dahua, carrying a food box. Tai Hua groaned in pain, clutching his head as he glared at Dahua. Brother, this guy is being rude to Shi. and I want to teach him a lesson. Dahua's face was a mask of fury. Teach him a lesson? You fool. Xian exhausted his chakra to save you and has been in a coma for 3 days, and you still want to attack him? What? Tai Hua and Amp. Apos. S mouth fell open as he stared at Xian, who was cradling the woman of his dreams. He truly is my savior? How can this be? Humph. He fainted because he saved you. She has been taking care of him. Clutching his head, Tai Hua finally realized his misunderstanding towards Xian, sheepishly lowering his gaze. Yes. I'm sorry. But in the next moment, he raised his head defiantly, stating, however, if you dare to bully she, I will not let you off the hook. Bang. Dahua delivered another punch to his head. Shut up. Tai Hua winced in pain, finally silencing his threats. Once the group had finished washing up, they sat together, and Xian learned that he had been unconscious for a full 3 days. It seems the effort to save you is greater than I imagined, he said with a wry smile. Tai Hua scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I apologize for the trouble I caused you. Dahua patted his brother's shoulder, chuckling. But you have gained something from this misfortune. You have evolved to the 3-tomo Sharingan. Tai Hua froze for a moment, then erupted in joy. Brother, you too have attained the 3-tomo. Of course. Dahua proudly lifted his chin, the 3-tomo Sharingan shimmering in his eyes. Ha ha ha. Tai Hua laughed heartily. Now both of us are 3-tomo. Who in the Uchiha clan or the village will dare to underestimate us? Xian watched them, feeling a twinge of regret. If only she hadn't interrupted Tai Hua's emotional surge, he might have truly awakened the Manjiki. However, it was too late to dwell on that now. It was better not to mention it to him. Suddenly, she spoke up. Tai Hua, you cannot reveal yourself just yet. Continue feigning unconsciousness. Tai Hua blinked, a reluctant expression crossing his face. What? I just evolved to the 3-tomo. I wanted to return and show those guys. Without hesitation, Dahua swung a fist the size of a pot downwards. You will pretend. You sustained grave injuries. If you recover suddenly, it will surely attract the attention of Konoha and Apos, as higher-ups. Not only will Xian be exposed, but it could also bring trouble to the entire Uchiha clan. Tai Hua suddenly came to his senses. Indeed, he should have been on the brink of death. If he appeared suddenly healed, it would undoubtedly raise alarms. In that case, not only would Xian be exposed, but it could also endanger the entire Uchiha clan. All right, I will continue lying here. Tai Hua pouted, adding, but there must be a deadline, right? How about I appear 3 months later? Xian, she, and Dahua exchanged glances, deeming this timeline reasonable. Neither too conspicuous nor insufficiently serious to warrant suspicion about Tai Hua's injuries. Agreed. It shall be so. Xian nodded. Tai Hua's face lit up with glee. Then you must come visit me often. It and Apos. S so boring lying here alone. Xian chuckled. This is my home. Where else could I possibly go? Whoosh. A sudden sound of something slicing through the air pierced the moment. The four immediately tensed, and Tai Hua dove back under the covers, pretending to be gravely unwell. Xian and the others stepped outside, only to find a dark-clad Umbu ninja with a cat mask standing silently in the courtyard, his black vest gleaming coldly. Uchiha Xian, Uchiha Shi, you are summoned by the Hokage. He tossed 2 scrolls towards Xian and Shi. Before they could react, he vanished in a flash. As they opened the scrolls, they discovered the title of Jonin. Although this outcome was somewhat unexpected, it was also within reason. Given Xian's ability to contend with the Raikage on the battlefield, and she possessing the 3-tomo Sharingan, coupled with their outstanding performance in the war, their promotion to Jonin was indeed a natural progression. Since the Hokage has summoned us, let us depart now. Xian tucked the scrolls into his robes, gazing up at the towering Hokage rock in the distance. Uchiha Shi nodded gently and turned to Dahua, instructing, Brother Dahua, you must take care of Tai Hua. Do not let him sneak out. Dahua grinned widely, thumping his chest. Rest assured, if this brat dares to run amok, I will roast him to a crisp with fire release. From inside the house, Tai Hua and Apos' disgruntled voice rang out. Hey, I can hear you, you know. Xian and she exchanged smiles before racing towards the Hokage building. Chapter 21. Shihi in the Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind a spacious desk, wisps of blue smoke curling from his pipe. He gazed approvingly at the young Chikyu, his eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. However, when his gaze shifted to Uchiha Shi, the depth of his seasoned eyes revealed a flicker of complex emotion. This young lad possesses quite some talent, Hiruzen mused internally. Having even bested a genius from the Uchiha clan, his eyes lingered for a moment on Shi, who was fixated on Chikyu, and a profound smile involuntarily crept across his lips. Clearing his throat, Sarutobi Hiruzen gently tapped his pipe against the ashtray. Your promotion to Jonin signifies that you will bear greater responsibilities, he stated, his tone suddenly serious. There is a special mission that requires your cooperation with an elder. Upon hearing this, Chikyu and Apos' heart tightened with an ominous premonition, and a shadowy figure flashed through his mind. Surely, it could not be that elder, could it? Which elder are we to accompany, and what is the nature of this mission? She inquired directly. Turning, Sarutobi Hiruzen retrieved a sealed scroll from his desk, unfurling it slowly before handing it to Shi. You are to accompany Elder Danzo to the Land of Rain to prevent an alliance between IWA and AIM. As the details were revealed, both young ninjas exchanged glances. The prospect of working with Danzo was daunting. Chikyu felt his expression nearly betray his unease upon hearing the elder's name. Just when I thought I could avoid trouble. However, reconsidering the situation, he noted that at this point in time, Danzo had yet to acquire Shursui and Appo's Sharingan, and with she and Appo's presence, their safety would likely be assured. In contrast, she remained calm. Her knowledge of Danzo confined to that of a Konoha elder, oblivious to the darkness that lurked behind his singular eye. Your mission is to disrupt the relations between the two ninja villages, ideally drawing Iwa's forces into the Land of Rain. Our village's front is already extensive, and we cannot afford to create new enemies. Do you understand? Chikyu and she exchanged resolute nods. Sarutobi Hiruzen acknowledged their understanding with a nod and waved them off. Then hastened to prepare. You are to assemble at the mission site by tomorrow. Yes, Lord Hokage. They turned and exited the Hokage building, exchanging weary sighs. Chikyu lamented. Once again, we tread the perilous line between life and death. When will this war come to an end? He had never been fond of conflict. Had it not been for the tumult of the era, he would have preferred to live a tranquil life as an inconspicuous ninja. Alas, the strife among the 5 great nations shattered that peace, compelling him to grow ever stronger. She, with unwavering determination, looked at Chikyu and reassured him, "Do not worry, Chiki-kun. I will protect you." He smiled softly before they returned to prepare. Just before departing, she handed Chikyu a wooden box, stating that it contained a chakra metal longsword crafted specifically for him. Excitement surged through Chikyu as he hurried home. At home, Tetsuharu was by the river, fishing. Upon seeing Chikyu return, he exclaimed joyfully, "Chikyu, you're finally back. With you and my brother gone, I was utterly bored." Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to the wooden box in Chikyu and Appo's hands. What is that?" Chikyu replied with a playful smile. "A wealthy lady has taken a liking to my talent and looks, and she gifted me this chakra metal sword." "What?" Tetsuharu and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. "On what grounds?" But as he pondered, skepticism crept into his expression. "Wait, you must be joking. There and Appo's nothing inside, is there?" Chikyu chuckled and ignored him, striding purposefully into the house. Tetsuharu's expression shifted. Unable to contain his curiosity, he hurried after him. Inside, Chikyu sat cross-legged, placing the wooden box on his lap. Tetsuharu's eyes were fixated on it, his breath unconsciously quieting. "Wherein and Appo's? You the one who didn't and Appo's? Believe me?" Chikyu teased. "Mind your own business," Tetsuharu retorted, though his body leaned in closer, betraying his intrigue. Chikyu gently lifted the lid of the box. A flash of cold light erupted. Both pairs of eyes widened with astonishment. Inside lay a beautifully crafted broadsword. The blade measured approximately 90 centimeters, with dark red flame patterns flowing across its surface as if alive. The handle, made of black sandalwood, felt smooth and warm, while the scabbard, adorned with crimson dragon scales, shimmered under the light. The entire sword exuded an aura of sharp elegance, powerful yet restrained. Tetsuharu gasped, mesmerized. "This is stunning." Chikyu carefully extracted the broadsword, silently praising she and Appo's craftsmanship. Tetsuharu eagerly took the scabbard, caressing it with reverence. "This wood, it and Appo's premium birch." With a surge of chakra, Chikyu enveloped the blade in azure flames, which danced in the air. His hair fluttered as if caught in an invisible wind, transforming him into a veritable war god. Tetsuharu watched in awe, his heart racing, as his Sharingan involuntarily activated, desperately attempting to catch every motion Chikyu made. Yet, he soon realized that even with the dynamic vision of the 3 Tomo, it was nearly impossible to fully perceive Chikyu and Appo's swordplay. "How formidable," Tetsuharu murmured, acknowledging that this sword had elevated Chikyu's strength by at least 30%. Then, a flicker of envy crossed his face. "That Chikyu, so lucky. If only I could venture out. Surely a wealthy lady would gift me an even more magnificent sword." He began to fantasize about showcasing his prowess and handsome visage to enthralled maidens upon his return, envisioning a future where any sword would be within his grasp. Wealthy ladies. Chikyu noticed Tetsuharu's dazed expression and puzzled over his friend's odd behavior. Shaking his head in bemusement, he sheathed the sword as the azure flames gradually extinguished. It seems those from the Uchiha clan have peculiarities of their own. Chapter 22, Confrontation. The following day, Qianxian and Uchiha proceeded to their designated mission site. Although they were to encounter one of the most notorious antagonists from the world of Hokage, Qianxian remained unperturbed. Despite his usual indifferent demeanor, he was not one to passively endure. Should Danzo dare to strike at him, he would certainly teach him a lesson. However, caution was warranted. After all, Danzo and Appo's thought processes were notoriously erratic, even more so than Uchiha and Appo's. Swish. The duo arrived at a dense forest on the outskirts of a village, where they beheld a group of masked ninjas encircling a man bandaged over his right eye, who bore a short sword on his back, none other than Danzo himself. Upon noticing Qian Xian and Shi's arrival, a ninja wearing a dog mask approached them and coldly stated the password. Swiftly, Qian Xian and Shi formed the necessary hand seals in response. The dog ninja nodded and led them to stand before Danzo. The moment Danzo laid eyes on Qian Xian, whom he had long coveted, he could hardly contain his excitement. You are the Azure Flame Sword Master, Uchiha Qian Xian? Qian Xian replied, indeed. My lord, come work under me. Qian Xian was somewhat taken aback by Danzo's directness. A cold smirk played on his lips, though he maintained a respectful demeanor. I am only willing to undertake missions for the village, not to become a mere tool. Danzo's expression darkened, his anger palpable. If it were not for the mission at hand, he would have relished the opportunity to subdue this ungrateful youth immediately. Yet, the cunning strategist quickly suppressed his fury, forcing a stiff smile. Very well, I shall not press you. Should you change your mind, do not hesitate to seek me out. Thank you for your consideration, my lord. Qian Xian responded nonchalantly. He had noticed Danzo and Appo's earlier expression and understood that Danzo would not easily relent. However, he believed he could withstand whatever challenges arose. Let us proceed. Time is of the essence. Everyone move swiftly. Yes. The group responded in unison before dispersing, each employing their respective ninjutsu. Swish, swish. As Qian Xian executed the body flicker technique, a flicker of astonishment crossed Danzo's eyes. This speed rivaled that of the fourth Hokage. Reflecting on this, Danzo and Appo's desire to possess Qian Xian only intensified. As Qian Xian sped through the forest, he felt Danzo and Appo's predatory gaze trailing him like a venomous snake. A cold smile curling his lips. Old man, should you dare to extend your claws, I shall sever them. 2 days later, morning mist enveloped the forests along the border of the Land of Fire, the damp air infused with the scent of earth and fallen leaves. Over 30 ninjas stood solemnly, awaiting Danzo's orders. His single eye glinted with cold light, his bandaged visage as grim as iron. Everyone, immediately change into the Iwagakure insignia. Remember, even if it costs your lives, you must not utilize any techniques unique to Konoha. Yes. The synchronized response echoed through the woods. Watching the others swiftly alter their appearances, Qian Xian inwardly lamented Danzo and Appo's ruthless tactics. Clearly, he intended for them to perish while masquerading as Iwagakure ninjas. Among the 30, only a handful would likely return alive. Pair up and infiltrate the Land of Rain. Danzo's voice was devoid of emotion. Our sole objective is to obliterate the alliance between Iwagakure and Amigakure at any cost. Qian Xian and Shi exchanged glances, instinctively standing together. The surrounding ninjas wore resolute expressions, and not a single one voiced dissent. These brainwashed root members had long since cast aside their fear of death. How pitiful these puppets are! Qian Xian scoffed internally, absently fingering the hilt of Shi and Appo's blade. Danzo's gaze swept across the crowd, lingering on Qian Xian for a moment longer. Action! With the command issued, the ninjas swiftly dispersed, vanishing into the dense forest. Qian Xian and Shi opted for a secluded path, stealthily advancing under the cover of the morning mist. Danzo seeks to send us to our deaths, she whispered. Qian Xian chuckled lightly. Fear not. Should we be unable to defeat them, we can still escape, can't we? With your Mangeki Sharingan. Not even Hanzo himself could capture us. Feeling valued by Qian Xian and Appo's words, Uchiha clenched her fists, vowing silently, I will not allow anyone to harm Qian Xian. Meanwhile, at Danzo's location, swish, swish, a dozen ninjas adorned with animal masks regrouped. Danzo's left eye gleamed with a chilling light as he pointed to 5 of them. You 5. Retrieve those 2 brats. Remember, they must be brought back alive. Understood. The 5 figures instantly vanished, racing towards the direction Qian Xian and Shi had taken. Danzo turned to the remaining subordinates. The rest of you, follow me to execute the real mission. Yes. As Qian Xian and Shi pressed onward, they entered the Land of Rain. The rain fell like needles, incessantly piercing the earth, traversing the dense jungles of Amigakure. Qian Xian and Shi heard the squelching sound of mud beneath their feet. This nation, perpetually shrouded in rain, was saturated with dampness. Each breath felt as though they were swallowing raindrops. The continuous downpour rendered the entire land moist, with rivers and lakes abundant, facilitating the use of water-style ninjutsu, which most Amigakure ninjas favored. Be cautious, Qian Xian murmured. The sound of rain may obscure the footsteps of our enemies. She nodded slightly. Suddenly, Qian Xian's ears perked up. Swish, swish. He and she exchanged a knowing glance before swiftly hiding among the treetops. Swish, swish. 5 shadowy figures darted through the forest. The leading ninja raised a hand, signaling the team to halt. Have they vanished? The captain, his eyes cold and menacing, muttered as he turned to the smallest member of the group. Feng perceived the surroundings. The ninja named Feng nodded, rapidly forming hand seals. Perception ninjas served as the eyes of their team, able to determine the enemy and Apos. S location through environmental changes and chakra flow. A rare type of ninja. Danzo was indeed willing to invest heavily to capture Qianxian. Suddenly, Feng's eyes widened. 3 o'clock. Boom. Before the words left his mouth, a streak of azure flames sliced through the rain, hurtling toward them. Scatter. The 5 elite root ninjas, seasoned in battle, reacted swiftly, employing the body replacement technique to evade. Boom. As the blade of flames swept through, mud and water splashed, trees were cleaved in two, leaving a charred trench in its wake. The captain and Apos' expression grew grave. No wonder they are capable of facing the rakeage whoosh. A chilling light suddenly glimmered behind the captain. She and Apos' figure materialized like a specter, her kunai poised to strike his temple. Her 3-tomo Sharingan radiated murderous intent. Dare to lay a hand on Qianxian? You seek death. The captain hastily turned his head, the kunai grazing his mask and sparking a shower of embers. He quickly retreated while tossing 3 shuriken to obstruct Shi and Apos' pursuit. Uchiha Qianxian, Uchiha Shi. How dare you attack us? You are betraying the village. He bellowed. Qianxian found the situation laughable. What twisted logic is this? To accuse us? Danzo, your subordinates are truly a talented bunch. She scoffed, vanishing once more. In the next moment, her kunai sliced through Feng's throat, a spray of crimson erupting. The remaining ninjas were caught off guard. At that moment, Qianxian leapt down from the treetop, drawing his sword, the azure flame blazing fiercely amidst the rain. His gaze turned icy as he confronted the last 4. Who, pray tell, is the true traitor of Konoha? Such a conundrum to unravel. Chapter 23. The Sword of the Divine Qianchuan Kuan. I can hardly contain myself. Uchiha Shi's voice echoed like shattering ice, her crimson tomo spinning wildly in her eyes. A terrifying, murderous intent surging forth like an unstoppable tide. The surrounding rain was forcefully repelled by this overwhelming aura, creating a rain-free vacuum around them. Such a formidable presence. The root squad leader and Apos' expression changed dramatically beneath his mask. He had initially believed that Qianxian alone would be a challenge, but he had not anticipated that this seemingly delicate Uchiha girl would pose such a grave threat as well. Sweat mingled with rainwater trickled down his forehead, and he made a swift decision, pulling out a sealing scroll from his robe. Summoning technique. As white smoke dissipated, a dark ninja hawk soared into the air, carrying a message for help, vanishing into the curtain of rain. The captain shouted sternly, rain, thunder, lightning, form the 4 purple flames formation. Instantly, 3 root ninjas flashed to the 4 corners, hands forming seals in rapid succession. Chakra intertwined in the air like a spider's web, and a transparent purple barrier rose, creating a rectangular enclosure that trapped Qianxian and Shi within. The rain pelted against the barrier, producing a hissing sound as it evaporated. Qianxian suddenly recalled scenes he had seen before. During the Konoha collapse plan, the Sound Four had employed this technique to prevent outsiders from interfering in the battle between Orochimaru and the 3rd Hokage, successfully blocking the Konoha Umbu members. Qianchuan Kuan, Shi and Apos' Sharingan began to twist and morph, on the verge of unleashing Susanoo. Let me give it a try first, Qianxian chuckled softly, placing a hand on her shoulder. Eager to test his own strength, Shi's Sharingan ceased its rotation and obediently nodded, her eyes brimming with anticipation. With a calm smile, Qianchuan's aura surged, his chakra erupting like a volcanic explosion. Boom. In the astonished gazes of onlookers, azure flames erupted from every pore of Qianxian and Apos' body. A pair of lifelike fiery phoenix wings unfurled behind him, spanning over 10 meters, each feather composed of flickering azure flames. The searing heat caused the rainwater within the barrier to vaporize instantly, creating a dense white mist. Even more terrifying, these azure flames spread as if they possessed a life of their own, swiftly filling the entire space of the barrier, enveloping even Shi. Yet the flames did not harm her, as if they had a consciousness of their own. Is this the power of a tailed beast? The captain's voice trembled, his mask scorched by the intense heat. He finally understood why Danzo was so fixated on this boy. This was a force that no ordinary ninja could wield. She gazed at Qianxian in astonishment, her eyes alight with wonder. With one hand gripping the hilt of his sword, the azure flames on the blade danced harmoniously with the flames surrounding him, a smirk gracing his lips. Now, it is my turn to ask, how do you wish to perish? The captain gritted his teeth, his face beneath the mask flushed from the heat. He roared, channel all chakra. Lord Danzo will arrive shortly. The remaining 3 root ninjas, as if awakening from a dream, trembled as they formed seals again. The light of the purple barrier flickered ominously, like a dying beast in its last throes. The clash of chakra and azure flames produced a shrill hissing sound. Observing the desperate struggle of the 4, Qianxian and Apos' expression turned cold. Clang. The clear sound of the sword being drawn resonated through the rain. All azure flames within the barrier converged upon the blade, the terrifying pressure causing the ground to crack and stones to defy gravity, hovering in midair. The raindrops around them instantly vaporized, forming a vacuum domain. Shi's long hair danced without wind, her Sharingan involuntarily activating, striving to witness this astonishing sword strike. Azure Flame, sword draw technique. A blade of pure azure energy tore through the heavens, distorting space in its wake. Before the blade even arrived, the violent residual force shredded the trees within 100 meters into dust, carving deep trenches into the ground. Boom. Crack. The four purple flames formation, reputed to trap shadow-level warriors, was cleaved in two as if it were mere paper. In that instant of barrier shattering, the explosive shockwave flattened the surrounding rainforest within a 300-meter radius, countless broken branches and stones vaporizing in the intense heat. The sword's momentum soared, piercing the heavens. The heavy rain clouds were cleaved open, revealing a rift kilometers long, sunlight breaking through like a divine sword piercing the gloom. The edges of the torn clouds burned with azure flames, forming a spectacular phenomenon of burning clouds in the sky. The four root ninjas were flung like rag dolls hundreds of meters away, their bones shattered. They crashed through dozens of giant trees before finally halting, their masks shattered, revealing faces as cracked and charred as dry bark. On the tower of Amigakure, Hanzo the salamander abruptly tore off his mask, shock etched upon his dark features. He fixated on the azure streak in the sky that had torn through the clouds. For the first time in many years, the gloomy sky of the land of rain was pierced by sunlight. Where that light passed, the clouds appeared split by a divine sword, their edges burning with eerie azure flames, leaving a shocking scar across the firmament. Who is this? Hanzo and Appo's fingers trembled involuntarily. He rapidly searched his mind for powerful figures from various countries. Anoki's dust release? No. The Raikage's lightning release? Impossible. Who could it be? Someone go? Hanzo shouted sternly. Several rain ninjas immediately knelt behind him, rushing to investigate. I want to know who dares to cause such commotion in my territory. At the same moment, in the temporary camp of Awagakure, the intelligence scroll fell from Huang Tu's hands with a thud. He burst from his tent, staring at the still-burning cloud trace in the distant sky, his expression grave. Quickly notify Lord Tsuchikage. An unknown shadow-level powerhouse has appeared in the land of rain. Meanwhile, in the nearby dense forest, Danzo abruptly halted, astonishment flickering in his single eye. The root ninjas behind him stood frozen in place, as if immobilized by a jutsu. The soaring azure pillar unmistakably resonated with the chakra of that Uchiha boy. Plans have changed. Danzo's expression darkened ominously. Everyone, retreat immediately. At the center of the battlefield, she stood dazed, the tomo in her Sharingan ceasing its rotation. Her lips trembled slightly, but no sound escaped. Was the boy before her, bathed in sunlight, truly the Chinchuan she knew? The sword light that had cleaved through the clouds transcended her understanding of what it meant to be a ninja. Even the legendary Kamimasubi recorded in Uchiha's ancient texts could hardly compare. Qianxian exhaled a breath of stale air, gazing at the humming she and softly mused. It seems, I may have overexerted myself. After a moment, Qianxian suddenly felt the world spin around him, the scene before him twisting and blurring like a disturbed water surface. His legs felt as if the bones had been drawn out, and he uncontrollably lurched forward. Whoosh! She swiftly appeared beside him, supporting him, her gaze filled with admiration yet tinged with awe. Phew! My chakra is depleted. Qianxian sensed his condition. While the previous release had been exhilarating, that one strike had nearly drained every ounce of chakra from his body. Pain coursed through his meridians, akin to the agony of reversing a blocked pathway. Every muscle in his body spasmed, and even lifting a finger became a distant dream. Chapter 24. The terrifying regenerative power of the phoenix. Qianxian leaned against Shi, expressing his apologies. Shi, I'm sorry to trouble you. I may be unable to move for quite some time. She shook her head and smiled reassuringly. It's all right. I will ensure your safety. Qianxian nodded in agreement. Let us leave this place first. The commotion is too loud, and many ninjas are bound to come. She nodded and, supporting Qianxian, vanished from the battlefield in a blink. Before long, a team of rain-hidden village ninjas arrived to assess the situation. Upon reaching the corpses, they meticulously examined the attire. Rock ninja. They arrived at a cave and rested for half an hour. When he opened his eyes, Qianxian was astonished to discover that, in just half an hour, the meridians that had been damaged from overexertion had fully healed. The regenerative effects of the phoenix fruit were indeed formidable. The intense pain throughout his meridians had almost completely subsided in such a brief time. Even more delightfully, he could clearly sense an increase in his total chakra, now approximately at 1.6 cards. The technique of reverse meridian transformation was indeed powerful. Qianxian nodded in satisfaction. She looked at Qianxian in surprise. Qianxian-kun, are you feeling better? Qianxian nodded and replied, I'm nearly recovered. We can move now. Good. The two swiftly left the cave, making their way to the junction between the land of rain and the temporary outpost of the rock-hidden village. 3 days later, clang, 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 the sound of metal clashing echoed through the woods. Several rain-hidden ninjas formed a circle back-to-back, their kunai continuously blocking attacks from all directions. Sweat trickled down their foreheads, mingling with the rain and soaking into the earth. Captain, we can't see the enemy's movements. A ninja with an injured arm exclaimed, his voice trembling as blood seeped from the wound. The leader of the rain ninjas, about to respond, suddenly turned pale. Watch out for the ground. Earth release, cracking earth palm. The ground instantly fissured. Massive cracks resembling gaping maws opened, swallowing several ninjas whole. Debris and soil cascaded down, catching the unsuspecting ninjas off guard as they fell into the abyss. Climb up quickly, the captain shouted in fury, clawing at the edge of the crack. However, before they could act, a chilling command rang out. Earth release, cliff house collapse. The surrounding rock walls crumbled with a thunderous roar. Heavy stones fell like rain. With a swift motion, the captain narrowly escaped, but his comrades were not as fortunate. Only their heads remained visible, their bodies completely buried beneath the earth and rubble. Maple, the captain and Appo's eyes widened in rage as he beheld the twisted faces of his companions, the fury within him nearly igniting into flames. Judging by the characteristics of the ninjutsu, this was undoubtedly the work of the Rock-Hidden village. Damn Rock-Hidden, he seethed, you treacherous fiends. I will make you pay in blood for this. To relay the intelligence back to the village, the captain suppressed his grief and fled desperately towards the rain-hidden defense zone. Behind him, two ninjas clad in rock-hidden attire relentlessly pursued him, their eyes devoid of emotion, yet their movements remained unaffected. Swish! A kunai grazed the captain's ear, leaving a thin line of blood. Moments later, a shuriken embedded itself deeply into his thigh. Blood immediately soaked his pant leg. But the instinct for survival drove him to ignore the pain and continue his frantic flight. We cannot allow him to escape. Otherwise, Lord Tsuchikage's plan will be jeopardized. One of the pursuing ninjas shouted. The captain and Appo's heart raced. Plan? What plan? Could it be the plan to annex the Land of Rain? Realizing this, his chakra surged, and he began to utilize the body flicker technique. Swish! Thud! The two ninjas behind him relentlessly pursued, hurling shuriken in his direction, one of which lodged itself into his thigh, hindering his movements. Damn it! I'm almost there, just a little further to the defense zone. The captain gritted his teeth and sprinted on. Suddenly, he caught sight of the patrolling ninjas from the rain-hidden village. The two pursuers seemed to notice as well and quicken their pace. Finally, the figures of the patrol team came into view. The captain summoned the last of his strength and shouted, help! We are under attack by the Rock-Hidden. The patrol team rushed to assist upon hearing his cry. Yet, in this critical moment, swish! A shuriken pierced through his back with deadly precision. The captain staggered forward. Disbelief etched on his face as he looked down at the blade protruding from his chest, before collapsing heavily before his comrades, blood frothing from his mouth. Be careful. The Rock-Hidden village, they intend to annex us. With a final effort, he uttered those words, then fell silent. His eyes wide open. Chu Ming, a familiar rain ninja, lunged forward, but could only catch the cold body of his comrade. Damn it! Kill those Rock-Hidden scum. Everyone attack. However, the two rock ninjas seemed to realize they were outmatched and swiftly retreated, their speed surpassing before. But the rain ninjas were not to be trifled with. Quickly surrounding the two. Swish! Just as they were surrounded, the two rock ninjas suddenly trembled, the dazed look in their eyes vanishing. They surveyed their surroundings, confronting the bloodthirsty rain ninjas, their expressions shifting dramatically. What do you rain-hidden intend to do? One of them shouted. Are you trying to jeopardize the alliance? Huh. A furious rain ninja retorted. You kill our people and still dare to turn the tables? With that, he drew his kunai, ready to offer their heads as tribute to Chu Ming. Another rain ninja, unable to contain his fury, urged, what are we wasting words on? Let an Appo's capture them and torture them until they reveal everything. Exactly. They must pay for their deeds. Charge. The two groups quickly engaged in a fierce melee. Amidst the chaos, one rain ninja suddenly froze. A fleeting glimpse of the three-tomo pattern flickered in his eyes, though it vanished almost instantly, yet that minuscule lapse was enough to be fatal. Thud. The kunai accurately pierced his throat. Too long. The cries of his comrades were drowned by the rain. Damn it. With reinforcements arriving, the rain-hidden soon gained the upper hand. The two rock ninjas, battered and bloodied, were ultimately captured. Bound in iron chains, they were dragged towards the rain-hidden outpost. Confusion and anger written across their faces. Not far away, Qian, and she stood quietly among the treetops. The pattern of Shi's kaleidoscope Sharingan gradually faded. Hiss. Suddenly, she let out a muffled groan, clutching her eyes as she stumbled. Biting her lip, she appeared somewhat pale. Controlling two people has drained so much of my ocular power. Qian asked, allow me to see if I can help you recover. A blue flame flickered to life in his palm, gently enveloping Shi's eyelids. Initially tense, Shi's body soon relaxed, and she let out a contented sigh. She slightly tilted her face upward, her eyes narrowing like a cat basking in the warmth. Ah, this feels wonderful. She reveled in the sensation, resembling an adorable kitten. How does it feel? Qian interrupted her bliss, gently pinching her cheek. She snapped back to reality as he lightly squeezed her cheek, pulling her from her comfortable daze. Her eyes widened in surprise as she instinctively grasped Qian's wrist. Her ocular power was gradually restoring. At this rate, it would be fully replenished in 3 days. Chapter 25. The Catalyst of Evolution. A faint smile graced Qianxuan's lips as the azure flames in his palm gradually extinguished. This time, it was an experiment conducted in conjunction with Shi. The results of this experiment surpassed his expectations, allowing not only for the testing of the divine control's ability to manage the consumption of others' ocular power, but also for the validation of the regenerative azure flame's healing efficacy on the Sharingan. They could both assess how Shi's divine control affected others' ocular consumption and explore whether Qianxuan's regenerative azure flames could aid in restoring her eyesight. Witnessing its utility, Qianxian felt a surge of elation within. As long as Shi and Appo's vision had not been entirely lost, the regenerative azure flames could facilitate recovery. This indicated that Shi's kaleidoscope Sharingan was nearly tantamount to a weakened version of the eternal kaleidoscope. She seemed to sense his thoughts, suddenly drawing near, her eyes brimming with affection. "Are you worried about me, Qianxuan-kun?" Her breath was close, carrying a faint, refreshing fragrance. Qianxian cleared his throat and turned his face away. "Enough of this, we must leave." "No," she exclaimed, seizing Qianxuan's hand just as he intended to withdraw it, placing his palm gently against her cherubic cheek. "Just a little longer." Her voice was barely audible, her eyelashes fluttering against his palm. "Your hand feels so comforting." For a moment, Qianxian was taken aback. Then he chuckled softly. The azure flames reignited in his palm. This time, he moderated the temperature, allowing the gentle warmth of chakra to flow slowly into Shi and Appo's ocular meridians. A wondrous occurrence unfolded as the azure flames infused her. Shi and Appo's kaleidoscope Sharingan spontaneously began to manifest and rotate. The two chakra energies converged around her eyes, creating a subtle resonance. Qianxian could distinctly sense the indomitable phoenix chakra within him harmonizing with Shi's ocular power in an indescribable manner. Suddenly, she tilted her face upward, and the patterns within her kaleidoscope began to subtly shift under the influence of the azure flames. Among the intricate designs, a faint azure line emerged. "Qianxuan-kun, it seems my eyes are evolving," she exclaimed, her disbelief evident as she blinked. In her vision, the entire world was enveloped in a delicate azure halo, the flow of chakra becoming clearer than ever before. Even more astonishingly, the sluggishness she had experienced while utilizing ocular techniques vanished entirely, as if her eyes had been reborn. Qianxian gazed in shock at this scene. He had not anticipated that his azure flames could not only restore ocular consumption, but also promote the evolution of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Could it be that the power of the indomitable phoenix fruit could merge with the Sharingan? It seemed that the abilities of his indomitable phoenix fruit were far from fully realized. It possessed not only restorative properties, but also other unknown effects. Gradually extinguishing the azure flames, Qianxian placed a reassuring hand on Shi and Appo's shoulder. "We must leave this place." Although he had discovered the potential for azure flames to enhance the kaleidoscope and Appo's evolution, conducting such a perilous experiment in the heart of enemy territory was far too reckless. After all, they had just stirred trouble for the rain and rock villages, and the ensuing situation would undoubtedly shift dramatically. They needed to find a secure location for further experimentation. She obediently nodded as the kaleidoscope gradually faded. The two swiftly departed, seeking refuge in a concealed cave as a temporary abode. They continued their experiments. She furrowed her brow lightly, her fingers unconsciously brushing against her eye sockets. As the azure flames continued to flow, she felt a swelling sensation in her eyeball, as if something were on the verge of breaking free from its cocoon. Strangely, at that moment, she could perceive the floating chakra particles in the air. Those energy flows, once visible only to the Byakugan, now presented themselves as faint azure trails in her sight. Whenever Qianxian ceased the azure flames, that sensation would dissipate. Contemplating, he gazed at the flames in his palm, then decided to infuse azure flames into his own eyes. Instantly, a sharp pain erupted. Qianxian let out a muffled groan as two crimson streaks streamed down from the corners of his eyes. "Damn it, why does it hurt so much? Qianxuan-kun, your eyes are bleeding," she gasped, rushing forward, her trembling fingers gently wiping away the blood from his face. "I'm fine," Qianxian replied, a smile curling at the corners of his lips, the blood lending an almost sinister charm to his expression. In that moment of excruciating pain, he felt a stirring within his Sharingan, as if a seed awakened by spring rain was quietly germinating in the darkness. His Sharingan could evolve. A wave of joy surged through Qianxian and Appo's heart as he waved dismissively. It and Appo's nothing, perfectly normal. Suddenly, a rumble echoed from his stomach. Qianxian paused, then chuckled ruefully. "Let's find something to eat." "All right." The two exited the cave, searching through the rain-soaked jungle. Amidst the damp underbrush, only slippery water snakes, plump frogs, and scattered birds could be found. Observing the writhing water snakes, Qianxian and Appo's stomach churned. Let and Appo's catch some birds instead. He leaped gracefully, azure flames erupting beneath his feet. propelling him toward the treetops like an arrow released from a bow. The wild fowl, unaware of the impending danger, were swiftly captured by their throats. While she managed to catch dozens of frogs, they prepared the birds and frogs, skewering them over a crackling fire. The flames crackled as succulent bird meat oozed golden juices, and the frog legs roasted to a crisp, fragrant perfection. Qianxian ravenously devoured the food, soon consuming more than half, yet the gnawing hunger in his belly only intensified. Not enough. They made several trips, clearing the area of all available game. Eventually, Qianxian fixed his gaze on a water snake they had reluctantly caught, closing his eyes and taking a bite. The slippery flesh tasted earthy, but was bearable. He had no idea how many snakes he consumed, but only then did his hunger begin to wane. So that is how it is. Wiping the remnants from his mouth, Qianxian realized that the azure flames promoting ocular evolution consumed not only chakra, but also stamina and vitality. In the days that followed, Qianxian and she refrained from executing their deceptive missions, instead choosing to remain in the cave to assist with her ocular evolution. Meanwhile, outside, the situation in the Land of Rain underwent a dramatic transformation. Within the dim and damp intelligence room of Rain Hidden Village, Hanzo listened with a grim expression to the report from the patrol team, his fingers tapping a dangerous rhythm on the table. Rock Hidden, how audacious. He slammed the table, causing the teacups to jingle. Issue orders to immediately strengthen border defenses. A cold glint flashed in Hanzo's eyes. Additionally, dispatch an elite team to amp, oppose, greet and amp, oppose, that old Kudo Hyuki at the Rock Hidden camp. As the rain fell like a curtain, Danzo stood at the edge of a cliff, leaning on his cane, listening to the report from his subordinate. The developments were proceeding even more smoothly than he had anticipated. The conflict between Rain Hidden and Rock Hidden was escalating. What were the names of those two ninjas who attacked Rain Hidden? Danzo and Appo's voice was low. Send a compensation fund to their families. The root ninja, kneeling in the muddy water, suddenly looked up. My lord, those two are not our people. They seem to truly be Rock Hidden ninjas. Danzo's solitary eye widened in shock as he slammed his cane into the mud. What? Rainwater trickled down his bandages. The schemer felt for the first time that events were spiraling out of control. If those two ninjas were indeed from Rock Hidden, it meant that Rock Village had no intention of forming an alliance with Rain Village. That old Foxo Hyuki, could he be scheming in the shadows as well? Well then, the entire Land of Rain was descending into chaos. Chapter 26. The encounter of the villain and the unambitious raindrops pattered against the rocks of the valley, producing a delicate sound. In the dim light, several figures intersected in the mud. A group of Rock Hidden Village ninjas was besieging two men and a woman. The clang of metal echoed continuously in the enclosed valley, each clash sparking brilliant flashes of light. With a jingle, Yahiko and Appo's kunai blocked a downward strike from a standard-issue Rock Hidden long sword, numbing his palm. He took a half-step back, his straw sandals soaked in murky water, the chilling sensation creeping up from his feet. Watch out behind you. Conan's warning pierced through the rain. Yahiko had no time to turn around. He merely heard the swish of shurikens slicing through the air. 3 shurikens were already perilously close. Paper jutsu, 1,000 feather shield. Countless sheets of white paper fluttered at Conan's fingertips, forming an impenetrable barrier in an instant. The shurikens embedded themselves into the paper, producing a dull thud. Behind the paper shield, Conan's face turned pale, her chakra severely depleted, causing her fingers to tremble slightly. Thanks, Conan. Taking advantage of the moment, Yahiko rolled sideways, narrowly evading a direct assault from a wind release technique. Mud splattered onto his face, yet it could not obscure the fighting spirit in his eyes. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Nagato swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a searing fire dragon that tore through the rain, creating a steamy passage. The orange flames engulfed a Rock Hidden ninja, who screamed in agony as he rolled on the ground, desperately trying to extinguish the flames. With precision, Yahiko's kunai found its mark, plunging into the throat of the suffering ninja, ending his torment. Blood mixed with rainwater, spreading across the muddy ground in a horrific dark red. Be careful. More reinforcements. Conan and Appo's warning made the two turn simultaneously. In the distance, amidst the trees, over a dozen figures were rapidly approaching. The murderous intent on the faces of the Rock Hidden ninjas was unmistakable, even through the rain. Yahiko and Appo's fists clenched tightly, the wound in his side oozing blood. This mission had been issued by Lord Hanzo, leading the elite Akatsuki members to launch a surprise attack on the Rock Hidden stronghold. Little did they know, as soon as they stepped into enemy territory, they were ambushed. Other comrades had sacrificed themselves to hold off the enemy, leaving only the 3 of them, grievously injured. To escape, the thought of spies lurking near Lord Hanzo incited their fury. Despicable Rock Hidden, to have planted a traitor beside Lord Hanzo. Yahiko seethed. Yahiko, Nagato. We must leave. If we delay any longer, we won't escape. Straining to stand, Conan rose, her paper wings tattered, chakra nearly exhausted. A deep wound under her ribs bled profusely, mingling with the rain. Yahiko gritted his teeth, supporting the nearly unconscious Nagato. Let's go? The three of them leaned on each other, stumbling deeper into the ring. The pursuing enemies were soon swallowed by the dense foliage and the deepening night. Janine coldly commanded, "Pursue. We must capture them." Yes. Dozens of elite ninjas swiftly scattered, fanning out in search. "Grilled chicken wings I love to eat." Qian hummed a whimsical tune, his muscular torso bare as he sat beside a crackling campfire. Roasting birds skewered on branches. The oil dripped into the flames, erupting into tiny bursts of fire. She rested her chin on her hands, her bright eyes crescent-shaped as she gazed intently at Qian. Ever since they successfully incited discord between the Rock-Hidden and Rain-Hidden, the two had secluded themselves in this hidden cave. During the day, she replenished her ocular power, while at night, they attempted to stimulate the evolution of her Sharingan with blue flames, living a carefree existence. She's ocular power was now fully restored, and she sensed a stirring within her eyes, as if something were on the verge of emerging, yet it remained stalled at a certain stage, unable to progress further. "Here, give it a try." Qian tore off a golden-brown bird leg and handed it over. Though the seasoning was merely salt, its freshness made up for it. She accepted the bird leg, nibbling at it daintily. This period was indeed the most relaxed time she could recall. No missions, no schemes, waking up naturally every day, and being with Qian. The weather in the rain country is truly strange. Qian sighed helplessly, observing the continuous curtain of rain outside the cave. The humid air rendered the freshly washed clothes impossible to dry, sticking to his skin uncomfortably. Worse yet, the prolonged absence of sunlight had cast a gloomy shadow over his mood. She suddenly leaned closer, her damp hair brushing against Qian's shoulder. "Qian, would you like to try my fire release? It dries clothes quickly." "No." Qian hastily waved his hands, recalling the last time she burned 3 holes in his pants. She puffed up her cheeks, her eyes wide with anticipation. Qian chuckled, unable to resist ruffling her hair. "All right, if the clothes can't dry, they can't dry. After all, we and Oppos, we're not going out." He resolved to stay hidden until the Rock-Hidden retreated, planning to return to the village and concoct a report regarding the presumed deaths of the team members without any trouble. Just as he was about to take another bite of the roasted meat, hurried footsteps echoed at the cave entrance. "Quick, Nagato, there's a cave here. Get Yahiko inside." 3 figures tumbled into the cave, soaked to the bone, their presence contrasting sharply with Qian, who held a piece of roasted meat. Conan's hair dripped with water as her vigilant gaze swept across the cave. The cave resembled a dwelling. Upon seeing Qian's muscular torso and she's disheveled clothing, Conan visibly relaxed. They bore no headbands, no weapons, appearing more like civilians seeking refuge from war. "Apologies for the intrusion," she managed a strained smile, assisting the unconscious Yahiko deeper into the cave. "We only need to stay for one night." She looked at Qian in confusion, only to find him deep in thought, scrutinizing the 3 newcomers. Light blue-purple hair adorned with paper flowers, a pale face beneath red hair. Qian's heart raced. Wasn't this the founding trio of the Akatsuki? The future villains from cinematic narratives, now appearing before him in such disarray. He contemplated whether to eliminate them early, considering that Nagato and Conan would become future antagonists. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, realizing that Uchiha Madara might already be lurking in the shadows, watching Nagato. He lacked the confidence to confront that legendary ninja, especially since he was unaware of Madara's true capabilities. "Are you injured?" Qian suddenly stood, retrieving a woven basket of medicinal herbs from a crevice in the rock. "I have some hemostatic herbs here." Nagato and Conan were momentarily taken aback, then expressed their gratitude. "Thank you so much." No need for formality. Qian waved his hand dismissively, returning to Shi's side and casually continuing to eat his roasted meat. Conan skillfully crushed the herbs with a stone, her movements impressively adept. Once she tended to Yahiko and Oppos' wounds, she finally had time to address her own injury. Hiss! Conan inhaled sharply, pressing the last piece of bandage against her rib wound. Sweat dripped from her light purple hair, glistening like pearls in the firelight. She bit down on a twig, suppressing any further sounds. Chapter 27. The Vigil of Madara. Nagato and Oppos' condition has worsened significantly. His chakra has been entirely depleted, and a gash on his ribs remains exposed, his fingers trembling as he binds it. Yet, he silently tears off a sleeve, applying the medicinal paste to the grievous wound without even flinching. Qian narrows his eyes, his actions of roasting meat slowing. Such remarkable fortitude is truly befitting one destined to wield the power of the 6 paths of pain. Once this task is completed, Conan and Nagato finally have the opportunity to scrutinize Qian and his companion more closely. "Nagato," Conan whispers, feigning the adjustment of bandages, "those two are peculiar." Out of the corner of her eye, she catches sight of Qian's robust back. Few commoners in the land of rain can afford to eat well. So how could a mere villager possess such strength? Nagato subtly nods. He has long been aware that the girl maintains her left hand in a position poised to form seals at a moment's notice while consuming the roasted meat. Even more suspicious is the neatly cut pile of firewood in the corner of the cave, as if severed by a razor's edge. Do not act rashly, he hoarsely advises. As long as they do not interfere, we need not concern ourselves with them. Conan pinches the explosive tags hidden in her sleeve, softly acknowledging with a hum. Suddenly, the sound of rain outside intensifies, masking the breaths of the four, each harboring their own thoughts. In the depths of the night, the cave is only illuminated by the occasional sparks from the dying campfire. Qian and she lie side by side on a makeshift bed of dried grass. Their days spent in close proximity have accustomed them to each other and Appo's presence, and even in slumber, they feel no embarrassment. Meanwhile, Yahiko and the others have succumbed to a deep sleep due to their injuries. The faint sound of footsteps suddenly reaches the cave from outside. Qian and she simultaneously open their eyes, exchanging a glance in the darkness. Qian subtly shakes his head, and she, understanding, closes her eyes again, though her muscles are taut, ready to spring into action at any moment. A tall figure slowly steps into the cave, with disheveled hair and a gray robe, his aged features exuding an intimidating yet calm authority. Following him is a writhing shadow that seems to flow like a living entity across the ground. It is none other than Uchiha Madara and Kagaya's Black Zetsu. The two disregard Qian and she lying nearby and approach Nagato directly. Madara gazes down at the unconscious red-haired youth, shaking his head in disappointment. Too slow, we must hasten the pace. He gestures subtly to Black Zetsu, who immediately activates stealth, enveloping Madara and Appo's ankles like liquid. Their figures slowly sink into the ground, disappearing as if swallowed by the earth. That must be Uchiha Madara. She's pupils constrict in shock. The legendary ninja, the man who fought the first Hokage at the Valley of the End, still alive? Once Madara's presence fades completely, Chinchuan's gaze returns to Nagato. The tightly closed Rinnegan seems to silently beckon him. In his previous life, he had long coveted the immense power of the Rinnegan. If he could seize this power, figures like Danzo and the third Hokage would be inconsequential. Qian and Appo's azure flames silently gather in his palm. She, sensing his intentions, feels her kaleidoscope eyes begin to shift. Captain, found them. There are traces here. A sudden roar from outside the cave erupts like thunder. Yahiko and the others jolt awake, instinctively reaching for their weapons. Nagato and Appo's eyes snap open, the purple ripples in his pupils violently pulsating before gradually settling back to normal. Cursing under his breath, Qian extinguishes the azure flames. He glares toward the cave entrance, where the torches of a Wagakure and Appo's pursuers have cast the rain-soaked surroundings in an ominous orange hue. This coincidence seems rather contrived. A terrifying thought strikes him. Could it be that Uchiha Madara intentionally lured the pursuers here? Cold sweat breaks out on Qian and Appo's back. If he had acted against Nagato earlier, he would likely. He retreats to Shi's side, feigning fear. Shi, what should we do? Don't worry, I will protect you. She reassures him, embracing Qian firmly. Though she does not fully comprehend his intentions, she instinctively aligns with him. Nagato casts a wary glance at them, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. However, the imminent threat from a Wagakure takes precedence, and he cannot afford to delve deeper into the peculiarities of this unfamiliar pair. You two stay here. We will draw them away, Yahiko says with a hint of regret. Qian nods, casting one last glance into Nagato's eyes. The power contained within them still captivates him, yet he now understands that some pieces on the board are not to be trifled with. Yahiko and the others dash out of the cave under the cover of night, the sound of clashing metal and explosive ninjutsu quickly fading into the distance. The cave returns to silence, save for the occasional crackle of the dying fire. She suddenly laughs lightly. You acted quite well. That display of panic was convincing. Qian brushes off non-existent dust from his sleeve, chuckling. Let me show you the true power of the Rinnegan. The legendary. I have got. She and Appo's pupils dilate in shock. She had seen related records in Uchiha and Appo's ancient texts. That is the eye of the sage of six paths, capable of controlling life and death. To think that the fabled eye resides within that red-haired youth. Recalling Qianchuan's earlier demeanor, she exclaims, You intended to acquire that Rinnegan? I did indeed plan to make a direct move, Qian affirms with a nod. But as you saw, the hidden players are stronger than us. Qianchuan, I will retrieve those eyes. Shi's kaleidoscope begins to glow ominously in the darkness, the crimson patterns twisting as if alive. Qian swiftly grips her wrist. Do not act impulsively. The situation is unclear, and Uchiha Madara is beyond our means. Refusing to let her fall into danger due to his own desires, he rejects her proposition. Though turned down, Shi's shifting gaze reveals her unwavering resolve. What you desire, Qianchuan, I shall ensure you obtain. Let us go and witness the power of the Rinnegan. Qian diverts the conversation. With a swift motion, a sealing scroll unfurls, revealing two sets of black robes and fox masks. Qian expertly tightens his hood and dons the black fox mask. She conceals her red hair entirely, her eyes shimmering behind the eye holes of the white fox mask. Qianxian wraps his arm around Shi and Amp, Appo's slender waist, azure flames erupting from his shoulder, coalescing into splendid phoenix wings behind them. She instinctively wraps her arms around his neck, and together they soar out of the cave like arrows released from a bow. The night wind howls past their ears as Qianxian meticulously assesses the situation. At this moment, Nagato has yet to fully master the power of the Rinnegan, which only manifests under extreme emotional duress. According to the original narrative, Yahiko's death should occur toward the end of the Third Shinobi World War, by which time Rin Noura had long perished. Yet, it is only the 47th year of Konoha, and Rin is still interning at the hospital. The Third Shinobi World War has scarcely begun. Has the timeline advanced? He reflects on every action taken since his arrival, realizing that aside from showcasing his prowess on the battlefield, he has not significantly altered the course of history. Could it be the butterfly effect? Never mind. We and Appos, LL take it one step at a time. After all, his prior understanding of Naruto is limited to film interpretations, and many details have long since faded from memory. Shinchuan-kun? She keenly senses his unease. What's wrong? Nothing. He shakes his head, feeling the chakra fluctuations ahead intensifying. We are almost there. Chapter 28. The Hunt for Nagato. Swoosh. The two individuals concealed themselves among the treetops, observing the tumultuous battle unfolding below. The condition of Yahiko and his companions was far from favorable. Although they had rested through the night, Yahiko's abdominal wound continued to bleed, severely hampering their mobility. His breaths were labored like a beast, and his pallor was alarming. Conan. Nagato. Yahiko suddenly pushed away the hand of his supporting companion, his voice hoarse. Do not concern yourselves with me. Deliver the information about the spy to Lord Hanzo. Nagato's Rinnegan eyes narrowed intensely. What nonsense. We are comrades. Swoosh. A kunai sliced through the air, inflicting a new wound on Yahiko's shoulder. Conan's paper wings unfurled hastily, blocking the subsequent assault, but it was evident that she was nearing her limit. The kaleidoscope beneath the mask of the figure known as she began to materialize, and chakra surged within her. Qianxian immediately grasped her wrist. She, what do you intend to do? Do you not desire those eyes? She's voice was resolute. I will retrieve them for you. Uchiha Madara may be nearby. Qianxian whispered urgently. We do not understand his current strength. To his surprise, she remained steadfast. Qianxian, let me have this chance. Even if I must confront Uchiha Madara, I shall not falter. Moreover, given the time that has passed, Madara and Appo's strength must have significantly diminished. As she spoke, she removed her mask and looked earnestly at Qianxian. Allow me this opportunity. Qianxian was momentarily taken aback. The determination in Shi and Appo's eyes ignited a warmth within his chest. Merely due to his casual remark, she was willing to risk her life against Uchiha Madara. She was truly a remarkable person. After a moment's contemplation, he realized that even if she were to falter against Madara, his presence would ensure their survival. He ultimately relented. Be cautious. A smile illuminated Shi's face as she donned her mask and vanished in an instant. Swoosh. She reappeared before Nagato. The others were taken aback by Shi and Appo's sudden appearance, while Nagato felt a prickling sensation of dread. Just as she was about to strike at Nagato and Appo's eyes, swoosh. Clang. Suddenly, a kunai, intended for Nagato, was hurled towards Shi. Reluctantly, she dodged the attack. By pure happenstance, Nagato was saved by the Iwagakure ninja. Yahiko and his companions quickly formed a defensive stance, back to back. Who are you? What do you want? Yahiko bellowed. The Iwagakure ninja stared at this mysterious figure, uncertain of her origins. Which squad do you belong to? State the code. She, infuriated by the Iwagakure and Appo's interference with her plans, thought about how close she had been to success. In that moment, a surge of murderous intent welled up within her. Beneath her mask, the kaleidoscope Sharingan emerged, spinning rapidly. Since I have acquired this power, I have yet to wield it properly. Today shall be your misfortune. What? The Iwagakure ninja were taken aback. But soon their mouths fell agape in shock. Not only them, but also Nagato and his companions. A torrent of purple chakra erupted like a volcano, forming a colossal skeletal structure around Shi. Yet, it did not cease there. Under the terrified gazes of the onlookers, the skeletal frame rapidly morphed, sprouting flesh and armor, eventually transforming into a fully realized Susanoo towering at 40 meters. What kind of monster is this? The onlookers were momentarily rendered speechless by the sight of the towering giant. Ants should obediently meet their demise. She scoffed, and the arms of the Susanoo swung down viciously towards the Iwagakure warriors. Before their screams could escape, the colossal fist of the Susanoo crashed down. Boom. The ground fractured, sending shockwaves that uprooted trees. Two Iwagakure shinobi were instantly reduced to mere pulp, their blood spraying high into the treetops like a fountain. Qianxian nodded slightly from a distance. The Susanoo was indeed the ultimate power of the Uchiha. Its efficiency in clearing the battlefield was nothing short of terrifying. Boom, boom. In the span of mere breaths, 7 or 8 Iwagakure shinobi were reduced to indistinguishable pools of blood and flesh. She maneuvered the Susanoo, her cold gaze locking onto Yahiko and his companions. It is your turn. Nagato's Rinnegan trembled violently, for the first time in his life. He felt such a pure sense of despair. Yet, Yahiko and Konan gripped him tightly, urging, "Run. Such a giant cannot be agile." The trio stumbled frantically into the depths of the forest. She scoffed, and the Susanu's right hand coalesced into a long chakra whip. Crack! Boom! The chakra whip tore through the air with a deafening roar. Where the whip passed, it seemed to carve a rift in space. And the ground erupted into a chasm dozens of meters long, with debris flying like bullets. Nagato barely managed to evade this lethal strike, his clothing soaked with cold sweat. The purple ripples in his Rinnegan fluctuated violently. He could distinctly feel it. Just a fraction more, just a little, and I would be dead. Had that whip struck true, he would have undoubtedly perished on the spot. The Rinnegan in his gaze shimmered with ripples, and his chakra surged wildly. Damn it, I missed. She pouted in dissatisfaction, the giant hand of the Susanu raised once more. This time, she adjusted her angle. The whip moved through the air like a serpent, arcing perfectly with an aura of destruction as it descended upon Nagato. Crack! Suddenly, another sound of tearing filled the air as the whip continued its relentless assault. Nagato gazed upwards in despair, his pupils reflecting the approaching purple whip. The scent of death enveloped him, and his legs felt as heavy as lead, immobilizing him. As his eyes trembled violently, a profound stillness welled up within. Am I to die? In a moment of dire crisis, a figure suddenly tackled him. Boom! The whip and Appo's tip grazed their backs, shattering a nearby boulder into fragments. Yahiko let out a muffled groan, his already severe injuries worsening. Blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Yahiko! Nagato's voice trembled. Konan's paper cranes surged toward the Susanu like a blizzard, only to ignite into ash upon contact with the purple chakra. She bit her lip, blood dripping onto her hand, forming seals. Paper ninjutsu, god of paper. Countless explosive tags shot forth from her sleeves, ensnaring the Susanu in a web. In the shadows deep within the forest, Uchiha Madara stood silently. His crimson Sharingan pierced through the rain, fixated upon the distant purple Susanu, a rare hint of appreciation gracing his aged countenance. To wield the Susanu to such an extent, Madara and Appo's voice was raspy yet profound. The Uchiha of this era are not entirely devoid of merit. He cared not for the identity of the Susanu and Appo's master, in Madara and Appo's eyes. Apart from Hashirama, no one else held any significance. His gaze shifted towards the beleaguered Nagato. The Rinnegan quivered intensely under the threat of death, yet it remained shackled by its final constraints. Madara and Appo's brow furrowed with disappointment, the expression evident on his face. Indeed, a mere threat of death was insufficient. Madara and Appo's fingers lightly tapped against the tree trunk. He had realized long ago that for the eyes to evolve, they required an extreme emotion as the key. It was not fear, nor anger, but rather, the pain of losing a loved one. As Nagato teetered on the brink of death, Uchiha Madara shook his head in resignation. If that is the case, I shall seek another opportunity. For now, let me offer some guidance to this junior. Despite his advancing age, he felt more than capable of mentoring an Uchiha like she. Chapter 29. The weakened Madara with a swift motion. Uchiha Madara appeared before Susanu like a ghost, his gray cloak billowing in the chakra storm. He gazed up at the towering purple giant, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. As a descendant of the Uchiha, would you like me to impart some wisdom? His voice was raspy, akin to sandpaper scraping against wood. The pupil of the girl, Su, abruptly constricted. Beneath her mask, her Sharingan spun wildly. Is this the legendary god of ninjas? A sense of awe welled within her. Yet, in an instant, an unprecedented fighting spirit surged forth. You old fool, she exclaimed vehemently. You should be resting in your grave, not prancing about. Perish. Boom. Susanu and Appo's form swelled once more, surpassing 60 meters, exuding an even more ferocious aura. The chakra whip, as thick as a colossal serpent, sliced through the air with a shriek aimed directly at Madara. The ground trembled under immense pressure, fissures cracking the earth, while trees within a 100-meter radius were snapped in two. In a heartbeat, Uchiha Madara formed intricate hand seals, his fingers moving with the agility of youth. Wood release, birth of the trees, he declared. Thunder rumbled as countless thick roots erupted from the ground, awakening like ancient serpents. These wildly growing plants entwined around Susanu and Appo's limbs, the wooden fibers scraping against the chakra armor with an ear-piercing sound. The giant trees rapidly enveloped the purple warrior, as if draping a green prison over the battle god. Su was horrified to discover that her Susanu was sinking gradually. The trees were not merely restraining, they were consuming chakra. Crack! The wooden vines crushed the armor of Susanu, blood trickling from the corner of Su and Appo's eye. Child, your strength still lacks refinement, Madara chuckled, arms crossed. So this is the fabled wood release. She gritted her teeth, the kaleidoscope of her Sharingan spinning frantically as purple chakra erupted from her like a volcano. Do not underestimate me, old man. Boom. For enormous chakra wings unfurled from Susanu's back, a violent energy storm shattering the entwined trees. Su commanded the giant to ascend, hands forming seals before her. Fire release, great fire destruction. Torrential flames erupted from Susanu's mouth, engulfing the entire forest in an inferno. The trees carbonized and crumbled under the intense heat, even the rain evaporating into white mist. Madara stood in the heart of the flames, his robes billowing in the heat waves. Instead of retreating, he wore a satisfied smile. Now this feels like a proper battle. Water release, water barrier. Madara formed seals, unleashing a massive column of water that rose to create a vast wall, extinguishing the flames entirely. Hissing, a thick mist instantly enveloped the area, concealing both figures. Madara prepared to launch another assault when suddenly, blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. He frowned, wiping it away. The veins on his aged skin bulged like withered vines, revealing an unnatural purplish-black hue. Humph, he muttered, glancing at his trembling fingers. Has the supply from the outer path Deva statue reached its limits? In the distance, the presence of Yahiko and his companions was rapidly fading. A flicker of regret crossed Madara's Rinnegan, but soon transformed into acceptance. He turned his gaze towards Su, who was still maintaining Susanoo, and rasped with a laugh. Junior, your strength is quite commendable. Suddenly, the shadow beneath him writhed as if alive, coiling around his legs. I hope our next encounter will be more enjoyable. Seeing Madara attempt to flee, Su and Appos's fury erupted. Exhausting her ocular power, tears of blood streamed from her eyes. You wretched old man. You've ruined my plans, and now you wish to escape. The long whip of Susanoo lashed out with cataclysmic force towards the sinking Madara. This strike would surely cleave him in two. Boom. The earth trembled, shockwaves uprooting trees within a 100-meter radius. As the dust settled, a massive crater remained. But Madara and Appos's figure had vanished without a trace. Damn it. Su stomped in frustration, but at that moment, Susanoo suddenly dissipated. Her vision blurred. The world around her shrouded in a crimson haze. Cursed be. I've exhausted my ocular power. Swiftly, Qianxian appeared at her side, his strong arms catching her as she faltered. Azure flames danced in his palm, gently enveloping the bleeding sockets of her eyes. Madara and Appos's power truly lives up to its reputation, even in a state of depletion. That man could easily suppress your complete Susanoo. Were it not for your physical limitations, he would have dispatched you effortlessly. Qianxian, I'm sorry, Su murmured weakly against him. I couldn't obtain the Rinnegan. It is of no matter, Qianxian comforted, stroking her long hair, though his gaze remained fixed on the direction Madara had vanished. At least we have learned that the legendary Uchiha Madara is merely a frail, old man now. He had noticed that when Madara utilized the birth of the trees, unnatural decay had appeared upon his arm. The once mighty warrior of the ninja world was now sustained solely by the outer path Deva statue, clinging to his last breath. When he had intended to intervene earlier, he had detected approaching ninjas from afar and had to retract. What astonished Qianxian most was Su's performance. Not only did she dare to confront Madara, but she also exhibited remarkable strength, achieving complete Susanoo on her first attempt, truly unexpected. After the two departed, swish, swish. Shortly after their departure, 3 small teams arrived simultaneously at the ravaged battlefield. The captain of the Iwagakure reconnaissance team knelt, his fingers brushing against the chakra residue on the ground, his expression shifting dramatically. This purity of chakra, at least shadow-level strength. Nearby, a rain village ninja stared up at the neatly severed trunks of the giant trees, his voice trembling. What kind of existence could cause such destruction? The outermost members of the root organization silently collected soil samples, their eyes behind masks wide with astonishment. They recognized the signs of wood release. But the revelation was too horrifying to document in their mission reports. The 3 factions maintained a tacit distance but reached the same conclusion in their hearts. The ninja world was on the brink of a transformation. The 3 parties swiftly returned to their respective bases with the news. At the Iwagakure base, the information scroll in Huangtu and Appos's hands creaked under pressure as he fixated on the battlefield schematic drawn by the reconnaissance team. The neatly severed giant trees, the deep craters, and the residual chakra crystals all hinted at the terrifying power of the combatants involved. 2 more unknown shadow-level ninjas. Sweat beaded on his forehead. When did the Land of Rain become a gathering place for powerful warriors? Recalling that relations with the Rain Village had reached a freezing point, even turning adversarial, cooperation was now impossible. Coupled with the unknown powerful forces, the Land of Rain appeared shrouded in mystery to Huangtu. After a moment of contemplation, Huangtu slammed his hand on the table. Relay the order. The entire army is to withdraw from the Land of Rain and return to the border for standby. But Lord Suchikage and Appos's orders. The deputy hesitated. Execute the order. Huangtu barked. Our manpower is stretched thin, and the situation is unpredictable. This is not a place we can meddle in. Yes. In the Rain Village, Hanzo of the Salamander sat alone in a dim chamber, his pipe long extinguished. The words would release on the information scroll were particularly glaring, causing his fingers to tremble involuntarily. 3 shadow-level warriors lurking in the Land of Rain, along with would release. He murmured to himself, his expression beneath the mask fluctuating between shadows and light. What is it that you, Konoha, truly desire? Outside, the rain intensified, and Hanzo suddenly erupted into a fit of violent coughs. For the first time in many years, this semi-divine being was seized by a profound sense of helplessness. The secret stronghold of the Root organization. Bang! Danzo's fist slammed onto the stone table, causing the teacup to topple. His one eye bloodshot, fixed intently on the kneeling figure of the Root. Are you certain it is wood release? My subordinate witnessed it firsthand. The voice of the Root quivered as the forest within 100 meters instantaneously burgeoned. That chakra fluctuation. It cannot be mistaken. Danzo's countenance darkened ominously. Aside from the successful experiments of Orochimaru's Tenzo, there should be no other users of wood release in the ninja world. Why, then, has it reemerged? Could it be? A dreadful possibility struck him suddenly. What experiment has that scoundrel Orochimaru conducted behind my back? The more he pondered Orochimaru's mad and forbidden tendencies, the more convinced he became of its likelihood. In the dim candlelight, Danzo's visage appeared particularly sinister. Chapter 30. The birth of a god. Qian escorted Uchiha, she to a newly discovered cave, tending to her wounds while contemplating the condition of Uchiha Madara. Despite Madara and Appo's visibly deteriorating state, his seemingly effortless combat style was indeed alarming. More importantly, he was likely just beginning his strategy, with Obito not yet having become his pawn. The battle at the Kanabi Bridge. Qian pondered. If he could witness that pivotal event, perhaps he might glean further intelligence about Madara. It was said that Obito had encountered misfortune during the battle at the Kanabi Bridge. He wondered if he would have the chance to observe it. 2 days later, Shi's eyes had mostly healed. The duo donned black and white fox masks, traversing a secluded path leading to the underground exchange. Qian Kun, there's a chakra presence ahead. She suddenly lowered her voice. Qian looked up to see a figure clad in a black trench coat, seated on a boulder, intently counting a stack of bills. His green eyes bore black, seam-like markings. It was the legendary immortal ninja, Kakuzu. Qian's breath hitched slightly. Rumor had it that Kakuzu was once an elite ninja from Takigakure, tasked with assassinating the first Hokage, but was defeated by Senju Hashirama. He questioned the veracity of this tale. Some claim that Kakuzu was vanquished from 800 miles away by a single shuriken thrown by Hashirama. However, Qian found it hard to believe that Kakuzu would dare to strike at the god of ninjas without careful consideration. Even in defeat, the accounts seemed exaggerated. Moreover, what intrigued him most was that this ancient being, who had survived since the era of the first Hokage, was akin to a moving treasury. Kakuzu suddenly lifted his gaze, a glint of danger flashing in his green eyes. Oi, you two brats, do you desire the cash in my hands? Qian's lips curled slightly beneath his mask. If he could recruit this financial expert, he would never have to worry about funding again. Kakuzu, is it? He said in a deliberately hoarse voice. Join my organization, and you can hunt more powerful foes for bounties. Kakuzu's eyes brightened momentarily, only to be replaced by caution. You just based on that? He shook the bounty notice in his hand. I happen to need money. Perhaps I can turn your head in for a reward. Before he could finish, Qian's sword, she, was already drawn. Clang. The blade flashed like lightning, forcing Kakuzu to retreat hastily, his coat sliced open. He stared in astonishment at the young man before him. Such speed was comparable to that of a Kage. Interesting. Kakuzu's stitches began to writhe, indicating he was ready to stretch his limbs. Earth style, earth spear. Kakuzu and Appo's arms instantly hardened, colliding fiercely with Shi, sparks flying. Qian leveraged the impact to flip backward, forming seals in midair. Blue flame. Fire style, great fire dragon flame bullet. A searing blue fire dragon roared forth, but rather than retreat, Kakuzu advanced. Suddenly, his chest split open, revealing a strange mask. Water style, water barrier technique. Water clashed with fire, steam enveloping the scene. As Shi's Sharingan began to glow, Qian swiftly positioned himself in front of her, gently placing a hand on her shoulder. Your eyes have not yet fully healed. Leave this to me. His voice, though soft, carried an undeniable firmness. She bit her lip, the patterns of the Sharingan gradually fading as she obediently stepped aside. Humph, arrogant brat. Kakuzu scoffed, yet the disdain in his eyes vanished. The brief exchange had made it clear to him that this young man was no ordinary opponent. However, Kaku, having lived for nearly a century, was not one to concede easily. Earth grudge fear. With a low shout, countless strands of black chakra surged from Kakuzu's body, writhing in the air like living creatures. These threads, sharp as blades, glinted ominously in the sunlight. Whoosh! Dozens of black threads shot forth, moving with such velocity that they nearly tore through the air. Qian did not flinch or evade. Azure flames erupted around him. With a flick of his wrist, the flames surged like a tidal wave, colliding violently with the black threads. Sizzle! The sound of burning filled the air as Kakuzu and Appo's expression shifted to one of alarm. He hastily retracted the threads, yet the azure flames clung to them, spreading rapidly. Damn it! Kakuzu decisively severed the ignited threads while simultaneously forming seals. Water style, great waterfall technique. The torrent of water extinguished the remaining azure flames, but his palm was already charred black. He regarded Qian with a newfound seriousness in his eyes. This guy has flames are problematic. Time is money, Qian suddenly declared. How about we settle this with one decisive move? This proposition ignited a spark of interest in Kakuzu. As a bounty hunter who valued wealth above all, he understood the preciousness of time better than anyone. Interesting. Kakuzu grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth. Then let us make it one move. He swiftly formed seals, and 4 Earthgrudge fear masks illuminated simultaneously within him. Combined ninjutsu, flame wind chaotic wave. Fire and wind perfectly merged, creating a fiery storm with a diameter exceeding 10 meters, shattering the ground and melting rock in its wake. Qian tightened his grip on Shi. The azure flames on the blade surged dramatically, coiling around it like a vividly alive fire dragon. Azure flame, dragon slash of the rending sky. With a roar akin to a dragon-esque cry, a massive azure blade of chakra cleaved through the air. The flame dragon merged with the blade aura, distorting space as it tore through the atmosphere. Boom! The azure flames collided with the fiery storm, a blinding light forcing Shi to shut her eyes. The shockwave radiated outward, uprooting trees within a 100-meter radius. As the brilliance faded, Kakuzu knelt on one knee, a gruesome wound bleeding profusely from his chest, while the tip of Qian and Appo's S-blade rested against his throat. You've lost. Kakuzu locked his gaze onto the blade and Appo's S-edge, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, splendid. From this day forth, I shall follow you. Kakuzu's green eyes remained fixed on the blade at his throat, the stitched black threads at the wound slowly writhing. Surprisingly, he displayed no anger, instead revealing a sinister grin. This blade is worth 80 million ryo. Qian raised an eyebrow, retracting his sword, the azure flames tracing a beautiful arc as they sheathed. Is your life worth so little? Humph, young one. Kakuzu stood, the black threads at his wound completing their stitching. My life is priceless. He patted the bulging pouch at his waist. How much can we earn together on this venture? She couldn't help but chuckle. This money-obsessed old monster was adorably straightforward. The three settled on a relatively flat rock amidst the ruins. Kakuzu eagerly pulled out an account book, his green eyes shimmering with shrewdness. Recently, there have been several large orders at the exchange. He pointed at the bounty list, mentioning the scorching ninja from Sunagakure. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Each head was worth that sum. Qian observed the numbers Kakuzu indicated, the corners of his mouth twitching beneath his mask. This old fellow's obsession with money was truly astonishing. Money is not the issue. Qian tapped the rock. I intend to establish an organization dedicated to hunting down rogue ninjas and dangerous individuals from various villages. To his knowledge, aside from Kumogakure, many ninjas were likely to defect in the future. Now was the opportune moment to launch. Kakuzu's eyes sparkled with interest. Intriguing. What is the division? 70-30. Qian held up a finger. I take 70. Kakuzu pondered for a moment, then extended his hand, covered in black threads. Deal. But what shall we call this organization? Qian gazed towards the distant dawn through the rain, softly stating, let us call it God. Chapter 31. The Siege of the Third Reikage God. A rather fitting name, indeed. Kakuzu nodded in satisfaction, his eyes narrowing as he surveyed the enigmatic duo before him. Since we are allies, you ought to reveal your identities. Qian and she exchanged a knowing glance, silently reaching a consensus. My codename is Phoenix. Qian declared in a deep voice. Puppet Master, she succinctly responded, simultaneously forming hand seals. With a puff of white smoke, a sleek, black-furred ninja cat gracefully landed on her shoulder. This was her summoning beast for communication. She gently stroked its head, having formed a contract. It could relay messages at any time. A ninja cat? Kakuzu expressed mild surprise, yet extended his hand, covered in dark threads, to lightly touch the cat's paw. The contract scroll ignited in the firelight, turning to ash and fading away. Pleasant collaboration. I shall adopt the codename Beast of All Directions, Kakuzu announced, rising and stepping into the curtain of rain. When we meet again, I hope you bring valuable prey. After Kakuzu's figure vanished into the downpour, Qian and she exchanged glances before turning towards the underground exchange. In the dim, damp corridor, the air was thick with a metallic scent of blood. A masked attendant guided them into a secret chamber, where scrolls of intelligence sprawled across the table, detailing the latest developments in the Land of Rain. The rock village has fully retreated? Qian inquired. Indeed, esteemed guests, the informant whispered. Huang Tu ordered an immediate evacuation, leaving the camp in disarray. She scoffed lightly, a hint of disdain flickering beneath her mask. It seems they were utterly terrified. Qian pocketed the scroll and tossed a bag of gold coins onto the table. Let us depart. It's time to return to the village. Upon leaving the underground exchange, the two made their way along a path towards the Land of Fire. She turned her head and asked, how shall we report on Danzo's situation? Qian chuckled softly. Just state the facts. After all, Danzo's movements are shrouded in mystery. Even claiming he perished on a mission would be unverifiable. She nodded, a glint of cunning in her eyes. Then our mission could be deemed an overwhelming success. Of course, Qian replied lazily, stretching. We stirred discord between the Rock and Rain villages. And with the Rock village's withdrawal from the Land of Rain, the Hokage should be quite pleased. Deep within the chasm bordering the Land of Waterfall and the Land of Frost, the encirclement by the Rock village had tightened to its utmost. Hundreds of elite ninjas occupied the high ground, relentlessly bombarding the remnants of the Cloud village below with earth release techniques. Earth release, rock collapse. With the hand seals of a Rock village jonin, the cliffs on either side trembled violently, and countless boulders rained down like a tempest. The Cloud ninjas scrambled to evade, but some were crushed on the spot, their blood splattering against the rocky walls in a gruesome display. Dalu's black lightning flickered amidst the dust, barely shattering a few boulders that were hurtling towards the Reikage. His breath was ragged, chakra nearly depleted. Reikage-sama, we must break through. The longer we delay, the more perilous our situation becomes. The lightning-shaped scar on the third Reikage's chest flushed with anger. He scanned his surroundings. Reinforcements from the Rock village continued to pour in, while his own forces had suffered significant losses. That old fox, Inoki the Reikage's fists cracked with tension. This ambush was supposed to be flawlessly executed, yet somehow, their plans had been compromised. Boom. A massive earth dragon suddenly burst forth from the ground. The Reikage reacted swiftly, activating his lightning release chakra mode and obliterating the dragon with a single punch. However, this strike confirmed a dreadful truth. Huang Tu had also arrived. In the distance, Huang Tu's silhouette emerged from the dust. He had somehow reached this point from the border of the Land of Rain. This meant the Rock village was determined to bury them here. Dalu, the Reikage's voice turned eerily calm. Lead the injured to break through from the east. The young jonin looked up in surprise. And you, sir? The Reikage's body crackled with lightning, deflecting the incoming shuriken. I shall carve a path for you. Before Dalu could protest, the Reikage transformed into a streak of blue lightning, plunging into the enemy ranks. Wherever he passed, Rock ninjas were sent flying, some even disintegrating midair. Hell's thrust, 4 directions piercing. The searing lightning tore through the Rock defenses, but it also left the Reikage completely exposed to a multitude of kunai and explosive tags. Boom, boom. The air in the canyon crackled with the electricity of lightning release chakra, producing thunderous echoes. The Reikage's blue hair stood on end, and the lightning scar on his chest radiated a blinding light. Reikage-sama, Dalu cried, black lightning coiling around his blade. Allow me to cover your retreat. Fool. The Reikage shouted, effortlessly dispatching 3 Rock ninjas without looking back. Can you withstand this? Get out of my way. His 4 directions piercing carved bloody furrows through the enemy lines, but more foes surged forth like a relentless tide. Huang Tu stood atop a distant cliff, hands pressed to the ground. Earth release, mountain earth technique. The cliffs on either side converged like colossal hands, aiming to crush the Reikage into oblivion. The Reikage threw his head back and roared, gathering lightning in his right fingertip. Hell's thrust, 1 direction piercing. A blinding pillar of lightning shot skyward, creating a massive gap in the converging cliffs. Debris rained down, striking the Cloud ninjas and eliciting cries of anguish. However, after this strike, the Reikage's chakra visibly waned. Dalu watched in horror as the Reikage faced overwhelming odds. Hurry, go. The Reikage, drenched in blood, grinned ferociously. Tell AI to wait for my return so we can drink together. In a final eruption of lightning, he carved a bloody path for Dalu. As the dust settled, only the formidable Reikage remained, surrounded by hundreds of Rock ninjas who dared not advance. Huang Tu stood above, a cruel smile playing on his lips as his voice echoed through the canyon. Everyone listen up. Hold him down and await reinforcements. Yes. The Rock ninjas responded in unison, their eyes gleaming with malice. They dispersed, maintaining a safe distance while relentlessly bombarding the Reikage with ninjutsu. Thanks to the information from the Tsukikage, we got him right where we want him. A Rock jonin sneered. Even the Reikage is nothing before our overwhelming numbers. With the Tsukikage backing us, the Rock village will undoubtedly dominate the shinobi world. Another ninja proclaimed loudly, continuously forming hand seals. Earth release, rock pillar spear. Sharp rock pillars erupted from the ground as the Reikage sidestepped, only to be struck in the back by another earth dragon, letting out a muffled groan. Ha! What kind of Reikage are you, after all? A Rock chunin jeered. In the face of absolute numbers, even a Kage must kneel. Though bloodied, the Reikage's fighting spirit remained undiminished. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and once again, the lightning release chakra erupted around him, blue arcs dancing like wild serpents. A swarm of rodents. He bellowed. You think you can defeat me with mere numbers? Lightning release, thunderstorm armor. A violent explosion of lightning radiated from him, instantly shattering the incoming earth release techniques. Several nearby Rock ninjas, caught off guard, were struck by the lightning, falling to the ground in agony. Yet, more ninjutsu followed in quick succession. Earth release, Hell S swamp. Earth release, cracking earth rotation. The ground transformed into a quagmire while massive fissures opened, causing the rakeage to falter, nearly sinking into the mire. He leaped desperately, only to see a torrential downpour of shuriken raining down from above. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the relentless support from the rock ninjas, the third rakeage fought for 3 days and nights, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. Chapter 32. The rescue. 5 days had elapsed. Qianxian and she exchanged glances, surveying the unfamiliar village before them. Are you certain this is Konoha? She inquired skeptically. Qianxian felt a twinge of embarrassment. The map had become illegible due to the rain, leading him astray as he attempted to navigate back to Konoha, ultimately resulting in their arrival at this strange settlement. The absence of rain suggested they had departed from the land of rain. Let us venture inside and see if there is a map shop, he suggested. Dressed as commoners, the two blended into the village without raising suspicion. The streets were teeming with refugees and ninjas clad in the garb of the grass country. From this, it was evident they had indeed entered the land of grass. Suddenly, Qianxian recalled a girl from the original narrative, Uzumaki Karen. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, her unique constitution allowed her to heal rapidly from injuries with but a bite, a remarkable ability. Though it paled in comparison to his own Qingyan, it was nevertheless akin to the mastery of medical ninjutsu, perhaps even more effective. Let us see if we can locate a girl with red hair, Qianxian proposed. At this, she and Appo's gaze shifted to him, suddenly fierce. Qianxian offered a wry smile. This individual may prove to be of great assistance to me. Upon hearing this, she tempered her hostility. If she could be of use to Qianxian, it would indeed be a privilege. They should hasten to find her. Disguised as destitute wanderers, the pair infiltrated the village. The state of disrepair in the grass country and Appo's settlements exceeded their expectations, as the scent of decaying food permeated the air, interspersed with the harsh reprimands of grass ninjas and the sobs of refugees. Red hair was a rarity in the ninja world, particularly in such a remote border village. A brief inquiry led them to an old woman, who provided a lead, prompting them to follow it. They arrived at a dilapidated wooden house on the outskirts of the village. Inside, a heart-wrenching scream shattered the silence, followed by the creaking of the door as it was violently thrust open. 2 grass ninjas swaggered out, unwrapping the bandages from their arms. This wretched woman's blood is quite effective, the younger one remarked, flexing his recently healed shoulder with a malevolent grin. The older ninja spat, his eyes glimmering with avarice. Make it last. We can and Appo's afford to kill her. Now it and Appo's, it's my turn. A brutish grass ninja, clutching a bloodied wound on his face, stumbled toward them. The deep knife gash on his right cheek was still oozing blood, indicating he had just returned from the front lines. With a resounding crash, he kicked open the door. In the corner of the room, 2 figures with red hair clung to each other tightly, startled by the sudden noise. Karen, do not be afraid. Uzumaki Hai shielded her daughter behind her, her cracked lips trembling. Once a vision of beauty, this member of the Uzumaki clan now appeared gaunt. Her exposed arms were riddled with alternating fresh and festering bite marks. The extent of the grass ninjas and Appo's cruelty was evident in the frailty of the once resilient Uzumaki clan. Quit dawdling. One of the grass ninjas yanked Hai and Appo's arm, sinking his teeth into her unhealed wound. Ugh! Hai convulsed violently, yet she bit her lip to stifle her cries. She felt her chakra and life force being forcibly extracted, seeping from her wounds into the assailant. The grass ninja's injuries healed at an alarming rate, while her complexion grew increasingly pallid. What is happening? Why is the effect diminishing? He grumbled, loosening his grip, only to find the wound had healed only halfway. Growing impatient, he bit down again, but the healing slowed further. With a resounding slap, Hai collapsed to the floor, her left cheek swelling and blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. She lay there numbly, her vacant gaze fixated on the cobwebs on the ceiling. Mother! Karen cried, rushing to her side, her tears soaking her mother's tattered garments. The 4-year-old trembled uncontrollably. The grass ninja's gaze fell upon Karen, revealing a predatory grin. If the old one is of no use, then let us utilize the young one. No, please. Hai suddenly fought to rise, desperately clutching the grass ninja and Appo's leg. I can still be of use. Just bite me. Get away. The grass ninja kicked her aside, her frail body crashing against the wall with a dull thud. Karen recoiled in terror until her back pressed against the cold surface. The grass ninja and Appo's large hand reached for her, casting a shadow over her innocent face. No. Please. Suddenly, a flash of azure light sliced through the dim room, leaving only an afterimage in the air. The grass ninja's menacing expression froze as his head was severed cleanly, blood spraying from his neck and painting a vivid arc against the wall. The thud of his head hitting the ground made both Hai and Karen shudder in unison. The 2 women turned to the window, where 2 silhouettes stood against the light, Qianxian and she, having dispelled their transformation technique. Qianxuan's chakra blade flickered with azure flames that gradually receded, dissipating into wisps of smoke at the blade's tip. Body flicker technique. In an instant, They were inside the room. She swiftly scanned her surroundings. Is it them? Qian and Appo's gaze fell upon Hai and Appo's scarred arm. His brow furrowed as he nodded. Indeed, they are the survivors of the Uzumaki clan. Instinctively, Hai shielded Karen behind her, trembling as she extended her battered arm. Please, do not harm my child. Qian remained silent, conjuring a gentle flame in his palm. He grasped Hai and Appo's hand, the azure fire flowing along her arm. Hai instinctively tried to retract her hand, but the warmth of the healing chakra astonished her. The festering wounds began healing at a visible rate. Is this medical ninjutsu? Hai and Appo's vacant eyes gradually regained focus, incredulity washing over her as she beheld the unfamiliar youth. More advanced than mere medical ninjutsu, Qian concentrated on directing the flow of chakra. My azure flames can not only heal wounds, but also replenish vitality. She stood nearby, her Sharingan vigilantly monitoring the door. We have no time for idle chatter. The grass ninjas outside will soon notice. Qian nodded, turning to Hai. We can take you to safety. Hai trembled violently, her frail fingers clutching Qian's sleeve. Is it truly possible? Hope ignited in her eyes for the first time, only to dim quickly. But the pursuers from Grass Village will not let us escape. Humph. She interjected impatiently. What do you think we are? Mere grass ninjas are no match for us. Her gaze swept over Hai's grip on Qian. The three tomo in her Sharingan spinning slightly. Moreover, remaining here will only lead to a more dire fate. Karen peeked out from behind her mother, her swollen eyes timidly regarding Qian. Big brother, big sister, can you truly save my mother? Qian knelt to meet the little girl and Appo's gaze. Not only can I save your mother, but I can also take you to a place where no one will ever harm you again. He gently wiped the tears from Karen and Appo's face, and she felt an unfamiliar warmth, etching his image into her heart. Witnessing this scene, Hai suddenly collapsed to her knees, pressing her forehead against the cold ground. Please, take Karen away. I will stay. Enough of this nonsense. She yanked Hai up. If you are to die, let it be after reaching safety. Hold on to me. Qian lifted Hai onto his back, while she cradled Karen. Chapter 33. Returned to Konoha just as they were poised to leap out of the window. A piercing alarm suddenly blared from outside. They had been discovered. She Sharingan spun rapidly, revealing at least 20 grass ninjas surrounding their location. Qian let out a cold laugh. As his left hand gathered a swirling azure flame, let them witness what true fire release entails. Azure flame, dragon fire technique. A blue fire dragon roared as it shattered through the rooftop, hurtling towards the approaching grass ninjas. Boom. The azure flames surged forth like raging tides, engulfing more than 20 grass ninjas in a searing inferno. The chilling screams sliced through the air. The figures that had once tormented them now twisted into charred silhouettes amid the azure flames. Xianglin and Appo's eyes widened, her small hands instinctively gripping she and Appo's clothing. Hui stared intently at the blazing azure fire, her cracked lips trembling slightly. Such overwhelming power made them truly believe for the first time that this young man could indeed lead them out of hell. Hee, let me join the fun. Uchiha's eyes suddenly transformed, the dark tomo swirling into intricate kaleidoscopic patterns. A pale violet chakra surged upwards, coalescing in midair into a gigantic skeletal figure. The chakra whip in Susanu's grasp shimmered with a dangerous light, carving a deadly arc crack. With the ear-piercing sound of air being sliced, the several dozen-meter-long chakra whip swept through, cleaving the grass ninjas in half before they could even utter a cry. Shattered innards and blood rained down, staining the scorched earth a deep crimson. What kind of monster is this? Run. Everyone run. The nearby grass ninjas, witnessing this astonishing scene, turned to flee. However, they could not outrun Shi's whip. Crack, crack. The relentless sounds of air being split echoed as severed bodies flew through the air. All the grass ninjas in sight fell before Shi's whip. This gruesome spectacle, however, filled Xianglin and Hui with an unprecedented exhilaration. The torment they had endured day and night, the suffering that felt worse than death, was finally finding its most direct release. A fierce expression emerged on Xianglin's youthful face, while Hui bit her lip, allowing tears to mingle with the blood running down her cheeks. The night wind howled, and Hui and Appo's red hair danced wildly in the firelight. She clung tightly to Qian and Appo's neck, burying her face into the embrace of the boy who had given her a new life. Feeling the long-lost warmth and safety, Hui's taut nerves finally relaxed. She listened to Qian's steady heartbeat, slowly drifting into a deep slumber in this comforting embrace. For the first time in many years, she was able to sleep peacefully. 3 days later, Qian and his companions found a complete map and returned to Konoha. Whoosh! Xianglin's figure flickered through the forest, but she stumbled upon landing. She crossed her arms, a flash of impatience in her eyes. Too slow. Such body flicker technique is even inferior to that of a genin. Little Xianglin bit her lip, sweat trickling down her cheeks. Qian was conducting a routine check on Hui. Her once withered arms had regained their luster, but as he brushed through her hair, he could still detect a few strands of white that had yet to fully recover. The depletion of vitality was more severe than anticipated. Qian released Hui's hand, but with the physique of the Uzumaki clan, she would fully recover in just half a month. Hui gazed at her reflection in a puddle. Her previously sunken cheeks had become plump, and her pallid complexion was gradually regaining a healthy glow, though she was not yet 30. The presence of white hair was a testament to the grass ninja's oppression. After her recuperation, traces of her former elegance began to emerge, and soon she would regain the beauty of her youth. A smile involuntarily graced her lips, attempting to form the tiger seal. She felt the flow of chakra much smoother than 3 days prior. Back in the Whirlpool Village, I could maintain 3 water clones simultaneously. She chuckled softly, shaking her head. Now, even the basics of water release had become unfamiliar. Not far away, Xianglin failed once more in her body flicker technique. She's face was cold as she threw 3 shurikens. If you can't even dodge at this speed, how can you be a ninja? Xianglin hurriedly dodged, appearing somewhat flustered. Qian approached the training ground and raised his hand to halt she and Appo's next wave of attacks. Her issue lies not in speed, but in chakra control. As he spoke, he crouched down, sketching a complex chakra circuit in the mud. The Uzumaki clan's chakra capacity far exceeds that of ordinary people and should be utilized differently. Having long practiced the reverse flow technique, he had gained considerable insight into the meridian system, thus understanding how to maximize chakra output. Xianglin squatted beside Qian, stealing glances at him. Qian pointed to the drawn meridian diagram on the ground, advising her, follow this chakra pathway. Xianglin quickly snapped back to attention, thinking how handsome Qian looked. Thank you, brother Qian. No need to thank me. She huffed lightly, though the kaleidoscope in her eyes had faded. She noticed Hui skillfully forming seals in the distance, a thin stream of water erupting from her mouth. It seems the mother has more talent than the daughter. This remark made Xianglin's face flush instantly. The group continued on their journey while training. Under Qian's guidance, Xianglin finally completed her first competent body flicker technique. When her figure landed steadily atop a tree branch, even she nodded slightly in approval. At this rate, she would master the body flicker and shadow clone techniques before returning to Konoha. Qian stowed the map away. Hui tucked a lock of red hair behind her ear, gazing expectantly into the distance. Hui, when the time comes, I will request from Lord Hokage that you be allowed to reside in the village. Your identities are special. You will surely be welcomed. Is that really possible? Hui's voice trembled, questioning their status as outsiders. Qian halted his steps, chuckling gently. The alliance between Konoha and the land of Whirlpool has never been dissolved, so you need not worry. Qian. Hui bowed deeply, her red hair cascading like a waterfall. This kindness will forever be etched in our hearts. My daughter and I. Qian hurriedly helped her up. No need for such formality. Your physique is well suited for learning medical ninjutsu. If you wish, you can apply to the village for training in medical ninjutsu. Hui's eyes suddenly sparkled with remarkable enthusiasm. I've always wanted to learn this. In the distance, Xianglin's laughter rang out as the little girl chased after a butterfly, while she followed behind with an impatient expression. Being so young, after training, Xianglin was free to play. Mommy, brother Qian. Xianglin bounced over, leaves stuck in her red hair. Sister, she promised to teach me fire-release ninjutsu. Hui gently tidied her daughter's hair, and upon looking up, met Shi's gaze. The proud Uchiha girl averted her face, claiming, I merely do not wish for her to lag behind. Qian chuckled softly, gazing towards the distant, gradually visible gates of Konoha. The towering Hokage rock was faintly discernible among the leaves. Let us go home. Hui tightly clasped her daughter and Appo's small hand, keeping pace with Qian. As the tall walls of Konoha finally came into view, the setting sun bathed Hokage rock in a golden hue. Xianglin excitedly pointed into the distance. Mommy, look. Is that the Hokage statue brother Qian mentioned? Before her words had fully escaped her lips, 3 shadowy figures suddenly appeared before them. The leading Umbu Jonin donned a fox mask, his voice cold. Halt. The password. Qian remained unperturbed as he formed hand seals. The Umbu captain, seeing this, performed a complex sequence of seals in response. Confirmation complete. The captain relaxed his stance, his voice softening beneath the mask. Welcome back to the village, Jonin Qian. Jonin Shi. Qian was somewhat surprised that this person actually recognized him. Had he not maintained a low profile in the village? The captain's gaze lingered for a moment on the red-haired mother and daughter, who were the orphans of the Uzumaki clan. Qian handed over the scroll he had long prepared, stating that he would report the specifics to Lord Hokage in detail. He recorded the information of the Uzumaki mother and daughter. Let us first find shelter at my home, he suggested. Qian led the 3 to a small courtyard on the outskirts of the village. Upon opening the door, a profound silence enveloped the interior, with only a thin layer of dust accumulating at the entrance. However, upon returning home, Qian discovered that Tiehua was absent. Reflecting on the passage of time, He realized that nearly 2 months had elapsed since leaving the village. It was likely that Tiehua had departed. The lengthy journey had left everyone utterly exhausted, and she, not wishing to return, opted to rest at Qianxuan's place. Chapter 34. Settling in the village as night fell, Qianxian found himself unable to sleep. The reason was the cramped living quarters. His home consisted of only 2 rooms, one occupied by Hui Yi and Xiang Lin, and the other by himself and she. She lay entwined around him like a vine, her warm breath tickling his neck, while one of her legs pressed unceremoniously against his waist. He attempted to shift his position, but she, lost in slumber, tightened her embrace. Her soft form pressed against his back, and her silver hair brushed against his cheek, causing an itch. With a resigned sigh, Qianxian carefully pried apart She's arms that were wrapped around him. However, this movement stirred she from her light sleep. "Don't move," she mumbled drowsily, only to press herself closer to him. Her cheek rubbed against his chest like a sleepy kitten. Qianxian gave up on struggling and turned his thoughts to the plans for the organization. Perhaps Xiang Lin could be a candidate member. Her potential was undeniable, and the chakra within her was astonishing even to him. If she could master the secret techniques of the Uzumaki clan, such as the Kagura hard eye and the diamond lock. Suddenly, she half opened her eyes and noticed Qianxian pinching her cheek. "What are you doing?" she complained, swatting away his hand, almost falling asleep again. "Is there any record of the Uzumaki clan and Appo's jutsu in the Uchiha clan and Appo's library?" Qianxian inquired. She, still hazy with sleep, pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "That kind of thing should be stored in the confidential archives of the Hokage building." She yawned. "It's managed personally by the Hokage across generations." Qianxian furrowed his brow. This meant that accessing such materials would either require Hokage authorization, nearly impossible, or necessitate more extreme measures. "Are you planning to steal jutsu for them?" She suddenly opened her eyes wide. Fully awake now, she flipped over to pin him down, her silver hair cascading over his face. "Interesting. When do we act?" Qianxian nodded, pulling the girl back into his embrace. "Let me find a time. Tomorrow we'll take them to meet the Hokage first." His fingers unconsciously tangled in she and Appo's hair, pondering the rest of their plans. She, content, nestled into his arms and soon drifted back to sleep. The next day, at the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen set down the mission report in his hands, his gaze slowly sweeping over the 4 of them. "Qianxian, he praised. Your performance in the Land of Rain was outstanding. The unexpected conflict between a Wagakure and a Migakure indeed bought us valuable time." Qianxian slightly bowed. This is all thanks to Lord Danzo's strategic foresight, but he adeptly displayed a look of concern. Ever since parting ways with Lord Danzo, hadn't he received any word from him? Could something have happened? Ha! Sarutobi suddenly laughed heartily, waving his hand. "Shimura is doing just fine, engaged in a classified mission." He cast a meaningful glance at Qianxian. "It's commendable that you care so much for your senior." She stood behind Qianxian, biting her tongue to suppress a laugh. The act Qianxian was putting on was more convincing than even the Uchiha's most skilled genjutsu. Sarutobi then turned his attention to Hui Yi and her daughter, the wrinkles on his face easing into a smile. "The Uzumaki clan is always remembered in Konoha." He retrieved a scroll from his drawer. "This is a special settlement fund, enough for you to establish yourselves in Konoha." Hui Yi's hands trembled slightly. Once, she had thought that she and her daughter would be forever trapped in the hellish village of Kusagakure. Now, this unexpected kindness brought tears to her eyes. "Thank you, Hokage-sama." "No need for thanks," Sarutobi replied gently. "Konoha will always be your home." Qianxian stepped forward at the right moment, his right fist against his chest. "I am willing to give everything for Konoha." Loyalty. She's nails dug deeply into her palm. "All right, you all should return and rest for now." Sarutobi took a puff from his pipe, the smoke obscuring his expression. "There are more important tasks awaiting you." As they exited the Hokage building, the sun shone brightly. Xiang Lin curiously looked around while Hui tightly grasped the scroll of settlement funds. Qianxian maintained the demeanor of a loyal ninja until they turned a corner. She finally burst out laughing. "I am willing to give everything for the village." "When did you learn such a nauseating line?" Qianxian shrugged. "The old man buys into this stuff. The more he trusts me, the easier our future plans will be." Hui looked anxiously at the two. Qianxian, "You're not." Seeing their interactions, she guessed that they were not loyal ninjas of the village. She scoffed. "What? Did we ever say we were loyal to the village?" Hui paused, then softly replied, "No matter what you plan to do, I support you. You saved me and Xiang Lin. I support you too." Xiang Lin looked at Qianxian resolutely. She rolled her eyes. "Humph. Words are meaningless. Actions speak louder." With that, she turned and left. Qianxian apologized. "She is just sharp-tongued but soft-hearted. You don't have to mind her. Just live well." Hui nodded, sensing that she meant no harm, so she didn't take offense. "Mom, look." Xiang Lin suddenly pointed at a dessert shop in the distance. "What's that round white thing?" Qianxian followed her finger, a smile tugging at his lips. "That's dango. Would you like to try some?" Seeing her daughter's exuberance, Hui's face also brightened. At least at this moment, they could finally enjoy a peaceful life. Meanwhile, At the window of the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen watched the four retreating figures, his smile gradually fading. He turned to the shadowy corner and said, "Find out what Danzo has been up to lately." The curtain fluttered slightly as an Umbu ninja vanished without a trace. In the days that followed, Qianxian sought out the Uchiha brothers, only to learn that they had followed Uchiha Fugaku to the front lines and were no longer in the village. Even Itachi had been taken to the front lines by Fugaku. Xianglin and her mother settled in with Qianxian, their health gradually improving, even gaining a hint of youthful plumpness. She also insisted on staying, even hiring a construction team to expand the house significantly. They built a traditional Japanese courtyard with a second floor. Despite the addition of 3 spacious bedrooms upstairs, she continued to sneak into Qianxian's room every night with her pillow. Whenever Hui Yi glanced at her with unspoken words, the girl would always assert, "I paid for this." Then she would slam the sliding door shut, leaving Hui Yi blushing in place. In the morning courtyard, Qianxian sat cross-legged on the newly laid cobblestone floor, channeling his chakra. Little Xianglin imitated him, sitting quietly beside him. She had discovered that the Kagura heart eye was not a skill just anyone could cultivate, but a unique ability of the Uzumaki clan, and thus its training method was not hidden. Cultivating the Kagura heart eye required one to calm their mind, gradually releasing their chakra to sense the flow and changes of chakra in the surrounding environment. Starting from perceiving nearby chakra and gradually expanding the range to enhance the precision and scope of perception. Chapter 35, Scheming for the Sharingan one day. As the morning sun bathed the main road of Konoha, Qianxian leisurely strolled hand in hand with Xianglin, who was savoring a strawberry-flavored lollipop. "Brother Qianxian, what is he doing?" Xianglin suddenly tugged at Qianxian's sleeve. Her curiosity piqued as she pointed to the side of the road. Following her gaze, Qianxian spotted a robust youth with thick eyebrows and large eyes, advancing on the street in a handstand. His green bodysuit, drenched in sweat, clung to him as he steadfastly maneuvered each step with his hands. The youthful visage belonged to none other than the future legendary figure of the ninja world, the Blue Beast. Might Guy. Though Qianxian and Guy were of the same generation, they were not in the same class. "He is training," Qianxian softly explained, his eyes lingering on Guy's remarkably stable movements. With his superior J-Nin vision, he discerned the precise control over every muscle in Guy's body, an accomplishment far beyond that of an ordinary genin. Xianglin tilted her head, her lollipop spinning in her mouth. "Can walking on one's hands really make you stronger?" "Of course," Qianxian replied, ruffling her crimson hair. "It's an excellent method for enhancing overall coordination." He mused internally, considering that Guy had likely mastered the basics of the 8 gates, though he had yet to reach the level of opening the first gate. Just as they were about to depart, a more resonant voice echoed, "Guy, how many laps have you done?" A middle-aged man, strikingly similar to Guy, descended from above. He wore the same green bodysuit and bore the same thick eyebrows, albeit with a few more wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. "Father," Guy exclaimed proudly, "I've completed 100 laps. Not enough. Not nearly enough. Do you think this level is sufficient to become strong?" Guy animatedly waved his arms, his enthusiasm palpable. "Yes, father, I will work even harder." Guy and Appo's eyes ignited with fierce determination as he accelerated his handstand. "Next, I will do handstands with you. This is the passion of youth," Guy proclaimed, flipping into a steady handstand beside his son. "Father," Guy's eyes welled with tears of gratitude, "let us ignite our youth together." Passers-by glanced over, with some villagers whispering among themselves, "There goes that perennial genin, always engaged in peculiar training. That child is being led astray by his father." Yet, the father-son duo remained undeterred, pouring their hearts into their training. Qianxian noticed the unique rhythm of Dai's muscles while he was inverted, clearly a manifestation of having honed his physical skills to perfection. "Let us go," Qianxian said, pulling Xianglin along, his mind already formulating a plan. The forbidden technique of the 8 gates, if mastered, would undoubtedly enhance one's strength significantly. However, he realized that it was premature to delve into this matter. He needed to await a suitable opportunity. Bouncing behind him, Xianglin suddenly inquired, "Brother Qianxian, can I train like that too?" Qianxian chuckled. "Let us discuss that after you've mastered chakra control." He glanced back at the receding green figures before departing with Xianglin. Upon returning to the small courtyard, Qianxian saw she teaching Hui the fire release technique. Hui stood at the center of the yard, her red hair billowing in the heat. Her fingers swiftly formed seals. Fire release, grand fireball technique. A fireball nearly a meter in diameter shot forth, its searing flames warping the very air around it. The fireball traced a graceful arc, striking the center of the small river outside the courtyard. Boom! A towering column of water erupted, sending several silvery fish soaring into the air, sparkling in the evening sun. Amidst the mist, a small rainbow appeared. She crossed her arms, a glimmer of envy in her eyes. Truly impressive for a member of the Uzumaki clan. The quantity of chakra is simply unparalleled. Although her own grand fireball was executed with greater precision, its power did not quite match Hui and Appo's. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Hui revealed a long-lost confident smile. Ever since settling down at Qianxian's home, she had devoted nearly all her spare time to training. Her previous days in Kusagakure, treated as a mere medic, had instilled in her a profound understanding of the importance of strength. Mom is amazing, Xianglin cheered as she ran over, only to be abruptly halted by Qianxian. Once more, Huai inhaled deeply, her hands forming the seals again. This time, her movements were steadier, and the flow of chakra more fluid. Stepping back to Qianxian's side, she remarked, at this rate, she'll regain her nin level by next month. She paused, adding, however, her identity presents complications. Qianxian observed Huai training diligently. Indeed, as an unregistered foreign ninja, no matter how strong Huai became, she could not undertake missions. Yet for him, she represented the very type of combat power needed by the organization, a member of the Uzumaki clan unbound by Konoha's restrictions. Yet her strength fell short of his expectations. It's all right, Qianxian reassured her softly. There will always be a time to put her skills to use. Just then, Huai unleashed her second grand fireball, which was even more solid than before. When it detonated over the river, the water splashed into the shape of a lotus flower. She instinctively applauded, and even the usually composed Qianxian couldn't help but smile in admiration. Huai trotted over to Qianxian, tilting her face up with hopeful anticipation. What do you think? Sweat trickled down her fair neck, dampening her collar. Now restored, she carried herself with grace reminiscent of the famed Wei Wu. Qianxian found himself gazing a moment longer, his throat tightening. Ahem, it's passable. He managed to maintain a calm tone, though he felt a chilling gaze behind him. Shi's Sharingan had activated unbeknownst to him, the three tomos spinning ominously. To divert attention, Qianxian suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He focused on the brightness in Huai's eyes, a bold idea forming in his mind. The Uzumaki clan's powerful physique might very well endure the implantation of Hashirama's cells, or perhaps even the Sharingan. Qianxian turned to her. Does the Uchiha clan have any spare Sharingan? She raised an eyebrow. In the ancestral hall, there are indeed a few pairs sealed away, eyes belonging to clan members who fell in battle, personally overseen by the elders. Qianxian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could we retrieve 2 pairs? I wish to implant the Sharingan in Huai. This could significantly enhance her abilities. Are you mad? She gasped, but quickly regained her composure. If Qianxian was determined, she would support him unconditionally. She pondered for a moment, stroking her chin. However, with my divine command, I could indeed persuade the guards to yield them. Excellent, Qianxian exclaimed, gripping Shi's hand. Huai could attempt the implantation first. With the Uzumaki clan's physique and my assistance, we should be able to mitigate the rejection reactions significantly. Huai, standing by, looked anxious. Wouldn't that be too dangerous? What if the Uchiha discover? As long as the Sharingan isn't used in public, we'll be fine, Qianxian confidently explained. And you can wear colored contact lenses to conceal it. He turned to Xianglin. When you grow a bit older, you can also give it a try. She suddenly chuckled coldly. You certainly have a well-laid plan. Her gaze swept over Huai, though. It does present an intriguing experiment. Chapter 36. The flat-headed brother from unknown lands Qianxian was currently leading Xianglin and her mother through a trial in a primeval forest. With his arms crossed, he leaned against the trunk of a towering ancient tree, observing the mother-daughter duo below. Remember, practical combat is the best teacher, his voice echoed throughout the forest. Although these wolves were merely common beasts, their pack behavior was something worthy of your emulation. The wolf pack encircled without attacking, patiently waiting for the opportune moment. Suddenly, the lead wolf could no longer contain itself and let out a fierce howl, prompting the entire pack to charge toward Huai and Xianglin. Upon witnessing this, Huai swiftly formed hand seals, chakra swirling within her body. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. A torrent of scorching flames erupted from her mouth, transforming into several fireballs that hurtled toward the advancing wolves. The wild wolves emitted terrified howls, scattering in all directions. Mommy is amazing, Xianglin exclaimed excitedly, clapping her hands, and promptly assumed a hand seal stance as well. Though her movements were a bit clumsy, she had grasped the fundamental techniques. Fire release, great fireball technique. A fireball the size of a fist shot forth. Though it lacked the power of her mother's, it accurately struck a wolf attempting to launch a surprise attack. This was her first successful execution of this ninjutsu. Well done, Qianxian nodded slightly, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. Huai, already possessing the strength of a nin, had seen her abilities nearly reach that of a nin after rigorous training with Qianxian and Xianglin, having undergone various foundational training, had also developed a solid understanding of different ninjutsu. Nevertheless, this was her first time properly executing the great fireball technique, a commendable achievement. Just as Qianxian was assessing their performance, he suddenly sensed a sharp gaze upon him. He turned abruptly to find a pair of pitch-black eyes staring back at him from a bush 10 meters away. A honey badger? Qianxian raised an eyebrow in surprise. It was a small creature covered in white fur with a flat head, precisely the animal known as a flat-headed brother in his previous life. The honey badger appeared to be in poor condition, its fur damp and coated with sea salt crystals, suggesting it had come from the coast. It watched Qian Xian warily, but showed no inclination to flee. Little fellow, how did you end up here? Qian Xian jumped down from the tree and tossed a piece of jerky from his ninja pouch towards it. The honey badger sniffed the air and immediately devoured the treat. Crouching down, Qian Xian tentatively reached out to pet it. The honey badger bared its teeth and growled, but after several cautious attempts, it seemed to accept this human and Appo's kindness. What is this, brother Qian Xian? Xiang Lin and Appo's voice chimed in from behind. She and Hui Yi had concluded their battle and approached out of curiosity. This is a honey badger, also known as a flat-headed brother, Qian Xian explained, a remarkably brave little creature. Hui Yi furrowed her brow in contemplation. I have never encountered such a creature in the texts of the Land of Whirlpools. Perhaps it hails from unexplored territories, Qian Xian mused. Suspecting that other continents might exist in the ninja world, this creature could very well have drifted here from elsewhere. The three of them observed the honey badger for a while before Qian Xian declared, it's time to go home for dinner. Oh. At the mention of food, Xiang Lin and Appo's face lit up with joy. She skipped ahead, frequently looking back to urge, hurry up, I and Appo's am hungry. You little glutton, Hui Yi affectionately pinched her daughter and Appo's cheek. Brother Qian Xian, mommy is bullying me. You quickly hit her. Xiang Lin promptly hid behind Qian Xian, tugging at his hand, as if to strike Hui Yi. With life returning to normal, the child and Appo's nature was gradually revealed. Qian Xian glanced at Hui Yi, whose cheeks had turned slightly rosy, and suddenly scooped up Xiang Lin, saying, you can and Appo's hit mommy, or she won't and Appo's want you anymore. If she doesn't and Appo's want me, then so be it. Xiang Lin cheekily stuck out her tongue. I have brother Qian Xian, and that and Appo's all I need. Xiang Lin. Hui Yi stomped her foot in embarrassment. Ah, mommy is angry. Xiang Lin tightened her grip around Qian Xian's neck. Brother Qian Xian, run. All right. Qian Xian laughed heartily and activated his body flicker technique. The trio's laughter ringing through the forest. Meanwhile, not far behind them, the honey badger stealthily followed, occasionally stopping to sniff the ground and raising its ears in alertness, its white back fur flickering in the twilight. Upon returning to the courtyard, Hui Yi began to process the small animals they had captured in the woods. Qian Xian, meanwhile, engaged Xiang Lin in a game of shuriken throwing in the yard. Relax your wrist a bit more. Qian Xian stood in the center of the yard, guiding Xiang Lin on the techniques of shuriken throwing, ensuring the chakra was evenly distributed at her fingertips. Whoosh! A shuriken flew erratically, embedding itself at the edge of the target. Xiang Lin stomped her foot in frustration. Just as Qian Xian was about to console her, a cold snort emanated from the entrance of the courtyard. Oh, what a warm family. A voice filled with jealousy echoed from the courtyard entrance. It was she, her expression one of displeasure, leaning against the doorframe with her arms crossed. Her dark hair fluttered gently in the evening breeze. Her narrowed eyes held a hostile gaze directed at Hui Yi. Hui Yi and Appo's ears instantly turned crimson, nearly causing her to drop the wild game she was holding. Sister Shi, Xiang Lin cheerfully rushed over, embracing Shi's leg. You are part of our family too. Shi's expression visibly softened as she bent down to ruffle Xiang Lin's red hair, her voice unconsciously softening. You little rascal, you know just what to say. Seizing the opportunity, Qian Xian leaned closer and lowered his voice. Did you obtain the items? Humph, my and Appo's, God and Appo's, Mark and Appo's, cannot be resisted by those old geezers. She produced a sealing scroll from her bosom and tossed it to him. 2 Sharingan, along with the medical texts and tools you requested. Qian Xian did not rush to inspect the scroll, but instead scrutinized Shi's eyes. How is the recovery of your ocular power? Any signs of evolution? Every evening, Qian Xian would use chakra to nurture Shi's eyes. Once her eyes evolved, it would result in the eternal Meijiki Sharingan, breaking the limitation that only a relative's eyes could fuse into the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. She rubbed her temples in frustration. I'm just a step away, but it feels like. She pointed at her eyes. Something is missing. Missing what? Qian Xian frowned in contemplation. Something lacking? His brow furrowed, pondering if there were any other conditions that needed to be met. Reflecting on his own 3-Tomo Sharingan, he had been using Qin Yin to promote its evolution during this time, sensing that it was nearing a critical point. Could it be that even upon reaching the pinnacle, it still could not evolve? Qian Xian felt a tinge of irritation. Could it be that Qin Yin and Appo's effects had limitations? Suddenly, his attention was caught by a flash of white darting across the courtyard wall. The honey badger, having followed them unbeknownst, was now perched on the wall, curiously peering in. What is that? She followed his gaze. The one we encountered on the road. Qian Xian paused his thoughts on Qin Yin aiding the Sharingan and Appo's evolution and explained about the honey badger they had met earlier. A sudden exclamation from the kitchen drew their attention. The three turned to see the audacious honey badger had somehow sneaked into the kitchen and was greedily devouring a piece of raw meat. This little thief. She and Appo's Sharingan activated instantly, but Qian Xian stopped her. Wait, He observed the honey badger with great interest. Don't you find it strange? Ordinary animals instinctively fear ninjas. So what? At the end of the day, it's still just a beast, she scoffed. Perhaps it could be trained as a ninja beast, Qianxian mused, contemplating the flat-headed brother thoughtfully. Chapter 37. The Fog of Invasion. The medical team. It is futile to nurture a ninja beast. I should first focus on learning medical ninjutsu to assist Huei in transplanting her Sharingan. Qianxian turned his attention away from Pingtuj and returned to his room with the sealing scroll. Upon unsealing it, a cloud of white smoke dissipated, revealing an array of medical equipment. Most eye-catching were two specially designed petri dishes, each containing 4 crimson Sharingan, the 3 tomo gently rotating in the nutrient solution, as if they were still alive. These were extracted from elite jonin. She leaned against the doorframe and explained, preserved in pristine condition. Qianxian lifted the petri dishes, feeling the immense chakra contained within through the glass. He transported the equipment to the makeshift surgical room on the 2nd floor, which had already been set up with a sterile barrier. The remaining medical texts were taken back to his own quarters. How much did these instruments cost? He casually inquired as he descended the stairs. 3 million Rio. She narrowed her eyes. Do you need reimbursement? Qianxian stumbled slightly, nearly tumbling down the staircase. I need to check if dinner is ready, he exclaimed, fleeing in haste, which elicited a soft laugh from she. If you can't pay it back, she called after him, you'll be washing my feet for a lifetime. During the month that Qianxian dedicated himself to mastering medical ninjutsu, the dynamics of the ninja world were subtly shifting. Within a concealed base in the Land of Rain, Danzo was listening to his subordinates' reports. Hanzo has been persuaded, a kneeling root ninja murmured. He is uneasy about the Akatsuki's expansion. Danzo stroked his cane with satisfaction. Excellent. Proceed as planned. Let Hanzo take the first strike. When they both suffer, we shall reap the benefits. The subordinate understood and promptly vanished. Outside, the relentless rain of the Land of Rain continued to pour. A glimmer of cunning flickered in Danzo's singular eye. This scheme of using others to eliminate foes would rid him of 2 significant threats. Meanwhile, after a month of diligent study, Qianxian received a new mission. Uchiha Qianxian. Uchiha Shi. An Umbu member called out as he entered the courtyard. The two swiftly emerged from their rooms. The Hokage summons you. You must depart immediately. Understood. The Umbu member then vanished from sight. Qianxian pondered. It seems we have another mission. She sighed. Just as I was finally getting a break, now we are back to the battlefield. Let us hurry to the Hokage's office. That old man is likely waiting for us, Qianxian replied. As they made their way to the Hokage building, Qianxian spotted Guy and several others of his age group discussing battlefield conditions. He vaguely recalled that Guy had been dispatched to the battlefield against the Mist Village after being promoted to Chunin, even facing off against the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist. Had it not been for Guy and Appo's father, who arrived just in time to defeat each of the 7, the legendary Kanglen beast might not have existed today. Upon reaching the Hokage building, Sarutobi was frowning over intelligence reports. Accompanying him was a young boy, Uchiha Shursui, who at 13 was only a year younger than Qianxian, yet had already made a name for himself on the battlefield against the Rock Village. Qianxian was curious if Shursui had awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, but deemed it unlikely, believing it would occur only a few years prior to the Uchiha massacre. Shursui and Appo's eyes brightened upon seeing Qianxian and Shi. Qianchuan senpai, Shi senpai. The 3 were familiar with one another, yet their acquaintance was limited. Shi feigned maturity. Shursui. I hear you've earned the title and amp. Appo's, Shunshin Shursui and amp. Appo's, on the battlefield against the Rock Village. Impressive. Shursui smiled modestly. I cannot compare to Qianchuan senpai or Shi senpai. I have much to learn. Sarutobi observed the interaction among the 3 Uchiha prodigies, feeling a sense of relief. Shursui, truly a descendant of Kagami, displayed a close affinity to the village. Qianxian had been personally nurtured by him, while the rebellious Shi was evidently influenced by Qianxian. This boded well for balancing the Uchiha clan's relationship with the village. Ahem. Sarutobi cleared his throat. The Mist Village is launching a large-scale invasion. The Eastern Front is under severe pressure, and we lack personnel. Your immediate assistance is required. He unfurled a battle map marked with annotations. According to frontline intelligence, his aged finger traced the coastal defenses. The Mist has dispatched an elite unit led by the Byakugan killer, Ao. The one who stole the Hyuga clan's Byakugan? Qianchuan's mind immediately conjured the image of the character with a bandaged right eye from the original narrative. This Mist Jonin had become a mortal enemy of the Hyuga clan and was now on Konoha and Amp, Appo's most wanted list. Indeed, Sarutobi and Amp, Appo's expression darkened. The Byakugan is a strategic asset. Its acquisition by the enemy complicates our operation significantly. His assassination unit has already breached 3 defensive lines. His gaze swept over the 3 young ninjas. Your mission is to prevent them from advancing further into the Land of Fire. Shursui interjected. Will Ao's Byakugan affect our movements? That is precisely my concern. Sarutobi nodded gravely. I have studied strategies against bloodline limits. You must remain vigilant and adaptable. The mission would commence in 3 days, with Uchiha Qianxian as the team leader. As he spoke, Sarutobi handed the mission scroll to Qianxian. Understood. The three replied in unison. They departed the Hokage building. I'll be counting on both of you, Shursui said, bowing slightly. His black eyes shimmering with sincerity. Despite being only 13, he exhibited a composure beyond his years. Qianxian patted Shursui on the shoulder, a rare smile gracing his lips. No need for such formality. We'll be relying on your Shunshin Shursui title. He teased, mimicking the title from the intelligence scroll. Shursui, undeterred, replied playfully. How could I compare to the Amp, Oppos, Blue Flame Swordsman and Amp, Oppos, Senpai? Laughter echoed down the street, drawing curious glances from passing villagers. She stood by, arms crossed, a smile involuntarily tugging at her lips. Shursui discreetly observed this legendary senior, having heard tales of Qianxian and Oppos' aloof demeanor, often dismissive even of the clan leader and Oppos' goodwill. Yet, this playful figure before him contradicted the rumors entirely. Qianchuan Senpai is indeed a trustworthy person. Upon returning to the small courtyard, they found Huei had just finished preparing dinner. Qianxian picked up a piece of grilled fish, the tender meat melting on his tongue, infused with just the right amount of savory sauce. Huei, your culinary skills have improved. This is at least 10 times better than what I could make, he exclaimed. Huei's ears turned slightly red as she added some vegetables to the fragrant soup. It and Oppos' just home cooking. Her red hair was casually tied back, with a few strands framing her face, glowing softly under the light. Qianxian felt a stirring within, but quickly scolded himself. What am I thinking? It and Oppos'. It's inappropriate to have feelings for a child's mother. He abruptly dismissed his thoughts and stated seriously. We will depart for the Eastern Front the day after tomorrow. Huei paused, her spoon hovering midair. Be careful, she said softly, a trace of worry evident in her voice. Don't overexert yourself. The concern subtly reflected in her brows warmed Qianxian and Oppos' heart. It had been a long time since he experienced the sensation of being cared for. Brother Qianxian, are you all going to the seaside? Xiang Lin lifted her head from her bowl, grains of rice still clinging to the corners of her mouth, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. We might pass by the seaside, Qianxian replied with a smile, gently wiping the rice from her face. Could you bring me back some seashells? Xiang Lin clasped her hands together, her face brimming with anticipation. The most beautiful ones, please. Of course. Qianxian ruffled her crimson hair. You can have as many as you desire. That's wonderful. Thank you, Brother Qianxian, Xiang Lin exclaimed joyfully, swinging her legs so vigorously that a few grains of rice spilled from her bowl. Ahem. She suddenly cleared her throat, adopting a stern expression as she looked at the little girl. Xiang Lin immediately understood, rushing to embrace she and Oppos' arm. And thank you, Sister She. You're the best. The corners of She's mouth involuntarily curled upwards, yet she maintained a facade of seriousness. I will bring you the most exquisite seashells. At that moment, a white blur darted past. Whoosh. One of the grilled fish on the table suddenly vanished. Everyone looked down to see Flathead, crouched in the corner, gleefully gnawing on its prize. Its speed has increased again, Hui exclaimed in astonishment. Ever since this honey badger had intruded into their lives a month ago, its recovery rate was astonishing. Its once dull fur now gleamed, while the white coat on its back shimmered like metal under the light. Qianxian scrutinized the little creature closely. Through their time together, he had discovered that Flathead not only possessed a flow of chakra within, but also that its back fur could harden in an instant, rendering even shurikens ineffective. More astonishingly, it seemed to comprehend human language, yet it maintained an elusive demeanor. Hui, Qianxian set down his chopsticks, his expression turning serious. Before we depart, I wish to implant the Sharingan into you. Hui and Oppos' face grew somewhat tense. Ultimately, she nodded, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. All right, since I have chosen to follow you, then becoming stronger is an inevitable path. After finishing a bowl, Qianxian set it down. Would you like another bowl? Hui asked softly, already reaching for his bowl. Yes, thank you. Qianxian smiled as he handed her the bowl, admiring the gentle profile of Hui illuminated by the light. Chapter 38. The transplantation of the Sharingan in the transformed operating room on the second floor. Hui lay supine on the surgical table, her hands involuntarily clutching the sheets. The scent of disinfectant lingered palpably in the enclosed space. Relax, Qianxian instructed as he adjusted the angle of the surgical lights, reassuring her that this was merely a minor procedure. Activating his Sharingan, he enhanced the precision of the surgery significantly. He picked up the anesthetic syringe, the needle glinting ominously under the light. Hui and Oppos' breathing quickened, her chest rising and falling so rapidly that the first button of her patient gown strained against her. Qianxian hesitated momentarily, swallowing hard. The angle was perilously dangerous. Suddenly, Hui erupted into a violent fit of coughing, her cheeks flushing crimson. Qianxian snapped back to reality, chiding himself inwardly. He was a doctor. How could he entertain such distractions regarding a patient? After regaining his composure, he took a cotton ball soaked in disinfectant. I will commence by disinfecting your eye. It may feel a bit cold. The icy touch made Hui Yi shudder slightly. Qian focused, gathering azure flames at his fingertips, enveloping her right eye in a gentle glow. This was a method they had meticulously tested, first, to weaken the rejection response of the ocular tissue with azure flames, and then proceed with the transplantation. Remember, Qian's tone turned serious. No matter how painful it becomes, do not move. The nerve connections of the Sharingan are tenfold more intricate than those of a standard transplant. Hui nodded in acknowledgement. As the anesthetic took effect, her right eye gradually lost sensation. Qian grasped the miniature chakra scalpel, its blade cloaked in a delicate veil of azure flame. Let us begin. As the surgery progressed, beads of sweat began to form on Qian and Appo's forehead. The task proved more challenging than he had anticipated. The nerve endings of the Sharingan were far more complex than what textbooks had described, requiring meticulous reconnection of every chakra meridian. Utilize your and Appo's divine manipulation and Appo's to stabilize her chakra flow. She is quite tense, and her chakra is somewhat erratic, he instructed without looking up. Upon hearing this, she nodded, her eyes transforming into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Meeting Hui Yi's gaze, Hui Yi offered no resistance, naturally succumbing to her influence. The divine manipulation was not merely a means of temporary control. It could also direct the chakra and even thoughts of the controlled individual. As time passed, the surgery neared its conclusion. With the last nerve ending connected, Qian released a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. His fingertips trembled slightly. The prolonged mental concentration had caused a dull ache in his temples. He inhaled deeply, observing the three-tomo Sharingan slowly rotating within Hui Yi's eye. It is done, he nodded to Shi. As the kaleidoscopic Sharingan's power retracted, Hui Yi gasped sharply. Gripping the edge of the surgical table, her knuckles turning pale. Fine strands of blood seeped from the corner of her eye, which Qian gently wiped away. Leaning closer, he waved his fingers in front of her. Can you see clearly? Hui Yi blinked, tears mingling with blood cascading down her cheeks. When she opened her eyes again, the tomo in her Sharingan spun rapidly before gradually stabilizing. I can see, but it feels as though I am peering through a veil of crimson mist. He handed her a mirror. The reflection revealed a woman with crimson eyes, the three tomos swirling gently with her breath. You cannot yet control it freely, Qian explained. The Sharingan will continuously deplete your chakra. However, as a member of the Uzumaki clan, your unique constitution renders this chakra deficit negligible. He produced a pair of specially crafted contact lenses. As you are not of Uchiha blood, you may be unable to deactivate the Sharingan. Please wear these first. Hui Yi donned the lenses with care. Yet, when she turned to look at Qian again, the Sharingan and Appo's abilities activated involuntarily, revealing the flow of chakra within him. The azure energy coursing through his meridians like a flowing river of stars. What is this? The inside of the Sharingan, she remarked, leaning against the wall with her arms crossed. You can now perceive the chakra flow of most ninjutsu. Hui Yi attempted to sit up, but dizziness suddenly overcame her. Qian quickly steadied her. Take it easy. The Sharingan will intensify your mental burden. He turned to Shi, prepare some sweetened water. She needs to replenish her energy. After she departed, Hui Yi unexpectedly grasped Qian and Appo's wrist. Her fingertips trembled, the newly implanted Sharingan radiating complex luminescence. Qian, her voice was barely audible. Thank you. Those three words bore an overwhelming weight of unspoken emotions. Whether it was gratitude, reliance, or something else entirely, she could not discern. Qian momentarily froze before gently smiling, interpreting Hui Yi's expression as gratitude for the gift of the Sharingan. He softly clasped her trembling hand. No need for thanks. Aiding you also serves my own interests. During my absence, you must adapt to this newfound power. Hui Yi responded resolutely. I promise that when you return, you will see a different me. Suddenly, the cheerful footsteps of Shi and the impatient reprimands of Shi echoed down the corridor. Just as Qian was about to release her hand, he felt Hui Yi tighten her grip. In that fleeting moment, the intensity of her grasp seemed to imprint an indescribable emotion upon his skin. She entered the operating room with Shi. Mom, your eyes don't seem to have changed much, she exclaimed as she stood on tiptoe, cupping Hui Yi's face to examine it closely. Hui Yi tenderly ruffled her daughter's hair, the contact lenses perfectly concealing the peculiarities of her Sharingan. It's because I'm wearing special contact lenses. That is why you can't tell. All right, don't just stand there, she said, arms akimbo at the doorway. Our little chef, she has prepared a grand feast. Both Qian and Hui Yi exchanged surprised glances. Qian crouched to meet Shi and Appo's gaze. Really? She can cook now? Shi and Appo's face flushed crimson, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her shirt. I just made a few simple dishes. If they taste bad, you're not allowed to laugh at me. How could we? Hui Yi took her daughter's hand. When I made dinner for the first time, I almost burned the whole kitchen down. As the four entered the dining room, the table was set with a few simple home-cooked dishes, slightly overcooked fried eggs, unevenly chopped vegetable salad, and a steaming pot of miso soup. Though the presentation was humble, The aroma wafting from the dishes was utterly tantalizing. "I'll dig in," Qian declared, first taking a piece of fried egg. The egg dissolved in his mouth. Although the edges were slightly burnt, the seasoning was just right. "Delicious," he exclaimed genuinely. Then he sampled the miso soup, surprise flickering in his eyes. "Is this truly your first attempt at cooking?" She scratched her head bashfully. "I secretly watched Mom cook many times." She made a face, picking up a slice of carrot. "It's just a smidgen better than what I make." Suddenly, she pinched Xi's cheek. "You're so amazing." Her tone dripped with playful jealousy. "Ouch." She let go. She giggled, evading her grasp. Her laughter ringing like silver bells in the dining room. Qian observed this heartwarming scene, his gaze resting on Hui. "Your eyes will need time to adjust. For now, stay close to me, and I will use azure flames to expedite the integration process." Hui nodded, the tomo beneath her contact lenses involuntarily spinning slightly. She gazed at her daughter's joyful smile, then glanced at Qian and she beside her, suddenly feeling that this was the sense of home she had longed for. "Oh dear, what am I thinking?" Hui and Appo's cheeks flushed inexplicably. Chapter 39, Departure. The day ahead for the entire day, Qian diligently employed the azure flame to assist Hui in merging her eyes. She closely observed them, vigilantly guarding against any unforeseen incidents. At that moment, the three were situated in the living room. Qian held Hui and Appo's delicate hand, and the pale blue chakra of the azure flame flowed like water into her ocular meridians. "Arin and Appo's, are you going to prepare something?" Hui inquired curiously. She shook her head, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Qian. "No need. I have already made my preparations." She pouted, seated at a low table, her scroll untouched. Her attention solely on the two. Qian seemed to comprehend Xi's sentiments and sighed helplessly. "Where are your thoughts wandering?" Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a violent surge of chakra within Hui. The Sharingan beneath her beautiful eyes began to spin uncontrollably. Qian. Hui gripped his hand tightly, exclaiming, "My eyes, they feel so swollen." Qian was startled. This is a sign of reaching a critical point. The physique of the Uzumaki clan was formidable. Merely a day had passed, and her Sharingan was already returning to normal, even advancing under his azure flame. He quickly elaborated. "My azure flame can accelerate the evolution of the Sharingan. You are now on the brink of the kaleidoscope." Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Hui's eyes widened in astonishment. She had heard of the legendary powers associated with the kaleidoscope Sharingan, nearly divine in nature. "I never expected that your azure flame could not only heal, but also enhance the evolution of the Sharingan." She marveled. Qian shook his head with a wry smile. "Not quite. This is merely my conjecture. Currently, neither she nor I have evolved our eyes. We both feel as if something is missing." Hui nodded, smiling. "That is already remarkable. When the time is right, the Sharingan will naturally evolve." Suddenly, Xianglin burst in, clutching the honey badger. "Mommy, big brother Qian, sister Xi. I've become good friends with the honey badger." The three were taken aback. The honey badger was known for its standoffish nature, yet it had allowed Xianglin to hold it. At that moment, the honey badger affectionately licked Xianglin and Appo's palm, appearing remarkably docile. She swiftly appeared beside Xianglin. "Little one, how did you manage that?" Xianglin tilted her head, innocently answering, "Just now in the yard, the honey badger suddenly came over and rubbed against my leg." She scratched the badger and Appo's chin, and it emitted a contented purr. "Then we became good friends." Qian pondered thoughtfully. Hui exclaimed in delight. "It seems the honey badger has actively formed a contract with Xianglin. It will now be her summon." Summoning beasts are quite rare, apart from powerful ninjas. Only large clans possess them. Xianglin acquiring a summon will be immensely beneficial. "Really?" Xianglin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she held the honey badger up. The little creature chirped in response, as if acknowledging her. Qian nodded. "Summoning beasts are among the most vital companions for ninjas. Xianglin, from now on, you must take good care of it." "Yes," Xianglin affirmed, hugging the honey badger tightly. "I will treat it like family." She inquired curiously, "By the way, what special abilities does this little fellow possess?" "I don't know," Xianglin replied, shaking her head in confusion. At that moment, the honey badger suddenly leaped from Xianglin and Appo's embrace and landed in the yard. It turned to face the group, its black eyes locking onto them. As a peculiar chakra began to emanate from its white fur, under the sun and Appo's rays, the white fur shimmered as if it were made of metal. "Is it about to display its abilities?" Qian reflexively activated his Sharingan. Hui and she also focused intently on the honey badger in the yard. The sunlight danced upon its metallic sheen. Suddenly, it emitted a shrill cry. Unlike any before, its sound akin to a blade scraping metal, piercing to the eardrums. Xianglin instinctively covered her ears, her eyes wide in amazement at the astonishing transformation before her. The honey badger and Appo's form began to swell dramatically, towering above Xianglin and Appo's head in an instant. Its white fur bristled, reflecting a steel-like glimmer in the sunlight. "Step back." Qian pulled Xianglin behind him as azure flames ignited in his palm. She and Appo's kaleidoscope Sharingan was fully activated, her gaze fixed on the transforming honey badger. A chilling cracking sound emanated from within the creature as its front claws elongated, nails transforming into sharp hooks. Heavens! Xianglin gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. With a thunderous roar, the transformed honey badger let out a skyward howl, its steel-like fur suddenly shooting out like a torrential downpour. Qian swiftly performed hand seals. Earth style, earth flow wall. The rising earth wall blocked the barrage of steel fur. Just then, Xianglin broke free from Qian's grasp and dashed toward the honey badger. Hui's expression changed drastically, shouting, Xianglin, it's dangerous. Upon noticing Xianglin approaching, the honey badger halted its attack, lowering its massive head to gently nuzzle her palm, reverting to its docile demeanor. Xianglin's small hand stroked the honey badger's metallic fur, which felt soft and familiar under her touch. It's all right, she turned to the three, smiling. The honey badger was just showcasing its abilities. Seeing this, the trio breathed a sigh of relief. It appears our little Xianglin has secured an extraordinary companion, Qian remarked thoughtfully. He was certain that the honey badger was no native creature of the ninja world. During its display of power, its chakra reserves showed no signs of depletion, indicating that its abilities were not derived from the chakra system, but rather some innate talent. As the onlookers marveled, the honey badger's form gradually began to shrink, its metallic sheen fading back to its original soft appearance. With the honey badger now protecting Xianglin, Qian chuckled, ruffling her red hair. Hui, you need not watch over this little rascal so closely. Hui recalled the astonishing power the honey badger had just exhibited. The overwhelming pressure it had unleashed could likely overpower even an average Nin. She nodded, her expression softening with relief. With the honey badger around, I can indeed rest easy. Xianglin gleefully hugged the honey badger and damp Appo's neck as it affectionately licked her cheek. All right, let us head back. We depart tomorrow. So let Appo's enjoy a good meal at home today. The next day, bidding farewell to Hui and Xianglin, Qian, she, and Shimizu gathered at the village entrance. Has Shimizu not arrived yet? Qian glanced towards the village. She scoffed lightly, her black hair tied neatly in a ponytail. That fellow seems rather attached to home. In a flash, Shimizu appeared before them. My apologies for being late, seniors. A flicker of surprise crossed Qian's eyes. No worries. We have just arrived. Let us set forth. Understood. Chapter 40. Departure please, allow me to join you on this mission. Suddenly, a pleading voice attracted the attention of the three individuals. Turning around, they saw Might Guy humbly beseeching three Leaf Village ninjas. His hands were clasped together, bowing deeply before them. The vibrant green of his tight-fitting attire stood out in the morning light, and his thick eyebrows were knitted in anxiousness. The leading ninja waved his hand impatiently, exclaiming, what nonsense. You, a mere lowly genin, would only be a burden to us. With that, he and his team strode away. Guy watched their departing figures, letting out a heavy sigh. He patted his withered wallet, murmuring to himself, Kai is still growing. I can and Appo's skimp on his nutrition. Oi, Guy-senpai. A bright voice called from behind. Guy turned to see three figures illuminated by the morning sun. At the forefront stood the recently renowned swordmaster, Uchiha Senju, flanked by the genius girl, Uchiha Hikari, and the swift Shinjin Shirzue. Senju waved the mission scroll in his hand. We have taken on an S-rank mission, but we are short on manpower. Would you be interested in joining us, senpai? Guy and Appo's eyes widened, his finger instinctively pointing at himself. Me? Really? Of course. Senju replied with a sincere smile. I have heard of your exceptional taijutsu skills, and it would be a perfect opportunity for me to learn from you. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Shirzue's eyes. He had initially thought Senju merely possessed great strength, but was surprised to see such respect for a beleaguered ninja. Hikari crossed her arms, a slight smirk playing on her lips. She understood Senju and Appo's motives well. There was clearly something to gain here. Thank you so much, Guy exclaimed, tears of joy welling in his eyes. I promise I won't hold you back. He raised his thumb enthusiastically, his teeth gleaming like stars. Senju had a nagging feeling that Guy would be an anomaly within their team. Thus, the four-man squad set forth on their journey. Days later, throughout their travels, Guy was brimming with energy, occasionally walking on his hands or leaping with burdens. Seizing the moment, Senju approached him. Senpai, I have always wanted to inquire about the application of taijutsu. Oh? You are interested in taijutsu? Guy perked up. Watch closely. He abruptly halted. Forming hand seals, the 8 gates, first gate, open. In an instant, a vibrant green chakra enveloped his body. Senju activated his Sharingan. Instantly perceiving the changes in Gaia's chakra flow, the previously sealed chakra points were forcefully opened, causing an exponential increase in chakra volume. This is magnificent, Senju exclaimed, genuinely impressed. This method of forcibly breaking through physical limitations must be incredibly challenging to master, right? Haha. Thankfully, it and Appo's manageable. Guy laughed heartily, releasing the state. I practice a technique known as the 8 gates, which consists of 8 levels. This is merely the most basic. Hikari and Shirzue exchanged glances, both astonished. They had not anticipated that this long-mock genin could possess such astounding mastery of taijutsu. Hikari pondered. Clearly, what Senju valued was this technique known as the 8 gates. As they continued on their way, Senju inquired further about the 8 gates, expressing his desire to learn, and Guy willingly shared all his knowledge. Senju memorized the training methods, anticipating a time to practice the 8 gates in the future. Up ahead lies the border. Shirzue suddenly interrupted, breaking their exchange on taijutsu. In the distance, smoke faintly rose into the sky, and the ominous clouds of war were gathering. Senju's smile faded, his expression growing serious. From this point on, everyone remained vigilant. He turned to Guy. Senpai, we may need your strength soon. Guy nodded solemnly, the fabric of his green attire rustling in the wind. This underestimated genin burned with a fighting spirit that rivaled anyone's. For the leaf, he declared, raising his thumb, his white teeth glimmering in the sunlight. Senju discreetly leaned closer to Hikari, lowering his voice. Have we informed Kakazu? A cold smile curled at Hikari and Appo's lips. It's already been arranged. That guy, upon hearing there was business to attend to, rushed to the border overnight. She disdainfully scoffed. Now he's just waiting to collect the corpses of the mist ninjas. Senju subtly nodded. Aside from the overt support for this mission, he had another plan, to exchange the slain mist ninjas with Kakazu for organizational funds. After all, the operations of the Akatsuki required substantial financial backing. Suddenly, 2 figures leaped down from the treetops, blocking the path of the 4. Halt! The leading ninja barked. Upon closer inspection, Senju realized they were 2 leaf reconnaissance ninjas, one of whom bore bandages around his forehead, unmistakably a Hyuga with Byakugan. Secret sign. The Hyuga ninja declared coldly. Senju swiftly formed hand seals, tracing a specific pattern in front of his chest, simultaneously producing the mission scroll. I am Uchiha Senju. And these are Uchiha Hikari, Uchiha Shirzue, and Might Guy, here under the orders of Lord Hokage to provide support at the front lines. When the Hyuga ninja discerned their identities, the veins around his eyes bulged as he activated his Byakugan, the swordmaster of blue flames. Shirzue of instant movement, he exclaimed, his astonishment evident as he completely overlooked Hikari and Guy. Guy scratched his head, unperturbed, while Hikari narrowed her eyes, a dangerous glint flickering within. Were it not for their shared village affiliation, she would have already subjected him to the torment of Jinjutsu. Please, follow me, the Hyuga ninja gestured. Lord Hizashi is awaiting you at the frontline command post. Lord Hizashi? Senju mused internally, realizing why he hadn't seen this branch leader around the village lately. He had been dispatched to the Eastern Front. The image of Hizashi, who willingly faced death to protect his brother, flashed in his mind, igniting a newfound interest in this yet-to-be-met member of the Hyuga clan. Navigating through layers of dense forest, the 4 were led to a concealed encampment. In the center of the tent, Lord Hizashi was bent over, scrutinizing a battle map. His features mirrored those of his brother, yet bore the weight of experience and determination. Reporting, Lord Hizashi, support has arrived, led by the Sword Master of Blue Flames, with members Uchiha Hikari, Uchiha Shirzue, and Might Guy. The Hyuga ninja reported respectfully, bowing. Hizashi lifted his gaze, surprise flickering in his eyes upon seeing the group. I did not expect the Hokage to send the cream of the Uchiha clan. His Byakugan flickered as he surveyed the 4. Although the team composition seemed unusual, a trio of Uchiha geniuses alongside a nondescript long mock genin, the esteemed titles of the Swordmaster and Shirzue, dispelled any doubts. Senju, you have arrived just in time. Hizashi indicated the coastal line on the sand table, where numerous black pieces representing the mist were densely spread. The vanguard of the mist has already landed and is establishing a beachhead, awaiting the arrival of reinforcements. Senju scrutinized the sand table. From the deployment, it appeared that this advanced unit numbered around 100, primarily Chunin level, led by a few Jonin. The most formidable members of the mist, known as the 7 ninja swordsmen, had yet to be confirmed as present. Chapter 41, The Unrighteous Ambush. Now is the opportune moment for an ambush. Shirzue calmly analyzed the situation, noting that once their reinforcements arrived, the circumstances would turn dire. Nichi nodded in approval. I initially intended to lead a surprise attack, but my forces are regrettably limited. He gestured toward the camp's perimeter, indicating that, including the reconnaissance ninjas, their entire border defense comprised no more than 30 individuals. Any misstep would leave the border defenseless. So, does Lord Nichi mean? Qianxian had already surmised their intentions. I hope you will form a special operations team. Nichi traced an arc on the sand table with his finger, emphasizing that a direct confrontation was unnecessary. They merely needed to harass the enemy, causing Kiri to be restless. He paused, his tone tinged with a hint of resignation, adding that they must not entertain any thoughts of invading the Land of Fire. Clearly, Nichi did not expect the 4 to annihilate the entire Kiri force. After all, it was a well-known fact that even elite Jonin would struggle against an enemy that outnumbered them 100-fold. No problem, Qianxian readily agreed, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his lips. He turned to his three companions. She will handle reconnaissance and genjutsu interference, while Shurshui will execute rapid assaults. His gaze lingered on Dai for a moment. You will be responsible for creating and amp, oppos, surprises and amp, oppos. Upon hearing this, Dai instantly gave a thumbs up. His white teeth gleaming. Leave it to me. Let Kiri witness the prowess of a Konoha Chunin. Nichi regarded this fervent Chunin with a hint of confusion. Unable to fathom Qianxian and amp, oppos, as high regard for him. Yet, with the urgency of war at hand, there was no time for further inquiry. The operation is set for midnight. Nichi finally instructed, reminding them that Kiri and Oppos' night vision would be impaired, which was to their advantage. Nichi and Oppos' voice suddenly turned icy. However, you must be particularly cautious of AO. Veins throbbed on his forehead, a testament to his agitation, as that individual had audaciously stolen the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan. Qianxian noticed the tightness of Nichi and amp, Oppos' clenched fists. Such a display was rare for the usually composed members of the Hyuga clan. Clearly, AO's existence was a significant disgrace to the entire Hyuga lineage. I understand. Qianxian nodded solemnly, a glint of calculation flashing in his eyes. Perhaps AO and Oppos' Byakugan could be of strategic use. Once the group dispersed, Qianxian seized Shi and Oppos' wrist. Inform Kaku. He whispered, preparing the sealing scrolls and preservation potions. Tonight and amp, Oppos' and amp, Oppos', cargo and amp, Oppos' may be plentiful. She and amp, Oppos' gaze flickered momentarily before she nodded in agreement. The four gathered within a secluded tent. Under the dim light, Qianxian unfurled a detailed map of the coastline. Shurshui, you are responsible for eliminating the sentries. Remember, if you encounter the 7 members of Kiri, retreat immediately. If retreat is not feasible, signal us at once. Shurshui nodded earnestly, determination etched upon his face. Rest assured, I will not act recklessly. Dai. Qianxian turned to the green-clad Might Dai. You will create chaos. Upon my signal, charge in, but do not linger. Keep moving. Haha, count on me. Dai pounded his chest in assurance, his white teeth catching the light. I still need to return and teach Kai some new taijutsu. She impatiently tapped the map. What about me? Qianxian chuckled lightly. You and I will head straight for the command tent. If possible, I want to capture AO alive. As for the rest of Kiri, leave none behind. The other 3 were filled with fervor at Qianxuan's words, especially Dai, whose fists clenched with anticipation. Remember, he cautioned, our primary goal is to instill panic. The elimination of enemies comes second. Once we succeed, we must retreat immediately. His gaze swept across the trio, ensuring they all returned alive. The 4 exchanged knowing smiles, each beginning their preparations as they awaited the cloak of night. As night fell, shadowy figures stealthily approached the cliff's edge, where below, scattered campfires flickered, indicating Kiri's vanguard was regrouping. Shurshui, eliminate the hidden sentries. Qianxian whispered, remember to be quiet. Shurshui nodded slightly, his form vanishing into the night. In the distance, faint muffled sounds echoed, a testament to shuriken piercing throats. Qianxuan's Sharingan caught glimpses of Shurshui's fleeting figure, each instantaneous movement placing him behind an enemy, swiftly dispatching 7 sentinels without a sound. This guy and Oppos' body flicker technique. She squinted, he and Oppos' faster by a margin. Qianxian chuckled, that and amp, Oppos' why he and amp, Oppos' called and amp, Oppos', Shurshui the body flicker and amp, Oppos'. He raised his hand to catch the signal from Shurshui. It was time for them to act. Dai could barely contain himself, muscles taut beneath his green attire. Qianxian patted his shoulder. Remember, open the 6th gate of the 8 gates, then switch positions immediately after. Understood. Dai gave a thumbs up, his teeth glinting under the moonlight. The 3 infiltrated the camp. Dai was the first to strike, kicking over the central campfire, sparks flying. Kiri scoundrels. His roar thundered. The esteemed ninjas of Konoha have come to challenge you. With that declaration, Dai felt an exhilarating rush, the pent-up frustration within him dissipating. Clarity flooding his mind. Qianxian and Oppos' words held merit. He truly was a genius. 8 gates, 1st gate. 6th gate, open. Emerald chakra erupted like flames, propelling Dai to his utmost speed. He transformed into a whirlwind of green, toppling tents in his wake. Several Kiri ninjas, abruptly awakened from slumber, could scarcely react before being sent flying, their chests caved in, their fate sealed. Enemy attack. It's Konoha ninjas. Be cautious. The enemy's speed is overwhelming. The camp descended into chaos. Dai adhered strictly to Qianxuan's tactics, each strike lasting no more than 3 seconds before he darted away. The Kiri ninjas floundered like headless chickens, even beginning to injure their own allies. Now and amp, Oppos' our chance. Qianxian hissed, charging toward the largest tent alongside Shi. She activated her 3-tomo Sharingan. The 2 Kiri ninjas blocking her path froze, ensnared by her genjutsu. With swift precision, 2 kunai flew, embedding themselves in their throats. Suddenly, the central tent's flaps were slashed open, and 6 figures leaped forth like lightning. The foremost figure, his right eye bandaged and veins pulsating around the left, activated his Byakugan. It was AO, the one who possessed the Byakugan. A Konoha brat? AO furrowed his brow. Everyone, unite and eliminate him. Xian and Amp, Oppos, Shi and the sword were already drawn, the blue chakra flames dancing along the blade, tracing a brilliant arc through the night. You speak too much. The sword lunged for AO and Oppos' throat, who hastily raised a kunai to block, but was pushed back several steps. AO and Oppos' single eye widened in shock. This young ninja and Oppos' strength exceeded his expectations. As he gazed at Shi and the azure flames on the blade, a recollection surfaced from the intelligence reports he had reviewed, and his eyes widened. You are the Azure Flame Swordmaster. Everyone, heed my command. AO shouted. This individual isn't Amp. Amp, Oppos, Azure Flame Swordmaster and Amp, Oppos, Uchiha Xian. Retreat at once. Chapter 42, Resolution. Pursuit, don't forget about me. A cold laugh echoed from the side, as Shi's three-tomo Sharingan spun in her eyes. Though her Sharingan was not as formidable as the Manjiki, her mastery of illusion techniques was unrivaled in Konoha. The two Miss Jonin, locked in her gaze, momentarily froze, allowing Shi to seize the opportunity and charge forth. In a swift motion, one Jonin, just breaking free from the illusion, found his throat slashed by her blade, gasping his last breath. The other ninja, witnessing the brutal demise of his comrade, was overcome with a mix of shock and fury, launching an attack towards Shi. Meanwhile, the distant roars of Dai clashed with the anguished cries of the mist ninjas, and chaos reigned throughout the camp. Xian swung his blade towards Qing, the azure flames on its edge surging forth. Let me see if your Byakugan can perceive my swordsmanship. Qing hastily dodged, yet the blade and Oppos' aura still grazed his cheek, causing blood to trickle down his chin, his expression grave. Lord Qing, please withdraw. The village cannot afford to lose you. Three Miss Jonin stepped forward as a protective barrier around Qing. One, bearing a scarred visage, declared, the Byakugan is more precious than our lives. A flicker of struggle crossed Qing and Amp, Oppos' single eye before it was replaced by resolute determination. Very well. You stay back while I retreat. Without hesitation, he turned and swiftly formed hand seals, water clone technique. Three clones shot off in different directions while his true self vanished into the night, retreating rapidly. Qing, displaying the brilliance of his original self, recognized the peril and made an immediate withdrawal. Upon seeing Qing flee alone, the remaining Miss Jonin felt a wave of relief wash over them. After all, Qing was the strategic weapon of the mist, and his escape was paramount. Such as Lord Qing, the scarred ninja thought, admiring their leader and Oppos' prioritization of the village and Oppos' welfare. Xian, his Sharingan spinning furiously, gaped at the scene before him. The Qing he knew, a seasoned veteran, was fleeing without even engaging in battle? This was far removed from the image of the mist's wise strategist who would dare contend with the five Kage. Is this the spirit of the mist Jonin? Xian Kuden and Amp, Oppos, help but scoff. Do they lack even the courage to fight? The scarred ninja sneered, his kunai glinting with water. You know nothing. Lord Qing bears the future of the mist. He charged forward, asserting, our lives are merely a trade for his escape. Xian's three-tomo Sharingan flared to life. Your words are tiresomely redundant. Jinjutsu, Shiranui. Simultaneously, the pupils of the three Miss Jonin dilated as their consciousness was ensnared in the illusion woven by the Sharingan. In their perception, the camp erupted into towering flames, the searing heat licking at their skin as if their flesh was being scorched alive. The scarred ninja let out a chilling scream, instinctively covering his eyes. Yet in the next moment, battle-hardened instinct kicked in as he bit down on his tongue, the pain jolting him awake. Release. True to their elite status, the three quickly regained their senses, but it was too late. As the scarred ninja opened his eyes, he was met with a streak of azure sword aura tearing through the night. The sword and Oppos' path carved deep furrows into the ground, distorting the air around it. He barely managed to raise his kunai before the sharp aura struck. With a sickening sound, his head was severed, the decapitated body remaining in a defensive posture, blood spraying forth only to be evaporated into mist by the azure flames. Damn it! The remaining two Jonin and Amp, Oppos' eyes widened in horror. They hastily formed hand seals, chakra surging within them. Water release, great waterfall technique. Water release, water dragon bullet. A tremendous wave and a fearsome water dragon surged toward Xian, an awe-inspiring display of power. Yet Xian merely scoffed, his hands gripping Shi and the azure blade as the flames erupted, distorting his features. Azure flame, blade technique. The blade glimmered, cleaving through both water techniques effortlessly. As the split waves cascaded down like a torrential downpour, Xian and Amp, Oppos' figure flickered within the deluge, akin to a reaper of souls. Next, it is time to send you to join your fallen comrades. How absurd. You're the one who should die. The two remaining Miss Jonin, their faces twisted in rage, formed seals in unison. Water release, water clone technique. The moisture around them condensed, producing 6 identical clones that fanned out in a flanking maneuver, each wielding gleaming kunai. Child and Oppos. S-play. Qian chuckled coldly, his Sharingan whirling rapidly. With keen insight, he discerned the chakra flow discrepancies between the clones and the original. With a flick of his wrist, the azure flames on his blade surged once more, tracing a brilliant arc through the night. Azure flame flow, dance of fire wheels. The blade swept through, vaporizing the oncoming water clones in a brilliant display of flames. Amid the rising steam, Qian surged forward, targeting the true forms of the 2 Jonin. The sound of steel-piercing flesh echoed ominously through the night. The mist Jonin gazed down in disbelief at the blade embedded in his chest, his eyes wide with shock. Blood gushed from the wound, only to be instantly vaporized by the azure flames. How is this possible? He choked. My water clones were supposed to. Qian leaned closer, the 3 tomo swirling in his crimson eyes. You dare to call yourself a Jonin, yet you cannot even recognize the power of the Sharingan? With that, he yanked the blade free, a shower of blood cascading forth. The remaining Jonin's face blanched, his kunai trembling in his grip as he comprehended the true terror of his adversary. To effortlessly dispatch 2 of my far superior predecessors. What manner of monster is this? Just as Qian prepared to end the last mist Jonin's life, a flash of silver cut through the air. A kunai precisely severed the Jonin's throat, and she emerged from behind the enemy. Hee, Qian-kun, you're a bit slow, she remarked, tilting her head with a mischievous smile. Qian, with a knowing smile, sheathed his blade. Isn't it better to take your time? One can truly savor the moment. She blinked, not grasping the deeper meaning of his words. But seeing that Qian offered no further explanation, she chose not to press further. Let us depart, Qian said, glancing towards the coast. You go assist Dai, I will pursue Qing. A sensory ninja cannot escape far. As his words faded, azure flames erupted behind him, transforming into a pair of resplendent fiery wings. With a powerful flap, Qian soared into the sky, chasing after Qing. Once Qian was gone, a figure clad in a dark cloak emerged from the depths of the forest. Kakuzu observed the scattered bodies of Mist Jonin with satisfaction in his green eyes. Not bad. All renowned elites on the black market and Oppos' bounty list. This venture has proven quite lucrative. However, upon catching sight of she, his pupils narrowed slightly. Although she had worn a white fox mask during their last encounter, her shape and chakra fluctuations unmistakably revealed her as the mysterious figure known as the Puppet Master. He had not expected such a young girl to effortlessly eliminate several Jonin from the mist. Such a young girl. Yet she has dispatched elite ninjas from the Mist Village with such ease. She is no ordinary ninja. It seemed that, besides the leader, this individual was also a formidable force. She wiped the blood from her kunai and pointed to the corpses on the ground. The payment for this work should be deposited with you. I will inform you when I need it. Without waiting for a response, her figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting towards the direction where Dai was engaged in battle. Only Kakuzu remained in place, skillfully utilizing sealing scrolls to handle the corpses. Kakuzu lifted his gaze, faintly perceiving the brilliance of the azure flames flickering in the mist. He murmured to himself, it appears that Konoha will suffer significant losses tonight. However, the more that perish, the better it is for me. Chapter 43. The possibility of the Byakugan under the starry sky. Qian gazed down upon the inky expanse of the sea. The limitations of the Byakugan and Oppos' reconnaissance capabilities were indeed troublesome, and his brow furrowed deeply. Not only could it discern his location, but it also allowed its user to meld seamlessly into the shadows of the night. If he wished to conceal himself, it would not be an easy task to locate him. After a fruitless search, Qian hovered in midair, regretting the missed opportunity. If he could capture the Byakugan, perhaps it could evolve through the Qing Yin, resurrecting the legendary powers of the Rinnegan, akin to the display once exhibited by Otsutsuki Shurin in the theatrical adaptation. Just as he was about to concede defeat, an unnatural glimmer caught his eye. In a rocky area far from the main shipping lane, an inconspicuous little boat was quietly drifting away under the cover of darkness. A vague silhouette stood at the bow. Found you. A surge of excitement coursed through Qian, and he abruptly folded his Qing Yin wings, plunging downwards like a sharp arrow. The sea breeze whistled past his ears as he formed a hand seal with one hand while the other rested upon the hilt of the Uchiha sword. The figure aboard the small vessel, Qing, seemed to have sensed something, abruptly raising his head. The Byakugan pulsated violently beneath its bandages, and as the blue comet hurtled towards him, his expression shifted to one of horror. Damn it! He hastily formed seals, and a thick mist suddenly rose from the sea. But this time, there would be no escape. Qian's katana was already drawn, and the Qing Yin illuminated the entire sea, revealing Qing's terror-stricken visage. Qing's strength was merely on par with A.J. Nin, making it child's play for Qian, who was nearing the level of a Hokage, to subdue him. Clang, clang. The brilliance of the Qing Yin sword sliced through the night sky, and Qian and Oppos' relentless assault fell like a tempest upon Qing. After barely parrying a few strikes, Qing was pierced through the chest by a single blow. Blood gushed forth, and with his left eye wide open, his body slowly collapsed. The Byakugan killer is no more than this, Qian remarked coldly, observing the lifeless form before him as he extracted the Byakugan and sealed it within a scroll. With a plop, the corpse was cast into the dark depths of the sea. The Qin Yin wings unfurled, and Qian's figure swiftly vanished into the night. The sea returned to tranquility, the only remnants of the skirmish being the shattered planks of the small boat gently swaying with the waves. Suddenly, splash! A figure burst forth from the water, none other than the seemingly deceased Qing. Clinging desperately to a larger plank, he was a pitiful sight. His right eye reduced to a bloody void. Cough, cough. Qing gasped for breath, trembling as he pressed a hand to his left chest wound, relieved. My heart is on the right side. A pallid expression of gratitude for surviving the ordeal washed over his face. After enduring the excruciating pain and hastily dressing the injury, Qing paddled frantically, fleeing towards the direction of the hidden mist. Uchiha, this grudge. I will remember. When Qian returned to the camp, the sky had begun to pale with the first light of dawn. The morning mist was thick with the stench of blood, and the battlefield lay strewn with the bodies of dozens of hidden mist shinobi. The conclusion of the battle had been even more seamless than he had anticipated. Dai, having opened the sixth gate, was akin to a human meat grinder, leaving a path of carnage in his wake, while Uchiha, wielding the Sharingan, transformed into a harbinger of death, ensuring that none could escape the grasp of her genjutsu. Well done. Qian surveyed the battlefield, nodding in satisfaction. These bodies, in the hands of Kaku, would yield a handsome bounty. Shirzue stood at the periphery of the battlefield, his youthful face etched with astonishment. He gazed at the once ridiculed eternal genin, now enveloped in a swirling mist of green chakra steam. As though a deity of war had descended, it turned out that Senior Qian had long seen through Dai's strength. Shirzue murmured to himself. What startled him even more was Uchiha. This seemingly sweet girl was ruthless in her actions, while he merely incapacitated the enemy. Uchiha mercilessly slaughtered the fallen hidden mist shinobi as if harvesting wheat. What? Uchiha suddenly turned her gaze, her three-tomo Sharingan locking onto Shirzue. Do you think I am too cruel? She kicked at a corpse at her feet, reminding him that the hidden mist had shown no mercy to civilians during their assault on the Leaf and Amp, Appos, S borders. Her blood-stained visage was breathtakingly beautiful, yet chillingly sinister. Shirzue instinctively took a step back, gripped by fear. Cough, cough. Dai suddenly knelt on one knee, a violent cough erupting from him, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His body trembled slightly, the chakra steam from the sixth gate rapidly dissipating. Senior Dai? Shirzue instantly appeared by his side, concern etched across his face. I and Appos am fine. Dai managed to raise his hand, forcing a trademark radiant smile, despite his condition. It's just, I might have overdone it with the sixth gate. Tiny beads of blood began to seep from his skin. Shirzue hastily rummaged through his ninja tool pouch for emergency medical supplies, only to be stopped by Uchiha. Let Qian handle it, she said, raising her chin slightly, a glint of cunning in her eyes. He excels in healing techniques. Shirzue's eyes brightened at her words, astonished to discover that Senior Qian was proficient in medical ninjutsu as well. Qian, maintaining a calm demeanor, knelt down, summoning the Qing Yin within his palm. The pale azure flames bore a striking resemblance to the green chakra of medical ninjutsu, making it difficult to discern amidst the morning mist. He silently thanked the heavens that neither Shirzue nor Dai were the type to pry into the peculiarities of this healing technique. As the Qing Yin seeped into Dai and Amp, Appos, S body, Qian and Appos, S brow furrowed deeper. The backlash from the 8 gates was far beyond his expectations. Muscle fibers felt as though they had been snapped like bowstrings, internal capillaries ruptured, and even his bones displayed minute fractures. If it were an ordinary ninja, they would have likely collapsed by now. Dai's willpower was indeed formidable. Senior needs at least a week of rest, Qian stated gravely, as the Qing Yin flowed through Dai and Appos, S meridians, mending the damaged tissues. Dai suddenly grasped Qian and Appos, S wrist. His eyes ablaze with astonishing brilliance. Is it truly just a week? His voice trembled as if he had received momentous news. Qian was initially taken aback, but quickly realized that for someone like Dai, who had trained rigorously in taijutsu, a week's recovery was astonishingly brief. In the past, any accidents caused by opening the 8 gates would have left him bedridden for at least a month. Yes, you and Amp, Appos, LL be ready to resume training in a week. Qian deliberately left his statement incomplete, allowing the Qing Yin and Appos' brilliance to diminish appropriately. He had to maintain the illusion of mastering healing techniques without appearing overly extraordinary. Dai broke into a wide smile, his pearly teeth gleaming in the morning sun. That and Amp, Appos, marvelous. This way, I won and Amp, Appos, delay guiding Kai in his training. Uchiha, standing aside, rolled her eyes in mild annoyance at the exchange, appreciating Qian's performance. His feigned exhaustion and impeccable chakra control would convince anyone that this was an arduous healing process. After the treatment, Dai was able to move with relative ease. Let us go, We need to collect their forehead protectors and report back, Qian declared. Shirzue marveled at the multitude of corpses strewn across the battlefield. We owe this success to the three of you. The mission could not have gone so smoothly without your efforts. Qian chuckled lightly. Don't be modest, Shirzue. Your contributions are invaluable. Shirzue smiled humbly, refraining from further comment. Uchiha, twisting her arm in impatience, exclaimed, enough with the pleasantries. Let us hurry and collect these forehead protectors. I'm utterly exhausted after a night of fighting. All right, let us clean up the battlefield. Chapter 44. Leisure upon returning to the camp. The four gathered the collected hidden mist forehead protectors and placed them upon the table before Nichi. With a clatter, nearly 100 blood-stained forehead protectors cascaded forth, forming a small mountain in an instant. Nichi and Appo's Byakugan involuntarily activated, the veins at his temples bulging, revealing his inner astonishment. Did you four truly accomplish this? He picked up one of the protectors, pierced by a kunai, his voice trembling slightly. Shirzue respectfully bowed. The credit primarily belongs to my three esteemed seniors. Senpai Qian single-handedly pursued Shane, while Senpai Shi and Senpai Dai nearly annihilated the entire camp. Qian waved his hand dismissively. Shirzue is too modest. If it weren't for his body flicker technique neutralizing the sentries, our task would not have been so seamless. Nichi, holding the forehead protector, felt his fingers quiver slightly. As his gaze swept across the four, a complex array of emotions swirled within him. The Uchiha clan was truly remarkable, and these three young individuals could easily rival an entire army. In contrast, the Hyuga clan, aside from himself and his elder brother Hisashi, had few capable ninjas who could stand alone. I will promptly report your achievements to Lord Hokage. Nichi solemnly secured the forehead protectors, recognizing that this operation would at least provide a respite for the hidden mist. As he exited the tent, the sun had fully risen. Qian gazed towards the shimmering sea, a slight smile gracing his lips. This battle had not only severely weakened the hidden mist, but had also provided the divine organization with its inaugural bounty. More importantly, he had acquired the Byakugan. Let us depart. He turned to his companions with a smile. Time for rest. We shall remain here for a while longer. She yawned. You must treat us well upon our return to the village. I am utterly exhausted. Dai, though still somewhat unsteady, exclaimed with renewed spirit. This battle has revealed many of my shortcomings. I shall begin training diligently, holding my breath underwater for an hour. Shirzue silently trailed behind, watching the backs of his three seniors, his eyes brimming with trust. The atmosphere shared with these three was truly delightful. If only the clan members could be like Senpai Qian, perhaps the discord between them and the village would dissipate. A fleeting shadow crossed Shirzue's eyes as he recalled certain individuals from the village. The group retreated to their tents for rest. Meanwhile, Nichi sent a message via a ninja pigeon to inform Sarutobi that the advanced forces of the Hidden Mist had been entirely defeated, although the Byakugan assassin Ching had escaped, and the bodies of the Hidden Mist had inexplicably vanished, leaving only traces of blood behind. In the Hokage and Appo's office, Sarutobi inhaled the smoke from his pipe as he repeatedly perused the intelligence scroll sent by Nichi, his brow occasionally relaxing, then furrowing in concentration. They have completely annihilated the advanced forces of the Hidden Mist, he murmured to himself, ash inadvertently falling onto the table. This outcome exceeded expectations. A team originally dispatched for diversion had directly crushed nearly 100 elite members of the Hidden Mist. Even more surprising was that even the long-standing genin, Might Dai, had displayed remarkable combat prowess. There was no doubt regarding the information from the head of the Hyuga branch, yet this news left him in a quandary. Given the already delicate relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village, promoting the accomplishments of Qian and the others might incite the fervor of the radical faction within the clan. With the Chunin exams approaching, it would be better for the villagers to become more acquainted with the next generation of the village. As for them, it was best to keep things under wraps for the time being. He sighed, locking the scroll in the bottom drawer. Turning to another encrypted document, Sarutobi's expression darkened. This was intelligence regarding Danzo. Since being dispatched to the Land of Rain, his old partner had seemingly vanished without a trace. What exactly are you plotting? A troubling premonition arose within him upon recalling Nichi's report about the disappearance of the Hidden Mist bodies. Danzo, is this your doing? Even more unsettling was the recent report from the Umbu about Orochimaru also going missing at the front lines. Everything seemed to indicate that Danzo was collaborating with Orochimaru in some undisclosed endeavor. The last rays of the sun receded from the Hokage rock, plunging the office into shadow. Sarutobi did not light a lamp. Instead, he sat quietly in the dark, allowing the flickering light of his pipe to cast shifting shadows across his face. Danzo, Orochimaru, I hope you do not stray from the righteous path, otherwise. The great tree of Konoha appeared flourishing above ground, yet its roots twisted and tangled beneath. Dark currents flowing beneath the surface. On the coastline at the border of the Land of Fire, Dai, clad in his signature green bodysuit, stood out vividly in the twilight. With hands on his hips, he shouted to Qian, who was practicing taijutsu. Qian, let us ignite our youth. Surprisingly, the usually composed Qian broke from his norm. He lowered his hands from the hand seals, his eyes sparkling with the same fervent light as Dai's. "Oh, Senpai Dai, let us stride towards our youth together." Since breaking through his limitations, Qianxian had finally shed the psychological burdens he had carried for so long. In that moment, he was no longer the cautious strategist, but merely a 14 or 15-year-old boy. "Yo, not bad." Dai's teeth glimmered in the sunlight as he gave a signature thumbs up. The two figures raced along the shoreline, their chakra erupting beneath their feet, sending waves of sand flying. Dai laughed heartily, showcasing his handstand walking skills, while Qianxian mimicked him, albeit clumsily yet joyfully. The beach bore witness to a series of deep and shallow footprints, soon smoothed over by the waves. In the distance, she crossed her arms, a slight frown on her brow. Has this guy lost his mind? The Qianxian she remembered was always calm and composed, yet at this moment, he bore a striking resemblance to someone from his family. Shizue, appearing beside her, wore a gentle smile. Perhaps this is the true Senpai Qianxian. He observed the two chasing and playing on the beach, reflecting, war has burdened us all too heavily. She let out a soft huff, her lips unconsciously curling into a smile. She recalled Qianxian mentioning that in another wondrous world, at their age, they would still be in school and nestled in their parents' embrace. Amidst the sound of the waves, the passionate shouts of the two rang out clearly. Suddenly, Qianxian stumbled and fell into the shallows, prompting Dai to rush to his aid, resulting in both of them tumbling into the water. Locking eyes, they erupted into a fit of laughter. In the splashing water, she caught a glimpse of the long-lost pure joy in Qianxuan's eyes. "Hey, you two," she suddenly called out, stripping off her shoes and socks in front of their astonished faces. "Wait for me." Shizue stood still, watching the three seniors frolic like ordinary youths. In that moment, he suddenly realized that ninjas are also human, and they too require such moments to remember the reasons for their battles. Chapter 45. Open the door. Within the Hidden Mist Village, it has been less than 2 years since Kei Shikura usurped power. The fourth Mizukage, Kei Shikura, stood with the village's upper echelon, glaring furiously at the fallen figure of Ao on the ground. "Are you implying," his voice icy as winter, "that Konoha has dispatched nearly 4 individuals to annihilate my elite forces and seize our hard-won Byakugan?" The medical ninja trembled as they bandaged Ao's hollow eye socket, the gauze quickly staining crimson with oozing blood. Struggling to prop himself up, Ao gasped, "Lord Mizukage, the swordsmanship of Uchiha Senkaku, far exceeds our intelligence reports, and he can fly. Useless." The conservative faction and Appo's commander slammed his fist onto the table, his gray beard quivering with rage. "I warned you not to provoke Konoha. Now, look at this. Dozens of our finest lost, and we and Appo's also lost our strategic Byakugan." Shikura and Appo's piercing gaze swept across those present. In recent days, the conservatives had seized the opportunity to undermine his war stance, and he needed a resounding vengeance to re-establish his authority. Otherwise, his position within the village would be perilously unstable. "Sharkskin, tear him," Shikura suddenly commanded. The massive figure lurking in the shadows stepped forward, the bandages on his blades stirring as if moved by an unseen wind. "Gather your 7 ninja swordsmen. I want the heads of those 4 Konoha brats." A commotion erupted in the council chamber. The 7 ninja swordsmen were the ultimate weapon of the mist, and their combined strength could rival even the strongest of Kage. To dispatch them was to escalate matters dramatically. The commander hastily interjected, "Lord Mizukage, this seems excessive." "Excessive?" Shikura interrupted with a cold laugh. "Shall we wait until Konoha steps on our necks?" Sharkskin grinned, revealing rows of sharp teeth as his blade trembled with anticipation. "Understood. I will use their chakra to nurture my comrades well." His eyes gleamed with greed. Ao weakly raised his head, attempting to speak, but was interrupted by a cough of blood. Only he understood the true terror of those Konoha youths. Yet at this moment, no one would heed the warnings of a defeated warrior. "Now, hurry and prepare. Bring me the head of that azure flame sword master. The follow-up forces will continue to advance." "Yes." Sharkskin exited the council chamber to summon his comrades throughout the village. Days passed. The golden sunlight spilled over the coastline, waves lapping gently at the shore. This rare period of truce granted the 4 a precious respite. For days, they trained by day and frolicked by the sea in the evenings, as if returned to the carefree days of the ninja academy. At this moment, Senkaku sat cross-legged on a rock, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Dai stood beside him, unusually serious, focused on his guidance. "Remember, chakra should surge forth like a flood breaking through a dam." Dai's voice resonated powerfully. Senkaku closed his eyes, attuning himself to the flow of chakra within. After days of intensive training, he had approached the threshold of the 8 gates. Suddenly, his brow furrowed as the chakra within him found a breakthrough. "Dai-senpai, I can feel it." Senkaku's eyes snapped open, hands swiftly forming seals. Chakra surged through his body, rushing toward the first gate at the crown of his head. 8 gates. First gate. Open. Boom. A powerful wave of chakra erupted from Senkaku, sending fine sand swirling around him in a circular shockwave. His black hair danced as azure chakra illuminated his form. "I did it," Dai exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, his teeth sparkling in the sunlight. "Senkaku, You truly are a genius. In the distance, Kaze and Shizuka were drawn in by the commotion. Kaze's Sharingan spun slightly, scrutinizing Senkaku's state. Is this the 8 gates? The chakra levels seem significantly enhanced. Shizuka looked on with admiration. Senkaku-senpai has grasped the first gate in such a short time. Senkaku reveled in the surging power within. Every cell within him alive with energy. Boom. He attempted a punch, the sound cutting through the air, sharper than before. Don't get too excited, Dai warned, his expression serious. Brows knitting together. The first activation must not exceed 3 minutes. Otherwise, it could damage your chakra pathways. Senkaku nodded respectfully on the surface, but internally scoffed. The regenerative power from the phoenix fruit emboldened him, assuring that as long as his chakra didn't deplete, any injury would heal instantly. What thrilled him further was how the surging azure flame perfectly harmonized with the 8 gates, giving him the impression that he could maintain the open state indefinitely. However, to avoid raising suspicions, Senkaku willingly released the state. In that instant, a searing pain tore through him, far more intense than Dai had described. He stifled his cries, subtly channeling the azure flame within him. The soft azure chakra flowed like a gentle stream, swiftly alleviating his pain until he returned to normal within a few breaths. Incredible! Dai's eyes widened in astonishment as he clapped Senkaku on the shoulder. To remain so composed on your first try, your willpower surpasses mine from years ago. Little did he know. Senkaku's strength lay not in willpower, but in his extraordinary recovery ability. The sea breeze caressed Senkaku's face, carrying with it the briny scent of the ocean. He gazed at the glistening surface of the water, feeling a surge of ambition. The combination of the 8 gates, Sharingan, and Phoenix Fruit marked a qualitative leap in his strength. In this perilous world of shinobi, his survival odds had increased. To celebrate Senkaku's achievement of the first gate, Dai suddenly grinned, his white teeth gleaming in the sunlight. Tonight, we feast on seafood. Kaze crossed her arms, pouting slightly. Is it going to be your youth's special dark cuisine again? She still remembered the last time Dai attempted to grill fish, resulting in a charred disaster. Haha. Dai laughed heartily, giving a thumbs up. Though my youth has long passed, yours is still burning bright. Let the flames of youth blaze even more fiercely. The four laughed and returned to their campsite, only to find Nichi standing alone atop the watchtower, his Byakugan scanning the horizon. As he turned, a fleeting glimmer of envy crossed his eyes. As a border guard, he had to remain ever vigilant, with even a moment's relaxation being a luxury. Nichi-san, Senkaku called, lifting a freshly caught fish. Would you like to join us for dinner? Nichi forced a smile. No, you all. His words were abruptly cut off as the veins around his Byakugan flared, signaling danger. Instantly, everyone fell into battle mode. In the distance, 7 dark figures were gliding over the water, with a massive figure leading them, shouldering the sharkskin blade. Nichi's pupils contracted. He immediately recognized the intruders. The 7 ninja swordsmen were on the move. Senkaku activated his Sharingan in an instant, a smirk playing on his lips. In the original story, the 7 ninja swordsmen were decimated by Dai, who had opened the 8th gate, with 4 members killed on the spot, while 3 fled, including their leader, Sharkskin, who escaped severely wounded. Their arrival was timely, as he had been seeking an opportunity to test his newfound strength. Senkaku's demeanor remained relaxed. It seems our seafood feast will be postponed. Kaze's 3-tomo Sharingan began to rotate slowly. Perfect timing to test my newly developed ocular technique. Dai silently stepped to the forefront, his green chakra beginning to surge, influenced by Senkaku and Appo's as calm demeanor. Shizuka activated her 3-tomo Sharingan, retrieving kunai from her ninja tool pouch. Chapter 46, The Great Brawl. With veins bulging around his Byakugan, Nichi quickly formed hand seals to summon a communication ninja hawk, urgently seeking assistance from the Hokage. The 7 ninja swordsmen were fully mobilized. He swiftly turned to assemble the border defense team, forming a line of defense with Qian and 3 others. Lord Nichi, do not worry, Qian assured, his Sharingan subtly manifesting. With us here, there shall be no unforeseen incidents. Looking at Qian's calm smile, Nichi felt an inexplicable relaxation of his taut nerves. He quickly calculated the combat strength comparison. Qian, Sure Sui, and she could each contain 1 adversary, while Dai and he would barely manage 2. The remaining 2 would be entrusted to his elite subordinates. It seemed that victory was not entirely out of reach. However, as his Byakugan pierced through the sea mist, revealing the ominous mass of the mist ninja reinforcements behind the 7, his expression turned ashen. That was at least the strength of 2 squads. Damn it. Nichi and Appo's countenance shifted drastically, hoping that the reinforcements would arrive in time. Boom. A 100-meter-long water dragon surged forth from the sea, crashing onto the shore with the might of thunder. The maniacal laughter of Suigetsu's pufferfish echoed across the waters. A Byakugan, a thick-browed man, and a few kids. This is a piece of cake. Clang boom. Qian stepped forward, unsheathing his sword with a swift motion, shattering the water dragon with a single strike. The dragon dissipated into a torrential downpour. Suigetsu, Hachiro, Kurasame, T-Suk, Nashi, and Raiga. Qian quickly scanned the 7, finally resting his gaze on a peculiar ninja with a conical head, and this one and Appos, Anu from Chanshu, and Appos, Dai and Appos. S furious roar reverberated along the coast. Eighth gate of opening, the gate of shock. Open. Green chakra steam erupted skyward, cracking the sand beneath his feet. That fatso is mine. He transformed into a streak of green light, hurtling towards Suigetsu. Swish, she's Sharingan spun rapidly, her dark hair billowing with the surge of chakra. The pointy-headed guy and the roughneck are mine. She vanished in an instant. Reappearing behind T-Suk, her kunai aimed directly at his heart. Shirsue's figure dissolved into thin air. I'll distract the reinforcements. He reappeared amidst the mist forces, throwing their formation into chaos. Boom. Xian unleashed his azure flames, scorching the surrounding space. I'll handle the remaining 4. He charged towards Raiga, only to be intercepted midway by Kurisame's piercing blade. Nashi's water droplets simultaneously attacked from the side, explosive tags raining down like a storm. Be careful. Nichi's Byakugan detected impending danger. Swiftly diving into the fray, T-Suk is mine. His gentle fists expertly blocked the decapitating blade, alleviating some pressure from Xian. The battlefield was instantly divided into multiple combat zones. Xian faced Raiga, Kurisame, and Nashi. Uchiha she confronted Anu and T-Suk. Nichi battled T-Suk. Dai engaged Suigetsu. Shursui faced the mist forces. The clash between Dai and Suigetsu was the most ferocious. Each strike of the sharkskin blade against Dai's fists and kicks reverberated with explosive sounds, leaving deep craters in the sand. Dai's 8th gate state astonished Suigetsu. This comically dressed ninja possessed such terrifying power. Every attack he launched was anticipated by Dai, while counterattacks left him vulnerable. His bones had been broken several times. Burn, baby! Dai shouted excitedly, charging once more towards Suigetsu. Gritting his teeth, Suigetsu endured, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. She simultaneously confronted T-Suk and Anu. Her Sharingan unleashed illusions, exposing numerous flaws in their coordination. The chakra shockwaves from her attacks often missed their intended targets, inadvertently injuring several mist ninjas. Damn it! Don't look at that filthy woman's eyes. Anu growled, narrowly dodging a wayward strike from T-Suk. Filthy woman. She's eyes glinted with cold light as her 3-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly. Taking advantage of the distraction, she transformed her 3-tomo into a kaleidoscope. Divine Goddess Seal. Instantly, a pattern identical to Shi's kaleidoscope flashed in Anu and T-Suk's eyes, their movements pausing. Expressions contorted as if they struggled to break free from her control. She, sensing her rapidly depleting ocular power, understood that swift resolution was imperative. These two were no ordinary foes. They were capable of resisting the Divine Goddess Seal. Meanwhile, Shursui darted through the enemy lines, each appearance resulting in the fall of several mist ninjas. His body flicker technique was so swift that it left behind afterimages, throwing the entire mist reinforcements into disarray. Xian faced the greatest pressure, simultaneously contending with Raiga's Thunderblade, Kurisame's long blade, and Nashi's explosive blade. Yet he remained unfazed, continually testing the enhancement of his abilities after opening the first gate. His chakra surged to 3 cards, sufficient to deal with the 3 adversaries. Azure Flames, Flame Dance Ring. With a sweeping motion of his sword, he forced the 3 back. Seizing the opportunity, he formed Seals, Shadow Clone Technique. 2 clones lunged towards Kurisame and Nashi, while his true self charged directly at Raiga. Nichi's battle with T-Suk was equally fierce. Boom. Boom, each swing of the decapitating blade carried the force of a mountain-splitting stone, yet Nichi's heavenly return adeptly countered every strike. Their clash raged from the beach to the sea and back to the shore, leaving devastation in their wake. While the battlefield appeared stalemated, undercurrents surged. The mist had unleashed their full force, over 200 elite ninjas flooding in, far exceeding expectations. Shursui's form flickered amidst the enemy ranks, but facing such numbers, even the swift Shursui began to show signs of fatigue. She was driving her 2 opponents back relentlessly, nearly slaying T-Suk and Anu multiple times. With Anu even contemplating retreat, Dai's 6th gate state remained wild. After absorbing his raging chakra, Suigetsu's sharkskin began to retaliate, forcing him to divide his focus. Xian surveyed the battlefield, nodding in satisfaction. She and Dai were more than capable of handling their opponents. However, as he glanced towards Nichi, his brow furrowed. Nichi's gentle fist rhythm began to falter, and T-Suk's decapitating blade found an opportunity, leaving a blood mark upon his shoulder. Although the Byakugan had seen through T-Suk's silent assassination technique, it was still a fraction too slow. It appeared Nichi was pushing himself too hard. A change of strategy was necessary. He had to swiftly deal with his adversaries. Xian forced Raiga back with a blade, quickly forming seals. Azure flames gathered in his palm, transforming into dozens of firebirds that soared towards the enemy ranks. Boom. Explosions erupted in rapid succession, temporarily alleviating Shursui and Appos' pressure. Chapter 47, 7 Departures and 5. How infuriating. The aftershocks of the explosion from the Azure Flame Firebird had yet to dissipate when Black Ho Thundertooth was already seething with rage. With his dual blades crossed, The thunderous power coiling around the edges surged dramatically, illuminating the entire beach like midday sun. Lightning release, Thundertooth. Two robust lightning serpents erupted from the tips of his blades, intertwining in the air to form a lethal electric net that descended upon Qianxian. Even before the lightning struck, static electricity caused Qianxian and Apos' hair to stand on end. Wu Lixun Ba and Li Sanchuan Wan, witnessing this, unleashed their own techniques. Suture Needle, Thousand Rain. Fire Release, Flame Slash. Li Sanchuan Wan's long blade disintegrated suddenly, transforming into countless steel wires as fine as hair. With a sinister smile, he waved his arm, unleashing a torrential downpour of wires, each aimed at Qianxian's vital points. Wu Lixun Ba's explosive blade spewed forth intense waves of fire, the scarlet blade tearing through the air, instantly turning the sand beneath into glass as a tricolored chakra wove a deadly net. Come at me. Qianxian laughed in defiance, his Sharingan spinning wildly. Through the power of his eyes, the trajectories of the three attacks became vividly clear. He swiftly formed hand seals, a vortex of azure flames encircling him. Azure flame flow, flame barrier. A wall of azure fire erupted from the ground, diverting the lightning serpents to the earth. The steel wire rain melted into molten iron under the extreme heat, while the flame slash was devoured by the same elemental azure flames. But how could it be so easy to resolve the combined assault of the three ninja swordsmen? A piercing sound resonated as sharp steel wires penetrated flesh and blood. Several suture needle wires deeply embedding into Qianxian and Apos' chest, followed by the lightning serpents blasting a gaping hole in his torso. Blood splattered onto the beach, instantly vaporizing into a mist due to the high temperature. Haha, little brat, just die quietly. Li Sanchuan Wan cackled as he tugged on the steel wires, intending to crush Qianxian's innards. However, in the next moment, the smiles of the three froze simultaneously. What is this? Black Ho Thundertooth's eyes widened in horror, his voice trembling. From the gaping wound in Qianxian's chest, azure flames writhed as if they were alive. The steel wires melted rapidly in the flames. Even more astonishingly, the gruesome wound began to heal at an observable pace, new flesh intertwining and reforming within the azure flames. You've truly enraged me. Qianxian slowly raised his head, blood staining the corner of his mouth, yet the three tomo in his eyes glimmered ominously. Taking a deep breath, the wound on his chest completely healed with his breath, leaving no scar behind. This is the first time I've genuinely felt the sensation of death. Wu Lixun Ba and Apos' explosive blade clattered onto the beach, his lips trembling. Monster. In return, Qianxian's figure suddenly blurred, his voice echoing in the ears of the three. I shall make you eternally acquainted with death. Whoosh. A flash of blade light severed Li Sanchuan Wan's head from his body. The last sight he beheld was the spouting blood from his headless torso and the terrified expressions of his comrades. Wu Lixun Ba frantically raised his suture needle, only to find Qianxian's blade pressed against his throat. The azure flames reflected the despair etched on his face. In that instant, he finally comprehended the true terror of death. Plop. Wu Lixun Ba's head soared into the air, disbelief still etched upon his features. Run. We must escape. Black Ho Thundertooth, terrified beyond measure, wasted no time invoking the mist concealment technique, vanishing within the dense fog. Qianxian furrowed his brow. His Sharingan was not the Byakugan and could not discern Black Ho Thundertooth's figure. Since no one can see, I might as well unleash my true power. Boom. Azure flames erupted violently from within him, the searing fire coalescing into a colossal phoenix amidst the mist. The phoenix spread its wings and let out a clear cry that resonated throughout the battlefield. Caw. Everyone was jolted by the sound, their hearts racing. She and Dai turned to see a gigantic azure phoenix flickering in and out of the mist, illuminating the entire beach, transforming the fog into a brilliant azure hue. Damn it. Shigua Mountain Puffer Ghost and Apos' face turned pale, beads of sweat cascading down his plump cheeks. I must flee. Without a second thought, he seized the moment while Dai was distracted by the phoenix and bolted into the thick fog with astonishing speed. Trying to escape, Dai, realizing too late, only caught a glimpse of the binding of the fish skin great blade disappearing into the mist. Damn it, that fatso runs faster than I do during training. I clearly need to enhance my training. Meanwhile, Pai Pa Shirzong, sensing the dire situation, hurled his decapitating blade into the sea and slid away on the blade, resembling a cowardly surfer. Hey, you two, you can die. She and Apos' kaleidoscope Sharingan locked onto the remaining Tong Chao Yi Ren and Chong Shu A Nua. The two exchanged glances, and in unison, they bolted in opposite directions. Tong Chao Yi Ren swung his blunt blade into the woods, while the sharp-headed Chong Shu A Nua dove into the sea. Do you think you can escape? A cold smile crept across She's lips as she swiftly formed hand seals. In an instant, the two fleeing figures froze in place. Plop. The sharp head flew off in an instant, revealing that Ji Shuai had returned and seized the opportunity to strike as Chong Shu A Nua was ensnared by the illusion. The other Tong Chao Yiren also lost his head at the hands of Shi and Apos' decisive strike. Ri Cha rushed over, veins still pulsing around his Byakugan. He had momentarily lost track of Pai Pa Zong, who had vanished without a trace, too fast to pursue. Dai approached Qianxian. Should we pursue? He inquired. Qianxian waved his hand, his complexion slightly pale. Let's not. There are too many on the enemy's side. We must be cautious of traps. The previous technique, Azure Flame Phoenix, had drained him significantly, and his chakra was nearly depleted. The reinforcements from Mist Concealment, sensing the unfavorable situation, had already begun their retreat. This group fled faster than rabbits, vanishing into the vast ocean in the blink of an eye. We won. The Konoha defenders erupted in jubilant cheers, their gazes towards Qianxian and his companions filled with reverence. Who could have anticipated that these 4 individuals would send the fearsome 7 ninja swordsmen into disarray? Unbelievable. Lord Qianxian single-handedly defeated 3. Lord Shi and Lord Jishui teamed up to take down 2. Elder Dai was also impressive. Beating that fatso Shigua mountain puffer goes to a pulp. The crowd buzzed with excitement, while only Richa stood aside, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, he was the only one thoroughly beaten by Pai Pa Zong and had let him escape. Thanks to you, Elder Richa. If you hadn't held Pai Pa Zong back, I would have found it challenging to eliminate the 3. This compliment made Richa feel much better. He waved his hand, chuckling. We are all from the same village. There is no need for such formality. Chapter 48. Renouchi approached and handed Qianxian a military food pill, urging him to quickly restore his chakra, uncertain if Kirigakure might strike back unexpectedly. The 8 gates release had already concluded, and Dai lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Even the slightest movement elicited intense pain. Jishui gazed thoughtfully at the sea surface, contemplating that after this battle, Kirigakure would likely remain subdued for a while. Perhaps we should take a moment to rest. As Qianxian chewed the military food pill, he felt his chakra gradually replenishing. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated his eyes, as if he had recalled something of great importance. With a swift body flicker technique, he appeared beside the charred remains of Kurozai Rhea, deftly retrieving the pair of lightning blades. With a series of rapid movements, he collected several other weapons: the exploding blade, Fei Mo, the long blade, sewing needle, and the blunt blade, Dogu, all belonging to the infamous 7 ninja swordsmen. These were indeed treasures. Qianxian caressed the exploding blade, a sly smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The weapons of the 7 ninja swordsmen could fetch an exorbitant price on the black market. She, hands on her hips, looked at him helplessly. When will you ever change this obsession with wealth? I cannot, Qianxian replied, binding several ninja swords together and sealing them into a scroll, knowing they would yield a handsome profit. Jishui stood by, observing Qianxian bustling about collecting spoils, warmth glimmering in his eyes. Though Qianxian appeared frugal, he was undoubtedly reliable in critical moments. Lord Nichi, hurry, Qianxian called out, clutching a pile of ninja tools like a vendor. Knowing these Kirigakure items were valuable and would sell well back in the village, Nichi shook his head in resignation, instructing his subordinates to thoroughly search the battlefield and gather any usable equipment. He thought to himself, this Uchiha lad truly knows how to live. Crouching beside Dai, Qianxian summoned Azure Flames to heal him. Dai, how do you feel? I'm perfectly fine, Dai exclaimed, springing up with vigor, his face still pale but grinning widely. I could fight 300 more rounds. He began to do push-ups to prove his vitality. All right, Qianxian intervened, pressing down on this overly enthusiastic individual. First, let's ensure your injuries are healed. Guy is waiting for you to teach him martial arts. The Azure Flames enveloped Dai's body, mending the damage inflicted by the 8 gates release, and Dai's complexion gradually improved. She approached, tossing Qianxian a scroll. Here, I've collected the ninja swords from those 2. She referenced the 2 ninja sword wielders Shi and Jishui had dispatched. Qianxian and Appo's eyes brightened. Excellent. Now we have 5 of the 7 swords. I wonder how much we can sell them for. Observing their playful banter, Nichi suddenly felt that after such a brutal battle, the ability to engage in light-hearted repartee might indeed be the best outcome. In the ensuing hours, Qianxian and his companions, having repelled Kirigakure, chose to remain at the border for vigilance. Meanwhile, in the Hokage and Appo's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was engrossed in reviewing documents when the door burst open with a loud bang. Lord Hokage, urgent military situation. An Umbu agent knelt, presenting an urgent scroll, a plea for assistance from Lord Nichi. Sarutobi took the scroll, and upon reading its contents, his brow furrowed in disbelief. The 7 ninja swordsmen have mobilized, along with 200 elite shinobi? Rising, he paced to the window, pondering whom to dispatch. Who should I send? He murmured, contemplating several candidates. Namikaze Minato, the Yellow Flash, was indeed reliable, but was currently engaged at the Rain Country border, holding off a Wagakure. Orochimaru possessed sufficient strength, but his whereabouts were elusive, making him difficult to locate. Jiraiya and Tsunade were both unreliable, one traveling abroad and the other lost in gambling. Just as he weighed his options, the door swung open once more. Lord Hokage, a communications ninja, flushed and breathless, exclaimed, The village is abuzz with news. What news? Sarutobi turned, intrigued. Uchiha Qianxian and his team have repelled 200 elite shinobi from Kirigakure. They defeated 5 of the ninja sword wielders. The border is secure. What? Sarutobi and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had heard an outrageous tale. While he knew Uchiha Qianxian was formidable, he never anticipated that he could slay members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, a notorious elite assassination unit in the shinobi world, and that perpetually ridiculed underling Dai could inflict severe injury on the formidable Suigetsu. Repeat that? Sarutobi's voice trembled with astonishment. The communications ninja swallowed hard, enunciating. Lord Qianxian single-handedly defeated 3 of the ninja sword wielders, while Lord Shi and Lord Jishui combined to take down 2, and Dai severely injured Suigetsu. Slowly, Sarutobi sank back into his chair, his fingers absent-mindedly stroking the plea for assistance. The 7 ninja swordsmen, a fearsome assassination squad dreaded by the 5 great nations, had been bested by mere individuals? What was happening in this world? Suddenly, he noticed the plea for assistance and perked up. Where did this news originate? Sarutobi slammed his palm on the desk, causing the documents to rattle. This plea is still in my possession. Who is spreading such rumors? The office door gently opened, revealing Ketsu Kamaru and Mito Minju, who stepped in calmly. Kamaru held a letter bearing the seal of the border forces, her demeanor composed. It is news we released. She handed the letter to Sarutobi. This is the latest battle report. Qianxian and his comrades truly performed a miracle. As Sarutobi swiftly perused the letter, he noted the Hyuga clan's seal and reluctantly accepted its authenticity. However, his expression darkened. Why did you act independently? Why release this news? Mito adjusted his glasses. Hiruzen. There has been no news from the front for quite some time. The villagers need such reports to boost morale. Furthermore, Kamaru interjected. Qianxian and Jishui are both closely connected to the village. Their rising reputation benefits us. With a deep sigh, Sarutobi's pipe clacked dully against the table. You are only seeing the surface. He turned to gaze out the window at the distant Uchiha district, contemplating how the radical faction would perceive this. They would think, look, even without the village and Appo's support, we Uchiha can create miracles. Though they might refrain from commenting due to external threats, once the war concluded, their arrogance would surge, obliterating their rationality. A silence enveloped the office. Kamaru and Mito exchanged glances, their expressions growing grave. They realized that this seemingly morale-boosting action might sow seeds of future peril. More critically, by doing so, they had placed Qianxian and his team in jeopardy. Kirigakure would seek retribution at any cost. Kamaru opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Mito removed his glasses, awkwardly rubbing his forehead. At that moment, they both understood that in the grand game of shinobi, each move could trigger unforeseen consequences. What shall we do now? Kamaru asked anxiously. Mito nervously adjusted his glasses. Sarutobi gazed deeply at his 2 old friends, disappointment and helplessness mingling in his gaze. Let us first keep this news contained within the village. It must not reach the front lines, especially not to Uchiha Fugaku. Kamaru and Mito exchanged looks, relief evident in their expressions. All right, I will make arrangements immediately. Mito bowed slightly. As the young Konohamaru hesitated, longing to speak, yet holding back, he finally uttered softly, Hinata. Let us depart. Sarutobi waved his hand dismissively, turning his gaze towards the window, his silhouette appearing particularly weary. When the office door closed gently, the sigh of the Hokage was almost imperceptible. Kakashi, Hinata, you two are truly gifted individuals. Chapter 49. Huei's eyes news of victory spread through every corner of Konoha, igniting a fervor throughout the village. Villagers rushed to share the long-awaited triumph. Within the Hyuga compound, Hyuga Hizashi sat solemnly in his seat, perusing the battle reports. A flicker of relief crossed his stern face upon learning that his brother, Hyuga Hayashi, had held his ground against Pai Pa Shirzong. Well done, Hayashi. Humph. An elderly clan member, his hair as white as snow, slammed his hand on the table. It was a disgrace for the esteemed leader of the Hyuga branch to be overshadowed by mere juniors of the Uchiha clan. Enough. Hizashi's voice resonated with authority. Pai Pa Shirzong is a top-tier ninja from the Mist Village. Even I may not have fared better in battle. The elder, cowed by Hizashi's commanding presence, begrudgingly sat back down, though his dissatisfaction remained evident. Meanwhile, the streets of Konoha buzzed with excitement. A crowd gathered around the bulletin board, where 3 young figures stood out prominently. Kai, is your father truly that formidable? Obito exclaimed incredulously, gazing at the report that revealed how the leader of the 7 ninja swordsmen had been utterly defeated. Kai clenched his fists, tears welling in his eyes. I knew it. My dad has always been the best. His voice quivered with pride. Kakashi, unusually refraining from casting a shadow on the moment, contemplated the words Qing Yin swordmaster on the report. Swordsmanship? Impressive indeed, despite being a jonin. He felt no assurance that he could take down even 3 of the swordsmen. And there end Appo's, Estai-sensei, a hidden master. Kakashi leaned against the bulletin board, chuckling lightly. Kai, make sure you don't embarrass your father in the Chunin exams. Kai shot up his thumb, his teeth gleaming. Don't worry, my dear friend. I will definitely secure the first place. This is what youth is all about. How infuriating. First place should be mine. Obito fumed, his goggles askew. Did you see? The report listed 3 Uchiha names. This is the true strength of our clan. Kakashi lazily cleared his ears. They are they, and you are you. He elongated the words teasingly. Tail. End. Obito. Curse you, Kakashi. Obito's face flushed red with frustration. Despite being a jonin, he was unable to even touch Kakashi's sleeve as he swung his fist in anger. Watching Kakashi evade effortlessly made Obito feel both envious and resentful. This white-haired guy graduated at 5 and became a chunin at 6. He seemed almost superhuman. Yet, the thought of trading family for strength crossed his mind momentarily, only to be swiftly dismissed. Meanwhile, in a small courtyard at the edge of Konoha, Kei-Rin burst into her home like a gust of wind. Mom. Mom. She waved the copied report in her hand, nearly knocking over the drying rack. Brother Qianxian and sister Shi are in the report. Kuei, who was hanging clothes, startled, causing a freshly washed shirt to tumble back into the basin. She abandoned her task and rushed to Kei-Rin. Are they all right? Of course. Kei-Rin beamed. Unfurling the paper, Brother Qianxian single-handedly defeated 3 of those ninja blade users. Sister Shi is amazing too. Her face flushed with excitement. And the boisterous boy behind her joined in with cheerful chirps. Kuei took the report, her fingers gently tracing Qianxian and Appo's name, a smile creeping onto her lips. Yet, upon reading words like severely injured and bloodied battle, her brow furrowed slightly. Mom, don't worry. Kei-Rin, sensing her mother and Appo's unease, tugged on her hand reassuringly. Brother Qianxian is so strong, and sister Shi is with him. They'll be fine. Kuei knelt down, embracing little Kei-Rin. I know, dear, she chuckled softly, pinching her daughter's cheek. They are the strongest in the world. Yes. Kei-Rin nodded vigorously, her eyes shimmering with admiration. Just as she was about to turn, Kuei gasped sharply. Hiss. Kuei instinctively covered her eyes, her body trembling. Mom. Kei-Rin panicked, supporting her mother. We need to go to the hospital. The boy, anxious, paced around their feet, his white fur bristling. Kuei shook her head through gritted teeth, cold sweat trickling down her pale cheeks. This piercing sensation was not new, yet each time it felt more intense. Despite the pain, she sensed a remarkable change occurring within her Sharingan. Minutes later, the agony finally subsided. Kuei slowly released her hands, revealing her eyes. Removing her colored contact lenses, she retrieved a mirror from within the house, only to find her Sharingan still in its 3-tomo form, unchanged. Kei-Rin tiptoed closer, worry etched on her face. Mom, should we ask Brother Qianxian to switch your eyes back? You've been in pain for quite some time. It's all right. Kuei forced a smile. The pain is lessening with each incident. She gently stroked her daughter's crimson hair. This could be a sign of my Sharingan evolving. Just as Qianxian said. Kei-Rin nodded, though still uncertain, her eyes suddenly sparkling. Then will you become strong like sister Shi? Indeed, I will surely grow stronger. Kuei lifted her daughter and gazed toward the border, and then I will protect Brother Qianxian and sister Shi. Little Kei-Rin beamed with anticipation. Brother Qianxian and sister Shi protected us before. Now we and Appo's LL protect them. Yes, we will protect our older siblings. Kuei smiled as she led Kei-Rin back home. In the Mizukage's office, the atmosphere was stifling, nearly suffocating. Yagura stood by the window, his face ashen. Behind him, Suigetsu and Pai-Pa Shirzong knelt on the floor, still bearing their unhealed wounds. 7 ninja swordsmen, 200 elite ninjas. Yagura and Appo's voice was as cold as ice. How could 4 of you, accompanied by a dozen Konoha ninjas, be so utterly routed? All 5 other swordsmen eliminated? Suigetsu's once fearsome skin now trembled as he curled into a ball, his forehead pressed against the cold floor. His voice quaked. Mizukage-sama, that might guy can counter my abilities. And Uchiha Qianxian possesses extraordinary strength. Useless. The commander slammed his hand on the table, his white beard trembling with rage. His piercing gaze swept over the defeated warriors before settling on Yagura. I warned you against acting rashly. And now, not only have we lost 5 elite jonin, but also our swords. Yagura's hands, hidden within his sleeves, clenched tightly. 2 years ago, when he instigated the coup to seize power, this old fool had been a constant obstacle. Now, having lost the battle, the enemy seized the opportunity to strike. Commander, he suppressed his fury, his voice dripping with coldness. It is true that I miscalculated, but Konoha and Appo's arrogance cannot go unchallenged. What face would we have left? Face? The commander let out a scoff, striking the ground with his cane. If you persist in your stubbornness, I will have no choice but to join the Elder Council in initiating impeachment proceedings. The air thickened with tension. A flicker of crimson flashed in Yagura and Appo's eyes before he regained his composure. He approached the commander, bowing deeply as the onlookers gaped in astonishment. You were right in your admonition. However, those 5 swords are ultimately treasures of our village. The commander's expression softened slightly as he stroked his beard, contemplating. That much is true. I propose we send an official letter to Konoha. If they refuse to return them, a glint of determination sparked in his eyes. We shall ally with the Cloud Village to exert pressure. Will the Cloud Village truly ally with us? Yagura questioned skeptically. The marshal sneered. They will acquiesce. If they refuse, we can simply relinquish control of the trade route of the Rainbow Nation to them. I cannot believe they would decline. The trade route of the Rainbow Nation signifies immense wealth and a substantial share of resources. Handing it over to others would result in significant losses. However, when compared to the 5 legendary ninja blades, mere riches seem trivial. Very well, Yagura straightened himself. I shall personally draft the documents once the subsequent matters are properly arranged. When the office was finally left with him alone, the humility on Yagura's face vanished in an instant. He gazed into the thick fog outside, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Impeachment? Alliances? These old-timers will never comprehend that true power is never found at the negotiating table. Yagura toyed with the water shadow hat and addressed a shadowy figure. Issue a bounty in the black market for Uchiha Senzen, Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha High, Might Guy, 50 million for Uchiha Senzen, and 20 million for each of the other 3. A hesitant voice emerged from the shadows. My lord, our funds are somewhat insufficient. Pay in advance. And the remaining funds will be dispersed once they complete the task. Understood. Chapter 50. The Confrontation, 7 gates against 3 gates. Oi, Senior Dai, receive my lion's tooth. Boom. Qian erupted with astonishing chakra, as azure flames intertwined with the verdant chakra of the 8 gates, forming a tempestuous vortex of energy. The beach beneath his feet instantly caved in, creating a deep pit several meters in diameter. Come on, Qian. Let the flames of youth burn even brighter. Dai and Appo's thick eyebrows arched high, his eyes ablaze with fervent battle spirit. 8th gate of the 8 gates. The gate of view, open. 7th gate. The gate of shock, open. Boom. A chakra pressure more terrifying than Qian and Appo's surged into the heavens, warping the air around Dai due to the intense heat. Debris on the beach was swept up by the shockwave, forming a barrier between the 2 combatants. These 2 madmen. She crossed her arms, standing at a distance, her silver hair dancing wildly in the wake of the chakra's onslaught. So reliant on their healing abilities, they push themselves to the limits, do they? Shuei's Sharingan fixed intently on the 3 tomos spinning rapidly. Qian's progress was astonishing. In just a month, he had advanced from unlocking the 1st gate to mastering the 3rd gate, his chakra escalating to an astounding 10-card level. In the center of the arena, Qian's fist collided violently with Dai's kick. Bang! The visible shockwave radiated outward in a circular pattern, clearing the sand and dust within a 100-meter radius. Crack! Qian's arm echoed with the sound of shattered bones, yet a grin of excitement tugged at the corners of his mouth. This was precisely what he desired. The azure flames of the phoenix fruit surged toward his wounds, beginning their healing amidst the battle. Again, ignoring the fact that his arm had yet to fully mend, Qian swung his fist once more. He needed to test his limits, to ascertain how long the phoenix fruit could sustain him in a true life-or-death struggle. Haha, come. Dai laughed heartily, each strike brimming with the force to shatter mountains. Rumbling. Boom. The 2 figures flickered along the beach, each impact sending tremors akin to minor earthquakes. The power of the 7th gate. Indeed extraordinary. Qian was struck into a rock wall, wiping the blood from his lips as he felt the azure flames mending his injuries at a pace faster than he had anticipated. Shuei was completely absorbed in recording every movement of the 2. Such a pinnacle of physical combat was rare in the ninja world. After a brief respite, Qian's battle spirit reignited. Senior Dai, I have a newly developed lion's barrage for you. Prepare yourself. In an instant, Qian transformed into 7 afterimages, each wreathed in azure flames and verdant chakra, resembling 7 roaring lions charging at Dai from various angles. The sand beneath their feet erupted into 7 deep trenches as the terrifying speed created a spectacle, with splintered sand being melted into glass-like crystals in midair. Ha! Now this is more like it. Boom. Dai laughed maniacally as he stomped the ground, causing the entire beach to tremble. The blue steam emanating from him transformed into a fiery crimson, the chakra of the 7th gate manifesting as a fiery aura. Towards the peacock, Dai and Appo's fist shot forth at supersonic speed, compressing the air to its limits before unleashing a deafening roar. Thousands of flaming fist shadows collided with Qian and Appo's lion-shaped afterimages. The tremendous energy displacing the sea within 100 meters, creating a circular depression. Rumbling. The explosion generated a mushroom cloud that soared into the sky. The searing waves of heat snapping trees in the distance like twigs. Shuei immediately retreated. Cough, exhilarating. Qian was propelled from the center of the explosion, his right arm twisted unnaturally. Yet, in the instant of landing, the azure flames surged, visibly reconstructing his bones. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his battle spirit intensifying. Dai was not in much better shape, his left leg bending awkwardly. But the chakra of the 7th gate forcibly held him upright. He laughed heartily, tearing away the tattered green bodysuit to reveal a muscular frame covered in scars. Be careful with this next move. Dai suddenly lowered his center of gravity, assuming a peculiar stance with his hands. Terrifying chakra coalesced behind him, faintly forming the shadow of a ferocious tiger. Day tiger. The compressed air cannon roared forth, distorting the very fabric of space in its wake. Qian's pupils constricted as the three tomo of his Sharingan spun wildly. In a split second, he crossed his hands. Azure flame wall. Boom. The azure fire wall erupted from the ground, but crumbled upon contact with the air cannon. Qian was struck by the residual force. Sent hurtling like a cannonball into a cliff 100 meters away, the rock face collapsing with a thunderous crash. Senior Qian, Shui exclaimed in alarm. She anxiously gazed at the rubble that had buried Qian. Dai, panting heavily, rushed to dig him out. My dear friend, I and Appos am coming to save you. Indeed. After spending a considerable amount of time with Qian, he had come to acknowledge him as a close friend. Despite the significant age difference, it was of no concern. Just as he was about to plunge into the dust, suddenly, from within the haze, a pillar of azure flame shot skyward. Qian's figure slowly ascended. Enveloped in azure flames. His shirt was in tatters, revealing a lean body marred with scars, the wounds healing at an astonishing rate. Senior Dai, Don and Appos, T-Rush. Qian wiped the blood from his lips, his voice tinged with suppressed excitement. There is one final strike. Just what I wanted. Dai, seeing that Qian was unharmed. Were a beaming expression. The two leaped simultaneously, colliding in midair at a height of 100 meters. Boom. The azure flames and blue steam intertwined, their brilliance overshadowing the sun itself. Amidst the terrifying explosion, a circular shockwave swept across the coastline, sending gigantic waves soaring 10 meters high in the distant sea. As the light faded, the two crashed into the ruins on opposite ends of the beach. Dai and Appos, as seventh gate state had dissipated, his skin oozing beads of blood. Qian and Appos, as condition was even worse. His chest caved in, his right leg a bloody mess. However, beneath the protection of the azure flames, his flesh slowly began to regenerate. Whoosh, whoosh. She rushed to Qian's side, cradling him. Observing his grievously injured form, she chastised him. This is the border. What if the mist village invades? Cough, cough. Ha. Qian replied, excitement bubbling in his tone. But you and Shui are here. I trust you both. Whoosh. Shui carried the equally injured Dai to Qian's side. Qian immediately began to heal Dai. Shui regarded the azure flames emanating from Qian's hands, pondering deeply. Unlike Dai's boisterous demeanor, he could discern that what Qian wielded was not a simple ninjutsu, but rather an intrinsic characteristic of his own. It bore a resemblance to a bloodline limit. However, wasn't Qian a member of the Uchiha clan? Could it be that one of his parents possessed a bloodline limit as well? Never mind, this is Senior Qian's secret. I shouldn't dwell on it. Shui retracted his Sharingan, a sincere smile gracing his lips. Senior Qian, Senior Dai, your prowess in physical arts is unparalleled in the entire ninja world. In response, Qian shook his head. Senior Dai is the true master of physical arts. I merely reap the benefits in other areas. No sooner had he spoken than a sharp pain radiated from his ribs. He glanced down to find remnants of the wound inflicted by Dai and Appos' punch, healing slowly beneath the azure flame and Appos' embrace. Had it not been for the phoenix fruit and Appos' regenerative ability, that day tiger strike would have likely claimed his life. Dai leaned against a rock, coughing violently, blood seeping from every pore, yet his gaze remained fervent. Stop with the foolishness. To advance to the third gate of the 8 gates in just 2 months, this talent is something even Guy would envy. Qian regarded his azure flames, reflecting on how dramatically his strength had surged since consuming the phoenix fruit. Since the commencement of his training in the 8 gates of Uchiha, the progress he has made has become increasingly remarkable. The torrent of chakra unleashed by the 8 gates, combined with the dynamic vision bestowed by the Sharingan, along with the regenerative abilities derived from the phoenix fruit, has resulted in a profound chemical reaction that propels him forward in the realm of taijutsu. He estimates that his full strength now lies somewhere between that of a Kage and an even greater power. As long as he does not encounter overly absurd genjutsu, such as the Kodoame Tsukumi, he believes he can traverse any corner of the ninja world. Reflecting on his senior's taijutsu, Qian gazed at the panting Dai, recognizing that it was earned through 2 decades of youthful vigor. In contrast, he considers himself merely a fortunate individual who has experienced an extraordinary advantage. Suddenly, Dai burst into hearty laughter, his blood-stained teeth glinting in the setting sun. What nonsense are you spouting? Youth is meant to be consumed with fervor. Struggling to rise, he extended his fist towards Qian. How about a competition next time to see who slays more enemies? Qian nodded and bumped fists with him. Agreed. It's a pact. Dai winced as pain shot through him the moment their fists met. Qian looked at his own body, racked with agony after merely opening the 3rd gate, and then at Dai, whose body seemed on the verge of collapse. It was hard to fathom the sheer willpower that sustained this burly man through his trials.